states in 50 days for the second time, all live on YouTube. Now this time I'm going to be using leads from a few different places, but one of the places I want to talk to you about is LeadZolo, where they generate all of their leads from YouTube ads that are specifically going after motivated sellers to come to us, so we don't have to pull lists, we don't have to cold call, we don't have to talk to people that aren't interested in selling their property. We're just able to close motivated sellers. Now, I've actually closed their leads before live on stage at Wholesale and Live, where I won that belt right there. So has Seamus Goss, Max Jimenez, Naaman Taylor, Eric Klein. Some of the biggest names in this industry have all used LeadZolo. And hands down, we say it's one of the best lead sources for any wholesaler out there. So now it's your turn. The LeadZolo guys have reached out to me and said, hey, we want to give your audience a chance to try out a lead on us. For a limited time only, you can go to leadzolo.com/titanium and you can get 10 leads for only $1,000. Usually their leads cost about $300 a lead. So this is a hell of a deal that they're giving to anyone that comes out and watches the 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days challenge. If you want to check out the quality of these leads, come watch me close them live Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central, where I'm closing LeadZolo leads all day, every day. What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 16, the end of week 4. How you feeling, Miss Cassandra?
I am feeling shocked. It does not feel like the end of week 4. What about you?
Yesterday was pretty tough for me. I think yesterday was probably the toughest day I've had so far.
Why?
I don't know if it was the after effect of me being alone the day before, if it was we started off with 2 conversations in the day where we sent out contracts. First call was the probate deal in Florida. The second call was the 3% rental in Syracuse, New York. And so it was just like, boom, contract. And then it was just kind of, we hit this lull. And I think just kind of the day before, we had some really good things happen yesterday.
And that's what I was going to tell you. I feel like you've had like a little bit of a rough week to begin with, just because, it's just been kind of that week, right? And so like there's such a part of me that wants to be like, look, where we need to have like a little bit more intention with like the times of your breaks, but it's so hard to do. And like, we need to be a little bit more intentional about throwing stuff in there, right? Like, but it's been very difficult to do that. You know what I mean?
Well, we had a moment yesterday where you got a hold of Saeed in Wichita, Kansas. And I got super excited. I ran out there to Keaton. I said, edit the contract, send it. I was over here commenting like, contract sent. We're good. Let's get it signed.
Right. So there was parts of yesterday that were fun, like for us to work like that. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I just physically, like, it was not emotionally, like mentally, it was physically, I was tired. And
well, say less to me. I'm gonna let y'all know I am doing better than I was yesterday. However, like, I still have pain. Like, sitting this morning up until, like 10 minutes ago was fairly pain-free, but I can already tell I'm going to be doing the same thing I was yesterday, where I'm going to have to sit and stand and stretch and heating pad, and it's a lot better. But
make sure that you're prepared for so Matt asked what happened. So for those of you that don't know, Cassie hurt her back really bad Monday night, was not here. She was not able to come to the office at all on Tuesday. So all day on Tuesday for 8 hours, I was flying solo, and I didn't know if she was going to be able to make it back yesterday. That's how bad she was. She trooped it up yesterday for sure and helped out a lot, which I was extremely grateful for. Just to get a little bit of relief throughout the day. I could see that she was in pain. The moment that we ended the live, she was like, "Okay, see y'all later. I'm going home."
Gotta go.
Right.
Well, that's the thing too, is like when so I have degenerative disc disorder, right? So this is like one of those things that I'm kind of like, I've had like little episodes of it since I was in my early 20s, to be honest. But, now, like probably in the past year, I've had like 3 major events, if you will. And so I'm trying to figure out how to navigate this thing. But I will let y'all know, like, I've never had it like where if I tweak my back, like it takes next to nothing and I am out, like Dunsky. And so I haven't quite figured out now. This time I recovered much more quickly. I say recovered. I'm not fully recovered, but I am functional, which is fantastic and very encouraging for me. But I will let you guys know, being in that kind of pain, like it doesn't go away. Like I cannot get comfortable. I am in constant pain, even though it's getting better, which helps, but it's exhausting. I was sitting here on the live yesterday and I felt so bad because I really was trying to troop it up, but I'm literally sitting there. I'm fully engaged, but I can't stop yawning because pain does that to you, right? It's kind of.
I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday,
I felt horrible about it, but I was like, I'm sorry.
When I was in voicemail central, I let out some full-on yawns on the live. I only got a full view of the back of my throat.
Well, I feel like we need to have like, this is like where we need like the soundboard or the Viking horn or something. Like, I need to go get some more coffee.
I'm okay with it because of the results.
I'm thrilled with the results.
That makes all the difference. So here's an update on where we are so far through 15 days. 53 contracts sent, 31 signed. That's those are some big numbers that we're throwing up there. I enjoyed the fact that yesterday we were able to get a batch dialer contract signed. I said it in the morning in our morning little huddle. I said, listen, if I get a cold call lead on the phone, what I want to work on and improve on is getting that contract signed while on the phone, because we're running into issues. I mean, going into yesterday, we had sent 14 cold call contracts out and only had 3 signed. So it was like, okay, this is an area in which we need to pivot. In order to get that close, we need to make that happen right there on that phone call. And we were able to do that yesterday. 20 lead Zolo contracts sent out. That's first lead source to breach 20. And also the first lead source to breach double digits as far as contract signed. So they're 10 out of 20 on lead Zolo. Obviously, we want to condense that down, and we want to do better than 50%. I think we will. I think, the vast majority of those we feel pretty confident in. 7 for 8 on leads, speed to lead, which is great. 4 for 4 on JVs, of course. 2 for 2 from our website. 4 for 4 on brand building. So realistically, the 2 lead sources that we need to do a better job about making sure. Now, granted, they're also the ones that have sent out the most contracts. So it's just inevitable you're going to end up in situations. Yesterday, we had the gentleman in Georgia that said, hey, I just don't want to be sitting on $135,000 cash, so I want to cancel the contract. You're going to have those. you're going to have the Vermont seller that completely changes his mind and goes in the freaking outer space. That's going to happen. But we want to condense those 2 lead sources down and get better, similar to the numbers from speed to lead on down. Also, shout out to Doug Levette. I hope I'm saying your last name there.
Love it.
Love it. Or Levette. Listen, my dad worked with a guy named Doug Levette, so I'm going with Levette. But he sent over a customized KPI sheet. He made it for us, including some of the things that we're talking about. Because yesterday during live, we said, "Hey, we're going to make some changes to the KPI sheet." Gave us a great head start. I think he's still working on it as we speak.
I want to say, if it's Lovette or Love It, either way, I'm saying love it. So I'm fine with it. And I think you should throw it up there, though, because the only thing is if we make adjustments to this, I'm in view only. We're in view only mode. And I just only want to make sure we can see it visually well, like the audience can see it well, being all on one sheet like that.
Yeah, let me pull it up. So here's
I can try to present.
Here's what
I kind of dig it. I think it's
Doug
still
sent over
visible
to us. Not everything is completely accurate because he didn't know all of the different things. But it's got the states down there, so it shows how many contracts we've sent out in different states. And then, it shows the lead sources and then the status that they're in. And then we can also put the expected profit, the actual profit that we've received. So I love it. I mean, are you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It is kind of hard to see the numbers, though, which is why I put them on 2 separate sheets before.
I mean, we could just do that.
Those are more visible. And I bet you we could, when we delete that middle line, we can make the font bigger.
Yeah, you can also, go like that.
Yeah.
And then scroll down.
I'm digging it. It makes me happy.
I mean, that right there is perfect. 150. I think it looks great. So
shout out to Doug if he's on here.
Super awesome to see someone that's joining us daily. I think Doug said he found out about the challenge from Pardon the Disruption, which is super awesome that he heard me talking about it over there. Of course, every Thursday, I'm relieving myself from the live for about an hour and a half. I go over, I do Pardon the Disruption with Steve Train, Chris Jefferson, and Eric Brewer, and Matthew Potter. We have a great time. I'm going to be doing it today. And in the meantime, Cassie will come sit down at my desk. So Cassie, I was just going to remind you, make sure you're prepared for that. To figure, if we need to figure out something as far as you sitting over here, I don't have the most comfortable of setups as far as the chair goes. I love the chair. I love the chair for very unique reasons. It has
RJ, it's because you were such a weirdo about getting your wares in. This man refuses to get in.
I love doing this, and I love being able to move. I don't like hard arms, and I've fallen in love with the chair. And yeah, I like getting my wares in. I'm sorry.
It's so uncomfortable. The back of the chair is broken. We're just gonna swap chairs. I'm letting you know.
Also, the reason why I'm wearing my TTP shirt today is in honor of my podcast that I released with Brent Daniels yesterday. What an absolute honor it was to have the legendary Brent Daniels on the Titanium Vault. Such just a good friend of ours. And just what everyone as far as an educator in real estate investing aspires to be like. I don't know anyone in this entire industry that has ever had a bad word to say about Brent Daniels. and rightfully so. He's just nothing but an amazing human being and a go-giver. And when I brought him on the podcast, I asked him, what do you want to talk about? Because you're Brent Daniels. We could talk about cold calling. We could talk about so many different things. And what he said is I want to talk about how to build a long-lasting business. And that is all we talked about in that podcast episode. It really wasn't about his story or anything else. It was just about Brent Daniels' advice on how to build a long-lasting wholesaling or real estate investing business. And I think he gave a ton of great advice in there. And if you haven't checked out the podcast, do it. If you're watching on YouTube, all of the videos are right there on YouTube, or you can check it out on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Randy and Lisa said they have a property. We'd love your help comping. They're thinking it's the 375 range and the seller wants 230. Well, it sounds like a deal. Right out the gates, it sounds like it's probably a deal. But yeah, Randy, obviously we're willing to help you guys on that. Cassie, what do you want to do that live?
If they want me to.
We could probably give me about an hour of calling here to get started. And then once you take I take my first break, you could comp that for Randy and Lisa.
Sure.
Does that work for Randy and Lisa? Are you guys still going to be here about an hour? Let's see here. We got Mr. Jamie LeBlanc in the house. Jamie, it's day 16, bud. You're repeating your morning message here. It needs to be, yo, day 16. Good morning.
Good morning, Jamie.
And then Zach hooking it up. Gotta love the coffee tips before the show even starts. Absolutely.
We're supposed to have a deal closing, Zach, this week.
Look at that. Zach's closing a deal this week with us. That's exciting. Zach has been hard at work to get a deal closed with us, and excited. Hold on, let's not shortchange Zach. Okay, it's 3 houses are closing, not just a house, a deal. It's a package of 3 properties that's closing. So congratulations on that. Full-time vacationer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't we doing a JV deal with you as well? I know sometimes it gets weird with like the YouTube screen names. So I believe full-time vacationer, aren't we doing a JV deal with you in Williamsburg, Virginia? Yeah, that's closed. And we're getting paid today.
Supposedly.
So, no, it's closed and it's funded. We're just waiting on the recording. Full-time vacationer, Ashley Simon. There you go.
I was like about to go look up because we have it recorded, but literally Trent on our team keeps calling, full-time vacationer.
I know. And literally everyone in the office has referred to Ashley as full-time vacationer.
Yeah.
So
it's funny.
So Ashley, actually, funny enough, joined us early on in the 50-50-50 and said, hey, I got a JV deal, Williamsburg, Virginia. It's vacant land. I guess she probably heard me talking about Trent being on her team. And that's our first deal that's closing for the 50-50-50. So thank you, Ashley. Let's see here. Greg says, I have a house for Airbnb. If y'all know anyone that would rent host out of, new build 2019 4.3, wants 30K plus closing, 7.5 entry. So it's a sub 2 deal. Is this the sub 2 deal that you were talking about the other day in I think Phoenix? I mean, I'm interested in looking at it. If you want to, you can email over the details to JV at titanium.investments and we can take a look at it for sure. That is the first closing so far. it's a race to see how we get our money first. It's going to be because we've got Williamsburg, Virginia, then we've got Nebraska closing, and then we've got Zach's 3 lot deals. But I don't think we're considering that a part of the 50-50-50.
No.
That wasn't.
No, and that's the thing about it, you guys. That's what's so funny is that, like, legitimately, we could have been closing stuff sooner. This is how long it is taking title companies.
Yeah.
Like these are like some of these deals were immediately disposed. Like we've been ready to close some of them for a while, seller side, buyer side, and it's just been title.
So, all right. Well, I haven't heard back from Randy and Lisa, but if they hit back, we can have you comp that deal for them on the first break.
Yeah, they can send it into the JV email, so I have the information. But I don't want to comp it live on them if they're not,
Yeah, exactly.
on it.
And the other thing about that is
it's not at Gmail. It's just copy and paste it as it's
like that.
As it's
JV at titanium.investments. That's everything. No adding. Anything else, Miss Cassandra, before I start blowing up the phones?
Let us have an excellent day, partner.
Yeah, let's end strong. I mean, okay, live works. Okay. What should we be shooting for today? 53 and 31. I want to get you think we can get 35 signed?
Let's do it.
Let's get 35 signed.
I mean, I'm already talking to Saeed.
Saeed needs to pull the trigger.
He has the contract. He's going to review it and get back to me.
What does that mean, review it? It's the same thing, bro. Just read it and sign it. North Carolina is supposed to sign. So that could be 2. That would get us up to 33. Syracuse is supposed to sign. That could be 34. And I'm sure there's another one that I'm not thinking of. So I think we could get there. Josh is closing on a JV deal tomorrow. Congratulations, buddy.
Whoop, whoop.
You know, what's cool about seeing stuff like that with Josh is, he's got his job and then he's trying to get in on this. Those small victories right there mean so much. But Josh, here's the advice that I would give to you. That money, if you can spare using that money, use it for lead generation. Like, let's just assume you're making $5,000. If you take 3,000 of that to get you 30 lead Zolo leads, what can you do with that? I'm averaging 1 out of every 7 leads to a contract. That means if you have the exact same numbers as me, you could have 4 contracts. Okay. Now, let's say for whatever reason you can't quite get the same numbers as me because you have your full-time job. Maybe you're not as experienced on the phone or something like that. Maybe you only end up with 2 contracts. You could still turn that $3,000 into $20,000 with 2 contracts with a $10,000 assignment fee, which is light. Like you could potentially turn that into $30,000, $40,000. That's where you really move the needle. So with you closing that deal, this is a time for you to, if you can financially, reinvest it into that marketing and really double down and say, okay, let's take this one JV deal. Let's see if I can push it forward. And you'd still have $2,000 for all the other miscellaneous stuff going on in your life and your business, right? I'm not saying invest the whole thing, but if you can invest, $3,000 in the 30 leads, that could be a monumental move for you right there, especially because you're getting the leads. You're not having to do anything else. It's just boom. All right, I got 30 people that I got to get on the phone and solve their problems. So there you go. I didn't even know it was $5,000. I just made an assumption. Probably a $10,000 assignment fee. You split it. That's exactly what I do. I'd keep the 2 for all the other miscellaneous stuff, right? You're going to have privy or prop stream or batch to comp, right? You need those. You need a little bit of blood in the stream, right? So you don't want to just go broke. But take 3,000 of that, go get you 30 leads, and let's see you in 40 days talking about you're making $30,000, $40,000. That's what I want to see. So, all right, guys, Miss Cassandra, I'll see you in about an hour. Okay.
See ya.
All right. It's time. This is hands down top 3 favorite logos for me of all titanium investments. You guys ready? Look at that masterpiece. Holy cow. Look at that. Kansas, baby. That is sunflower field with a tornado with wheat coming out of its mouth for the wheat shockers. I mean, it's literally one of the greatest logos ever created. Just saying. Hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do, because I'm going to enjoy staring at it all day long. D. Horton. D, where you been, man? We're on day 16. You're late. Email, let's see. Got it, Greg. All right. Let's blow it up today. Traveling. Oh, that's good.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected.
That's a good reason. Things are way different this time. You just get to see my beautiful face and a lot of phone calls. No clickety clicks.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hey, Pam, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Curtis. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Also, D, you get a lot more of Cassie this go around, too. That's another big difference. See Cassie on the phone. Oh, yeah, buddy. Mr. Tim Bratz, how are you?
Doing all right, buddy. How you doing?
Well, as of right now, you are live on YouTube with me. I am day 16 of 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days.
Love that.
So I got a lead in your old neck of the woods, and I wanted to talk to you about it because it might be something that interests you, because you moved away from Cleveland, right?
Yeah, I live in Charleston, South Carolina now, but I still I summer in Cleveland, buddy. I summer there. So
Okay.
I go up there for about 10 weeks every summer, and then Christmas and New Year's.
Okay, so here's what I've got. It's an elderly gentleman, and he's been a real estate investor pretty much his entire life, amongst other things, right? And so he's talking to me about this house that's like 25 minutes away from the Cleveland Browns stadium. And now I don't know that as we're talking, because I don't really care that much about Cleveland sports. I mean, I'm just looking at it as, is this going to be a good flip? Is this going to be a good rental? What can it be? And I'm just looking to wholesale it, right? I mean, that's what we mainly do, is nationwide wholesaling, right? So he's talking to me about it. It's a nice house. And then he keeps going, and then he goes, I mean, I might just throw in my Browns season tickets for whoever buys this. And I was like, okay, more interesting. And then he goes, then he started taking a liking to me. And he's like, man, you sound like a real go-getter. Like you sound like somebody that I would like to get to know. And he goes, you know what I would do with this if I were young and I had an opportunity. I said, well, what is it? Because I guess this is like his old family home or something like that. He says, I would turn this into an Airbnb because we own the pond next to it. That's a part of the land. So it's this big 5-bedroom house, and then he owns like this private pond right next to it. And so from Google Street View, it looks pretty gorgeous. Now, we're not talking about like owning an island in South Carolina, but I mean, it's still a cool potential Airbnb. He's like, so I'd fix it up. I'd turn it into a short-term rental. It's got the basement. He's like, it's already kind of like a man cave style. He's like, you could really turn this into a really cool Airbnb. And he's like, and then I'd sell the Cleveland Browns season tickets. And so he starts talking about that in detail. So apparently these are 40-yard line, lower bowl season tickets that he claims is on like a 40-year wait list to get. And he says, you've got one transfer. He's like, he went to the 1964 championship game. So this is how long his family have had season tickets with the Cleveland Browns. He's like, I got one transfer and then it's over. So he's like, I would be willing to sell the Cleveland Browns tickets if whoever buys them lets me go to a couple games this next year. He's like, because I haven't gone since COVID, and I just want to go to a couple more games and I'll be done. So as I got off the phone with them, it's a relatively decent single-family deal. But what intrigued me more and what made me think of you is the Airbnb aspect, and then also just the kind of the passive income lifestyle aspect of having Cleveland Browns season tickets in the lower bowl. That seems like something you can't get. So I thought, let me call Tim and see if this is something that it would even be remotely interesting to you.
Well, I appreciate you thinking of me, buddy. It's good to chat with you, by the way. It's been a while, man.
It has been a while.
Yeah, I think so dude, I've been out of the single family game for probably since you came up to Cleveland, right? I don't think I've bought a single other than the island, the mountain house I have, and a couple other like very unique like beach and
that's what I was saying. You buy unique properties. I viewed this as like borderline unique,
What city is it in?
Let me look here. It is definitely not Cleveland. It's on the outskirts. Let me pull it up here. Solon, Solon.
Yep, Solon. Yeah, so that's a good area. How much does he want for the house?
So he wanted $350 without the season tickets. With the season tickets, he said maybe like $400. And then he was like, I mean, I could do like 390, 375. So it's somewhere between 325 and 375. I think I can get him.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, because I wouldn't be able to use season tickets. I mean, because I live in Charleston, right? During football season.
But that's the whole point. Is like his point was the Browns sucked last year. He sold every single season ticket. And it paid for the tickets, and he profited like $6,000, $5,000 or $6,000. So he was like, "Imagine what happens if you're good." You know, he's like, it's kind of like just a rental property, which I kind of laughed. I was like, I've never thought of season tickets as a potential like passive income play. You know,
I had season tickets to the Indians that are now the Guardians,
right?
and dude, it's fun, but sometimes it becomes like a full-time job getting rid of them.
I can see that, yeah.
Give them away, you know what I mean? And yeah, but here's the thing: I know a lot of people up there who may be interested, in,
right?
You know, who are in the real estate game. I don't know if they'd be interested in this house or
right.
Browns tickets. I don't know. I don't even know if they are that exclusive. As what the guy's saying, maybe lower bowl on the 50-yard line or something, but. You know, or maybe he's got like some sort of grandfathered pricing.
That's what it is. He's paying $8,000 total for 3 tickets. So I feel like it's grandfathered in at a good rate, is what the reality is.
Yeah.
Are you still friends with Steven? What's his name? Steven Morris?
Yeah, I know Steve. We don't talk as much as we used to, but yeah, I mean he's gone a different direction on
really
what he's buying, but I think he's still doing some real estate stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah, man, that's who I think would be most inclined to take this down. I think he'd be most interested. He's more of a West Sider than an East Sider, but he'd be probably a good candidate because he loves going to games and he's always
right.
Drunk at sporting events of some sort. So yeah, I would probably reach out to him, and then there's probably somebody in his network where you know the tickets and, and they're in the single family space and all that, where it holds a lot more value to them than it would to me.
Yeah, so, realistically, the reason why I thought about you is because I know when I came up to your event, you were talking about Airbnb back then, and I know that you've moved on to like the bigger stuff like the island and the mansions and stuff like that. I just didn't know if you silently had like this massive Airbnb portfolio that I just didn't know about. And it's like, bro, this is in Cleveland and it's got the Brown season tickets. It was just kind of one of those things where I was like, I'm going to call Tim because you're the first person I thought of, you know?
No, man, I love it. I appreciate the thought. And if you want me to connect you with Steve or some of the other guys up in Cleveland, I'm happy to.
I've got Steve. I got Steve's contact. He was on my podcast a while back. If you know anybody else that would just be like a really good fit, sure, you know, connect me. But
let me ask around. I know a few folks.
Yeah, for sure.
Might be interested. So
I just think it's a cool opportunity for somebody. You know what I'm saying? And like for me, what am I going to do? I don't want to own an Airbnb in freaking Cleveland, and I don't want a full-time job selling Cleveland Browns season tickets either, you know?
Summer up there.
Yeah, some people. That's about it.
All right, brother. Well, dude, I appreciate you thinking of me, and let me ask around. If you have any trouble getting a hold of Morris or the other guys that you know, just let me know.
Okay. Sounds good, man.
Put some words out, bud.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon.
See you, buddy.
Bye. Should have known that wasn't going to be big enough. All right, let me reach out to Steven. Back to dialing. It's still cool that we had Tim Bratz on. If you guys don't know who he is, you should check him out.
Hello?
Hello, is Tanya there?
Yes,
Hey.
this is Tanya.
Hey, Tanya, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Greenbrier. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fantastical. You entered this on my web. I got that from some Ryan Reynolds movie way back when. I can't remember which one it was. I've been saying it my whole life.
It suits your personality.
All right. So you're looking to sell this property, right?
Yes.
All right. How much you looking to get for it?
Now, so if you're one of the people or representatives that I talked to, I just put in, I don't know if you're calling it 335.
You saw me on YouTube and filled out my website.
Okay, that's because I've been talking to quite a few people lately as we get closer to selling. So yeah.
Gotcha.
That's within 335.
335. All right. And tell me a little bit about what's going on with the property.
I mean, there's not a whole bunch. I mean, there is some. We've had it for about 7 years. It's a divorce sale. That's why we're selling it now. That's the main thing that I would think. The HVAC needs to be serviced or replaced.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We've never had it serviced, so I don't know. But it doesn't. It turns on. It doesn't cool. Or I don't think it. I think it does heat. It doesn't cool.
Gotcha. It is 1,800 square feet. Is that correct?
Correct. 3 bedroom, 3 bath. Really, it's more like a 2 full bath and a half, I guess. And it has an office, so that could be turned into a 4th bedroom. There was one issue with the master bath toilet. I think there was a leak in it. So that got to the top of the floor is fine, so it could happen under the tile.
Mm-hmm.
But it did affect the pantry ceiling.
Gotcha. So it's kind of a interesting price range around your house there. There's a part of me that says I kind of agree with 335, and then there's the other part of me that's like, I feel like you might be leaving meat on the bone there if you were to go full retail. You have a comp on Greenbrier, just right down the road, 703 Greenbrier.
Mm-hmm.
But it was September of last year, so that was prior to interest rates being, what happened in November, December. But it sold for $350, and it was 600 square feet smaller than your house.
That's crazy.
But it's the only, that's the highest sold property in your neighborhood. You've got another one very similar square feet to you that sold for $327. You got one on Greenbrier, smaller than you, sold for $322. Realistically, I mean, I'm an investor, so, me coming in and buying a house that doesn't need a whole lot for full retail at that price point, that's just not a good fit for us. More often than not, what we're looking for is a property that needs work or a super quick sell or something like that. It doesn't sound like that's kind of the situation here. Probably better suited to go through like a realtor on the open market. Doesn't look like days on market's too long in your neighborhood, 30, 40 days. And like I said, you might be able to push the boundary there and get closer to that 350 range if you have more. A realtor would have a little bit more market knowledge, but you might be able to be a little bit more aggressive. So not necessarily a good fit for us, but I think you should be able to move the house pretty quickly.
Great. So what would your offer be if you were going to make one?
Let's see here. I said probably in like the 250 range.
That hurts.
But see, that's why I didn't even make the offer. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I don't even want you to do that. Like,
right, I understand.
You know, I mean, it's like, no, you shouldn't do that. You should hire a realtor and sell it there so you can get, 335, I mean, say you got 335, you're probably gonna net 307. So, you're leaving $57,000 on the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
No, I mean, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Like, I mean, a guy got mad at me yesterday because I told him I wasn't going to offer on his house, similar to this. He different area, but he wanted $75,000 for his house, and I said, okay. Based off of all the information you've given me, I think you should hire a realtor and go get your $75,000. And he got mad because I wouldn't offer him. And he's like, you're just one of those low ballers. And I'm like, no, I'm literally the opposite. I'm not even offering. Like, there's no ball in the playing field. It's like in your situation here, it's like, no, I mean, you don't have, like, I know there's a divorce. So there's probably a little bit of motivation to get it done quickly, but realistically, it's like you don't need to leave $50,000-$60,000 on the table,
Right. And honestly, it's the way the agreement has been done. I'm told by my attorney's office that we can adjust the agreement as long as we both agree. So neither one. I mean, I'm the one. My ex is like, fine, as long as we keep splitting whatever with that one, he's cool because he has the other house that I have to get money out of, right? And the other properties we're beginning to sell off, so he's cool. So as long as you know what I mean, so it's not like this huge rush.
Well, hold on, you have other properties?
Yeah, but it's more land. I mean,
that's okay. Now we're talking. Maybe I might be interested in that. I buy vacant land.
Do you have access to look up parcels?
Yes. It's a little bit more of a lengthy process if it's just a parcel number, but I can do that.
Unfortunately, it is just a parcel number. It was originally, and so I'm debating about if I want to keep this or not. So if we don't keep it, if one of us doesn't decide to keep the land and try to build on it, which is my goal, and so we're getting ready to go do some work to do that. Surveyors are hard to come by these days. So I found one that they can do it probably next week for me.
Gotcha.
But it's a piece of property that's in Fort Mill, which is a very prestigious area to have something in. Whatever you build on it is going to have equity as soon as you get through.
Right.
Hold on, let me get you But I mean, this is a tax lien. To be honest, we just sold a tax lien, so I don't think it's really a huge issue, depending on how people want to deal with that. We just sold one. The parcel number is 02004 02022.
Okay. But you don't know if you want to sell that, though. It sounds like you want to keep it.
I kind of do, but if I have the right offer, I might sell it.
What's the right offer?
You're so funny. You got to do your research first, right?
Well, I am doing my research. I'm asking you how much you want for it. That's the best research in the world.
What would I want to sell? I really have to look to see. I mean, because it varies, right? So when I originally talked to my realtor that I thought about using, he said if I sold it on market at that time, which was about 6 months ago, he thought I could get $85,000 for it.
Okay.
That's what he said. So I don't know. I think whatever fair offer might be tempting. Depending on what I learn from some other stuff, again, I might want to keep it. But part of me just wants to cut all ties and move forward. So that's why it's still out there. I mean, the property in Lancaster he wants to keep because that's the full lot.
Okay.
He wants to keep that one. We just sold one in Spartanburg, and and we sold the little house in Cherville already.
So everything else is gone. There's nothing else that I don't know about.
The house we just talked about, the house in
Right.
Rock Hill, and he wants to keep the house in Chester.
Okay. So how much land is this parcel number you gave me? How much land total is it?
I think it's 0.87, but some people I think consider it an acre. But I want to say it's 0.87.
Okay. And is it in like a neighborhood or is okay?
Yeah.
And you said it's immediately going to have equity. So give me an idea of like what is the price range of houses in the area?
Fort Mill is, it's hard to get into. So the house next door, I want to say they probably sold it around 2-something. They renovated it. I think right now they're asking 3-something or other for it.
Okay.
So this was originally a part of that land. Like the person who owned both lots. So she ended up, she let this one go and she had sold that one. And so, yeah, this one's a tricky piece of land. But my realtor thought you could definitely build probably in the front or probably in the middle where there's a bamboo forest.
Okay. And you own it free and clear?
As I stated, it's a tax lien. So.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Trying to keep up with everything there.
Okay.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I've got the information there on that. So I'm the owner of my company. We're called Titanium Investments. We're based out of Fort Worth, Texas. I have a gentleman on my team named Trent Bates, not related to me, strangely enough. First Bates that I've hired first Bates I've hired at all. But he's not related to me, but he's my land guy. That's what he does. And so I'm going to give him this information, have him come back and tell me how much I'm allowed to spend on this. Because I've made a rule. He knows a hell of a lot more about vacant land than I do, and he never leads me astray. So, yeah, it is. It's kind of cool to have someone on your team that specializes in something. It's even more.
Can I go ahead and give you the other property? Because even though he wants to keep it,
Yeah.
If I get a decent offer on it, he might want to sell it.
Sure. What is it?
This is the one that's in Lancaster.
Okay.
And this is the lot that I want to say that one might be an acre, and it's just a flat lot that is buildable. And this one's 077 0000. That's 4 zeros 08 8000.
Okay. 077 5 zeros.
Yes.
8830 zeros.
Correct.
Okay, and that's Lancaster.
That's in Lancaster.
Okay.
Or I think they say Lancaster. and it's in the neighborhood. It's a nice lot.
Okay.
It's pretty flat. You could definitely drop a house on it.
And then remind me what city is the first one in?
It's in Fort Mill.
Fort Mill. Gotcha. Okay. I just realized I wrote down those parcel numbers and I didn't write down the city, and I bet Trent's going to be like, "What am I going to do with this?" Well, you just gave me a bunch of numbers.
Well, the one that's in I'm sorry, I totally did that wrong. Apologies, that's the wrong one. That's the house that my husband's in. He's not going to let go of that one. The other one, it does have an address. It's the Lancaster one is 1557 Maplewood Avenue, Lancaster, and I can still give you that correct parcel number.
No, the address is fine. We can look it up from that. So 1557 Maplewood Avenue, and then the parcel number is for Fort Mill. So all right, we're good there. Get rid of that parcel number for Lancaster.
Yeah.
Lancaster.
No, get rid of the parcel number I gave you for Darby, which is the one that was in Chester.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And then you said on Maplewood, just figure out what we could do there and make an offer. If it's good, husband might accept it, might not.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And then time frame wise on these, I mean, are y'all at the point where you're ready to kind of
ready to go.
Right.
Ready to go.
Gotcha.
We can sign off on it this week or next week.
On Rock Hill, just a couple of things. Have you looked at like Open Door or OfferPad or any of those iBuyers like that?
Yes, I looked at Mark Spain, and then there's I should write down Open Door again. I looked at Mark Spain, and there was another one, the smaller mom and pop, but they underbid, I think, what Mark Spain had offered by like $25,000 or more. And so, like I said, I talked to this. I thought maybe you were them, because someone else called me back yesterday, and I was hardballing with them. Like, well, look, I need to meet someone, because I don't know y'all. I need to have a representative here that I can meet face to face, and I need to have a local attorney for
Right.
closing. And so because there are too many scams. I mean, you sound very legit. I wouldn't have a problem talking to you, whatever. But other people, they have these hesitant people calling you, and I'm running circles around them. Like, no.
Well, part of the problem is like, so I teach real estate investing to people that want to get in, and there's no barrier of entry into this business. I mean,
which is awesome.
True, but it also gets homeowners like you in the situations where, like, for example, I'm not going to buy your house on Rock Hill, right? How much did that person offer you on Rock Hill?
It was a range. I think the lady that said pretty much no to, I want to say it was probably around 250, 275. I think 275 was her max.
Right, and so they gave you a range.
Yeah, the Mark Spain guy, I think, said 280, 289 to maybe 310. But he thought I could get more if he listed it instead of paying for it.
Which is,
I appreciated that honesty.
Which is true. I mean, they can absolutely make more for listing it, and that's what I told you. So the deal with the range is there are a lot of people out there that teach real estate investing, and we're the only industry that I know of that says that you need to have sales training to buy something. It's hilarious. Like, what am I doing right now? I'm going to either buy your land or I'm going to buy your house, right? And these educators say that you need to have sales training to do this. And so one of the things that a lot of people teach, which I wholeheartedly disagree with, is this range. And it's mainly to make sure that you don't get pissed off and hang up on them. So they say with 250 or 270. See, what did you take that as? Okay, well, that means 275, right? In their mind, they're really saying 250.
Right. And I know that, right? I know that. That's why I'm like, well, you don't have to clean it out. Well, the perk is you can just leave everything and you can just take your toothbrush. I'm like, now you're going to sell my stuff too?
Right. What's hilarious about this is yesterday, I told you one story about yesterday, but another story yesterday was I got on the phone with someone, and very similar to your situation. Now, I've spent a lot more time with you, but that's also because you have two lots that you might sell me, right? I got off the phone with them in about 4 minutes. I said, sounds like you have a beautiful property. I'm not your solution. What you should do is you should hire a realtor, or you should look at someone like Open Door. These are the solutions for you, okay? Have a great day. Talk to you later. And in my mind, what I'm thinking is I have to get off the phone with this person because the next person that I'm supposed to call probably needs my help. Sure enough, the next two people I talked to were, I talked to a young lady. Mom just passed away. Her and her sister now have this house that her mom's lived in since the 70s, and they need to sell quickly to settle the estate, the probate. This is where we come in, right? Distressed property, distressed seller. We need to sell fast. Boom. Here's my offer. She's like, thank you. The next guy, hey, rental property. I'm in over my head. I'm losing money every single day. I need help. Will you please buy my property? Like, I need this done in 2 weeks. Yes, I'm your solution. And unfortunately, that person who's giving you that range, and the reason why they're trying to tell you, you just have to take your toothbrushes, is because they are lost. They don't understand what we're here for. We're not here to buy your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need our help. There's actual people out there that are licensed to help you. They're called realtors. Those are the people that are supposed to help you. And so I'm glad that you read through that, because there's some people that don't, and they end up getting on a phone, and the ones that are good at sales convince people like you to sell their house for $250,000. I don't know how those people sleep at night. That would make me sick,
Well, so I like how you talk, and I like your philosophy behind this. So, like I said, I've been doing a little bit of investing for the last. Our first property we bought was in California. We should have held on to it, but we wanted to move here and transfer assets and everything. He had to start buying things here, which is what we did.
Right.
But and it was, I don't necessarily regret it. It's just the California market is amazing that you can't, there's nowhere else except for maybe New York, perhaps Texas, that can really touch the prices, right? So, and the amount of growth that you can have like in a short period of time.
Right.
But so tell me more about A, your company, and B, your investment. Like I'm interested in maybe working with you to some capacity. I'm not sure what that is. Like what are you doing or looking for, if anything?
Well, there's all kinds of things. A lot of what we do is our number one strategy is wholesaling. So that is, are you aware of what wholesaling is?
Absolutely.
So we do a lot of wholesaling. We also.
Let me stop for a second. So I know wholesalers who try to get contracts with people so someone else can buy it.
Correct.
Or I also work with another company where they, in their own company, they get these properties, they try to sell it to investors. Do you do both sides or one side?
So obviously, let me break it down to what I consider wholesaling. I am assigning my equitable interest in the contract to an end buyer. So
yeah.
So I'm, for example, say I get Rock Hill under contract for $250. I'm selling that contract for $260. So I'm going to get $10,000 at closing. That's the bare bones of what wholesaling is. Now, that's one of the things that we do. That's what we do in places like South Carolina. Now, places where we've been established for many years, we will do flips. We own rental properties. We do seller financing. We've owned Airbnbs in the past, even to the degree of land banking as well, where just essentially buying that vacant land and holding on to it and letting it appreciate. So we've done that over the years as well. As far as working together, I mean, there's a couple of different ways that we can do that. I mean, it sounds to me like you've done well for yourself as far as investing and buying properties and land and things like that. One of the many things that we teach is lead generation for that. So, for example, how did I end up on the phone with you today, right? To have this opportunity, and to the point of I will sit here for 8 to 9 hours today and just have conversations all day long. In the past, I'll give you an idea. In the past 15 days, I have sent 53 contracts to be signed, and 31 of them have been signed.
That's amazing.
So that's like the number one thing that I'm passionate about teaching is the lead generation side. And then from there, understanding where we come in and how we can help people. Because I truly believe that if you come from an aspect of you're serving to help the seller, then that's how you end up with those types of numbers, right? How do I not get stuck on the phone with someone when I'm trying to buy their house for $250,000 when they could get $335,000? Well, I just get off the phone. Most people don't teach that. I do. And the way that we do that is quick analysis. exit strategy first, understanding, is this a flip? Is this a rental? Is this a seller finance? What can we do with it? And then that's all based around our number one exit strategy for ourselves is to wholesale it. And from there, we're able to make solid decisions. And from the exit strategy, that determines how we acquire the property. So the reason why I was asking about Fort Mill, if you own it free and clear, was because I was trying to trigger myself for potentially asking you about seller financing it to me, knowing full well that you probably are not going to seller finance it because it's a part of a divorce case. And you said, I just want to be done with it. But still, if it's owned free and clear, we're always going to ask, will you sell it on terms? If there's low to no equity or financial distress and there's a mortgage in place, let's talk about buying subject to. When is a short sale triggered? Like, these are all the things that we teach people. And so what we do is we just have a 2-day boot camp here at our office. We have people fly in from around the country, and me and my partner Cassi, for 2 days, stand in front of them, and we go through every single thing that we do to generate the results that we do. And so that's our education. We do it on a Friday and a Saturday, and then that next Monday we're back at it on the phones. And I've got a team of people, like I said, that, you know, I don't do this all myself, but I really enjoy what I do. So I've had, I'm really passionate about giving back as far as real estate investing goes, because this changed my life. You know, when I got into this, I was broke as a joke. You know, my only job prior to this was working at Pizza Hut. And I worked from a delivery driver up to a general manager, and I quit and got into this. Cassi and I started our own business, and we found real estate investing. And so 2017, I started a podcast called the Titaniumvault. And, you know, I've been doing that to give back. I started a YouTube channel and just really have found a passion of giving back to people similar to you, like, you know, where you're like, hey, I'm doing my own thing. I'm finding my way out here, where we can say, well, you sound really intelligent and you found a way to invest yourself, but, you know, we could kind of add some fuel on the fire here. And if you really want to get serious about it, you know, we could turn you into a machine.
Yeah. So tell me your name again. You said RJ?
RJ Bates. Yes, ma'am.
RJ. So RJ, let me tell you just briefly. I love like business-minded people too. So RJ Bates. My thing is, I've worked in mental health. I've worked in behavioral health. I've been an educator for about 10 years. I currently work as a director at an educational establishment. I train parents. So I do a lot with people, and I'm very passionate about people. But I really do like real estate.
Right.
And I know it's one of the vehicles that will bring me the most lucrative income, just from my own experience. Like, the funny thing is, I was looking at cost and sheets way back when. Way back when.
Right.
And I was too scared. I bought some of this stuff, but I was too scared to pull the trigger. I wish I did, because my personality type is what it's called, not canvasser, I rally people together. I forgot the term.
I gotcha.
And that's what I do. I'm very friendly. I meet people. I'm very empathetic, and I can read people very well, even over a phone. In text messages, it seems. So those are my strength sets, and I'm usually great about finding a great deal on a property.
Right.
It's just a natural gift. I can look at it. I'm gonna fill out the neighborhood. I really like this. The one with Vicky property that we bought for like 40 in a neighborhood that I didn't know was getting ready to be gentrified. Gentrification, go through gentrification. When I bought it, I just liked the house.
Right.
I liked the feel, even though it was a clunker and it needed work. The person behind me, we bought it for 40, sold it for like 160. That's because my husband and I couldn't get our act together. I saw a house that was around the corner. When we bought that one, they dropped it to 7. Like, we need to buy this house. And I didn't. Right before the whole market went crazy, there were about 5 different houses I wanted to buy. But I didn't have the income, and I was married, you know, and he didn't have the exact same vision.
Right.
So then when we sold the house, I started invest in all these different things that we're selling and making money off of. So far, everything's made us money, right? Everything.
Right.
And initially he's like, why did you do that? He was complaining until now I started getting all the checks. I'm like, because I do kind of know what I'm doing. Like I have an elementary probably level of experience, but given the right information, the right team, whatever, I know I have the potential to blow it up because I am a people person. People trust me pretty easily because I'm trustworthy.
Well, and I'll just be honest with you. Like you have a superpower that I can never compete with on the phones, and that's that you're a woman. I mean, my partner being a female, there are times where she gets on the phone and, like you said, being empathetic, like there's a level of empathy that I cannot match that she has, and people will open up to her, and that she is able to solve certain people's problems that I can't. I'll give a good example of this. There's a gentleman in Wichita, Kansas that's selling us a property today. I talked to him. He says, yes, I want to sell. I'm like, okay, how much are you looking to get for it? 40. Okay, well, what can you tell me about the property? Well, you need to do your own due diligence. I'm like, okay, well, you came to me and I don't know anything about the property, and the whole conversation kind of went like that, right? Just kind of very aggressive. So I actually ended up sending him a contract for $38,000. Cassie calls 2-3 days later to follow up with him. She's on the phone for 45 minutes and they are best friends, and he opens up about everything. And I had told her about it. I said, this man doesn't talk. I'm usually pretty good about getting. He's over here. I could not believe she told me that was him when she got off the phone. She regularly can do that. And so that in and of itself is just a superpower that you naturally have, that, like you said, reading people and really getting to understand how to look at deals. Those are the two things that people struggle with the most. Everything else is like, it's very simple and basic. Like, this is not a complicated business. I laugh about it all the time. I tell people, I'm like, this is literally one of the most simple businesses. The math is simple. It's not complicated. Like when you ask me, like, what can I offer? Well, I mean, I pretty much just took 335 and multiplied it by 75% and said, okay, I could give you 250. Like, this isn't like next level math. That's just me saying, okay, that's me taking into account 6% for realtor commissions, 1% for closing costs. I'm going to need to take into account some holding costs. That leaves me about roughly 12 to 15% profit if I take this house and don't do anything to it and sell it. Right. Which is about bare minimum of what people would want to get for an investment. So from that perspective, it's pretty simple if you understand how to just do basic math and have conversations with people and not make them upset with you. Or, like you said, make them feel like they're shady, like you felt with that other person, where it's like, what's going on here? Like, I'm not accepting anything. You're going to have to come out here. You're going to have to walk this property. I'm going to need to see somebody. I need to be represented. That's, if you can make people not feel like that because you're doing the right thing, then yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit for you.
So what would be next?
You get on a plane and you come to my office on June 9th and 10th. And we're going to have probably, 25, 30 people here at our office. And we're going to show you everything that we got. It's called the Titanium Crucible. Very, very intimate experience. It's at our office. You get to meet our entire team. We eat breakfast, lunch together. I take you axe throwing on Friday night. So,
I like axe throwing.
Well, I'm just going to let you know I'm a Viking and I never lose. So yeah, I mean,
give me a small axe. I'm pretty good at throwing.
Well, they are. They're the small little hatchets. So it's a lot of fun.
My comes out. That's what it is.
So what we charge for that is we're charging $3,000 for that. And what you get for that is the 2 days. You get the breakfast, lunch, the axe throwing. We give you some other little goodies along the way. We got to keep those a secret until you get here. But we're going to show you everything that we do from a lead generation standpoint, what we do with those leads, all the systems that we're using. And then afterwards, we go into, here's the calculators that we use. Here's how we're underwriting deals. I go into pretty in-depth detail of like specific calls that I've had with people that I've recorded where it's like, okay, here you go. Here's me talking to the seller right here. This is what's going on. This is where my brain goes, and this is what should automatically trigger you to do this. And then this is your next step. And then moving on, after you get the contract, if you want to wholesale it, we come from a perspective of everything is wholesale, but that's not always the case. I mean, because I'm going to go into what does our end buyer need if they want to be a landlord? What does our end buyer need if they're going to flip the house? Vice versa. So it's coming from a perspective of we're wholesaling it to the landlord, but if you want to be the landlord, you're still getting that education as well.
So I think so if I want to work with you directly, I still have to pay my $3,000 if I'm part of your team. Is that how you normally do it?
You want, well, here's the deal. If you want to work with me, the only problem with that is we don't work with people remotely. You got to be here. I gotta be able to see you, and
even not by Zoom, huh? Because you can see me.
Yeah, the problem is we've had just real bad problems with that in the past. Like when we first started, everybody was remote. And it just really what it breeds is like contentment between like everybody. There's like this level of like, I don't know what you're working on. They don't know what we're working on. And if I had to say one of my biggest faults is like, I want you here. I want you here in the office. It's funny. My bookkeeper, I just had this conversation with her this morning. I said, this summer the kids are out. Normally she doesn't come to the office on Mondays and Wednesdays. And I'm like, I'm going to need you to come in on Mondays. Like, she's like, can't you just like call me or Zoom? Or I'm like, no, like because here's the thing, when I like to move fast and if I need something, it is literally like, Kristen, come on right now. Let's do it, and like, that's kind of the atmosphere around here. It's just like we move and shake. So
where are you located?
Fort Worth, Texas.
What city again? I can hear you.
Fort Worth.
Fort Worth, Texas. Okay. Well, not ready to move to Texas yet.
Hey,
I have to talk about it.
I was going to tell you, you were talking about some of the best real estate markets out there. You want to talk about some appreciation. What we've received over the past decade has been unbelievable. I mean, we have properties that we bought 2015, 2016 that have almost tripled in value.
So if I ever decided to move to Fort Worth,
right?
What would that look? Not seriously, I'm not sure where I'm going to land the next couple of years. I'm not sure if I'll stay in the Carolinas. In Texas, it's been between Texas, Florida, and Kentucky were the three that I was looking at.
I mean, if you wanted to move here, I would totally be open to have a conversation about you joining the team. Okay. Obviously Cassie would have to talk to you and see if that'd be a good fit, and obviously see where we are as far as the team goes. We've got a real tight knit group right now. Probably my most favorite like team that I've ever had is what I have right now, and the best part about it is we just took a bunch of young, dumbasses and we turned them into great warriors for us. I mean, legitimately, they knew next to nothing. I don't even know how Justin was able to put his pants on prior to working here. No, he can hear me. That's why I'm saying that. No, but I mean, we've got a great team, and I would want to see where we were when the time came to say, hey, are we looking to add somebody to it? But we're always looking to add somebody to it if it's a good fit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so my thing is, okay, I hear you, and that's great, but I know your philosophy behind remote, but just give it a thought. So, I'm an educator, I'm well-spoken, I'm able to connect with people by phone, I do pretty well on Zoom, I speak to people for a living as a practitioner, and I have experience in investing. So you might not want to just say a hard no.
That's true. That's true. All right, let me ask you this: what's your time availability?
I'm pretty flexible right now. What are you looking for? Like, I mean, I do have commitments on Wednesdays and like Monday morning, but right now I can kind of work around all that. So I have a good chunk of time during the week, and definitely on Saturday evening and part of Sunday that I have flex time.
So for us, we're from like 9 a.m. Central to about 6 to 7 p.m., depending on what's going on. You know, like those hours from like 5 to 7 are kind of like the power hours where there's, you know, people getting off of work and stuff like that. You know, we're pretty much, we're hardcore on the phones talking to people. And then also the disposition side of things, which is talking to the buyers, right? Selling the wholesale properties. It's I mean, like I said, we do pretty significant volume, and so it's a whirlwind, and so that's why it's like having someone here. Like I can see Cassie right now. She's having a meeting with Garrett and Patrick and Justin about deals. And like that's where it would be like we would have to figure out something there. And we've tried in the past. That's why I say no. It's almost not a no to you, it's a no to me. Like I think quite frankly, we just suck not having people here.
So who was right now you told me you hired a bunch of young people who knew nothing.
But now they know everything.
Well, I know, I'm not putting that part down, but I'm saying you did it remotely. Were there a bunch of young, great people? Like, why do you feel like it didn't work? I mean, I understand what you like, but from their perspective, why didn't it work?
Well, it didn't work because I felt like the communication lacked on a day-to-day basis. You know, we would try to have like the morning meetings. And then also there's a lot of like real live phone conversations where if you're in the same room, you can kind of like overhear the conversation of what's going on. Whereas it's hard to hear that virtually with multiple people. And then there's like the on the job, like in the minute, real time training that we can give in person that just lacks remotely. I mean, me and Cassie are very hands-on. We're very like we want to see the success of everybody here, and I don't think we were able to get that with the remote atmosphere. I also think just like you didn't get the true vibe of being in the building. Like you weren't part of the team, you know, like you were the Lone Ranger in your house on a Zoom, you know, and it's like you're not getting like the camaraderie, you're not getting the jokes and the atmosphere of what goes on here. Like, I mean, dude, it's a freaking blast here. I mean, we
work on the weekends too?
no, not really. I mean, every now and then, you know, we do, but for the most part, no, because we don't need to. We want everybody to go out and rest and recuperate and get ready for the next week.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I thought about this one situation where a person who worked, she did work there originally, and then she left to work remotely, and they were able to still keep that connection. I hear you, and I think it's all very valid. I still say, I don't know, so maybe worth a shot, even if it's just I'm calling leads, because I used to do sales calls for, at one point in time, I would go to hundreds of people, getting them to these motor fairs. I hate the whole motor thing, engine thing, whatever. But I talk to these engineers left and right and get them to come out to these motor fairs, flying turkey, just calling. And so that is another strength that I have. I just offer a lot of strength sets, and I have passion, and I'm persistent, as you see. So I don't know.
You really are. You're kind of selling me. I feel sold over here. I thought I was going to sell you something, and now I'm gaining someone on my team. This is a new one.
I just want to do it. You just seem like the right person. I don't know. I've been trying to buy my property for the last 2-3 years, and no one's got enough talk time like you have. I believe it, but I think it's because I think you're very passionate, and I hear your concern for people. It doesn't sound like just a money grab. If I'm going to align myself with someone in this type of industry where I feel like it really can grow to be something, I could be walking across stages doing your seminars. Because I have marketing sales background. I do seminars and workshops for a living right now.
Right.
I am cute, so I could definitely be on the stage for you.
Here's what I'm going to say. The reason why it's not a money grab is because the money is inevitable. Like, we're going to make money because we know what we're doing. So I don't need to go out and try to manufacture deals. I don't need to try to steal people's houses. I don't need to do all of that. And if everyone on my team has the same mentality and agrees with that, that's where we go to another level. And I think that's what I really love is we have that team finally. Like, Cassie and I have been working towards this moment to have this team, and I love the fact that everybody here is under the same impression. Like, the conversations that we have with people is different than what other people have. And I love that because I'm like, I don't care what other people say. I don't care what other people do. Like, there will be other investors that say, why didn't you try to buy this house sub 2? Why didn't you try to get that under seller finance? Because we understand what we're trying to accomplish, and it starts with, how do I solve your problem?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if I solve your problem, and then I work reverse from there, it all works out in the end. And it always starts there because that's how you end up with going, it's amazing. I'll have people ask me, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? I don't know. Why have you not ever sent out 53 contracts in 15 days? Who should be asking why you didn't do what, I think I'm in a position where I think I understand what I'm doing. So here's what I'll say. If you are willing to come here to the Crucible on June 9th and 10th, I will allow that to be your job interview.
Okay, so 2 things. I have to check with my full-time job because I know there was a week that she had locked down. I got to make sure that wouldn't be the week.
Okay.
B, I'm going through a divorce, so $3,000 I don't have right now. And if it's an interview, I'm hoping I wouldn't have to pay for my interview, especially if I'm paying for a flight out there, hotel, and everything else.
Agreed. I didn't say that correctly. I will allow you to come to the Crucible for free as your interview because you have to fly here and do all that stuff. Because here's the other thing. The Crucible is step 1 of training. All of our employees start by attending the Crucible.
My schedule, but just because I'm interested, as you can hear. But if my schedule is already booked for that time frame, which I'm hoping it's not, but I know it is a week in June.
Right.
When is your next Crucible?
We don't know. So what I will do there is if you can't make on June 9th and 10th, then we'll figure something else out. We'll figure something out because I like you, and everything starts with a cool story. Everyone loves a cool story. Remember how I talked about Justin?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you Justin's story. It's one of my favorite stories to tell. So I go to an event, and when I showed up at the event, one of the speakers, his name was Ryan Pineda. I had Ryan Pineda on my podcast about 4 years ago, before he became the Ryan Pineda he is now. Now he's got like hundreds of thousands of followers on YouTube and Instagram and all kinds of stuff. So I go backstage and I meet him, and we shake hands, and then he's like, okay, I got to go out and I got to like meet everybody. So we're walking out, and as soon as he walks around the corner, everybody starts freaking out and like circles around him. And, you know, I'm like, okay, I got to go use the restroom. So I keep walking. Well, there was a guy who had just attended the Crucible around the corner, and he had had a few too many drinks at this point. And he goes, that's the motherfucker right there. This is the one everybody needs to be circling around. And he grabs me and he brings me over. And he's like, fuck Ryan Pineda. This is RJ Bates. This is who everybody needs to be talking to. And now I'm kind of embarrassed because Ryan's like 10 feet away from me. And I'm like, okay, all right. We don't need to fuck Ryan. Like, just let everybody calm down. And so I start talking to him, and he's like, tell him what you do. And so I started talking. And so I see Justin standing over in the corner. I never met him before. And he's, at the time, 19 years old. He's got the Justin Timberlake curly hair up top, and he's got the George Michael little cross ring coming out of his ear, okay? Little adorable, confused little kid. And so I look at him, and I go, what are you here for? And he's like, I don't know anything about real estate. I just, you know, I saw the event was coming up, and I thought I'd come. You know, I do like some Forex trading or something like that. I was like, okay. I was like, so you want to learn real estate, right? And he's like, yep. And now I was feeling it because there's like 15 people circled around. And so I decided I was going to create a cool story. So what I said was, you want to learn real estate? You can come work for me. He goes, what? I said, you can come work for me right now. I said, here's my phone number. Take it down. I gave him my cell phone number. I said, you call me tomorrow, then you're going to come to my office, and we're going to have a sit-down interview, and I'm going to hire you, and you're going to work for my company, all right? He goes, okay. And the last thing I said to him I said, whatever you do, don't be a little punk-ass bitch and not call me tomorrow, because I'll see you at these future events, and I will tell everybody, don't do business with this kid because he's a little punk-ass bitch. And I walked away. Sure enough, he called me the next day, drove all the way here, and for the first week, I made him do nothing but clean the office. And he every day he was like, it was like Karate Kid. He was like, are you just going to make me sweep and clean the bathrooms and stuff? And so eventually he attended a Crucible. He learned stuff. And the first day he sat down, he got 2 contracts that first day. And he's worked with us ever since. Now he's one of the top players on our team. And I love him to death. So everything always starts with a cool story. And so this would be a cool story. Like I called you to buy your house, and eventually you convinced me to bring you on my team. So
that sounds fabulous. I really like that story. But no, both stories will be terrific.
Yes.
So okay, RJ, it has been a pleasure talking to you. This is your number, the 817-710-8689.
That's the office number. Why don't I give you my cell phone number so you can text me or whatever you need to do. It's 817 915 6860.
Great. And then what's the address to the office so I can start looking for stuff around there, places to stay and stuff if I'm able to make it?
It's 9307 Boat Club Road. So that's 3 or 4 different words there.
Okay, Boat Club Road.
And it's in Fort Worth, Texas, 76179.
Okay. What time does the Crucible start?
8:30.
Oh, that. Okay, great. Well, I'm going to do some research. I'll see what I can do with my calendar, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. That was one hell of an impromptu job interview. Didn't see that coming. Bang, bang. We're closed. There we go. That's good news. So that was interesting. I mean, obviously we've got 2 vacant lot leads that we need to take a look at, but man, want to talk about persistent. Yeah, put her on the phones. That was an interesting call. How do you handle leads that are looking to sell closer to market value and they don't display a real motivation to sell to an investor? Do you move to dead lead status and stop all follow-up? Yeah, I mean, in y'all's situation, I mean, especially because you're realtors, you could totally try to do a realtor referral. But like I said earlier about this, I feel like you're just chasing like a real small check. So I don't like to do that. I mean, realistically, Randy, like I said, on that call right there with her, I mean, that's exactly what she was. I mean, she even had a little bit of motivation, but the best solution is for her to list with a realtor. The property is not distressed. She doesn't need to sell fast. So why don't you go ahead and list with a realtor? And yeah, just maybe, because I continued the conversation, we did get the 2 leads on the lots. And then maybe even potentially having somebody on my team. So there's always an importance to continue the conversation to a certain degree. But realistically, I mean, especially with these inbound leads, you're going to get the full retails. That's an inevitable part of what we're doing there. All right, Miss Cassandra, are you good to be brought on? She needs to stand up. Give her just a second. Ready?
Bam.
So did you catch any of that lengthy conversation I just had there?
I did not.
The young lady is going through a divorce. She had a property that she was looking to sell. I pretty much told her she needs to just hire a realtor. Then through continued conversation, she did say she has a couple of vacant lots that she'd be open to getting an offer on. So talked to her about that. Then she wanted to know, well, what is it that you do? Because I mentioned about educating real estate investors. And then that led to eventually she said, I want to work for you.
What?
And she is, and she's smart. She's good. So I told her, I was like, all right. She convinced me. I said, here's what I'll do. If you can get here June 9th and 10th, I'll let you come to the Crucible for free, and we'll let it be like a job interview. I told her we have a beautiful team right now, and we're not necessarily looking to add, and Cassie's probably going to kill me, but I'm at least open to having you come out here. At least we get to meet you in person and see if you'd be a good fit or not. I think everyone on here can agree that was a pretty epic conversation, as you can see in the comments there. So I'll let you you get to it. Are you gonna comp Randy and Lisa's property for them?
One moment.
Oh, typos. I had to
closer.
he meant closer. He put it below it. Typos can be funny sometimes. She was a loser for sure. She was definitely a closer. She wouldn't let me off the phone, Cassie. I was like, no, we don't do remote. No. She's like, you haven't done remote with me.
I've had some of the best. I'm just gonna let everybody on here know. And is she watching this?
No.
Okay.
She might be now. She probably Googled my name.
Well, here's the deal. I've had a lot of people say that. That doesn't mean we're set up for remote, and most people, like, honestly, what we can offer them and manage while doing this remotely, like
I
we
said
have our
all of this
VAs
to her.
too.
I said all of this to her. She's willing to potentially move to Fort Worth here. She's literally that serious.
I mean, yeah, I will talk to her. I don't want to give people the impression that, like, here's the thing. Like, if somebody really wants it bad enough, like, I'm not going to try to make people. I thought you were going to allow me to share my screen.
I will, but you share your screen.
I'm working on it.
I don't want to be.
Don't be yourself. That's super important not to do. All right. So my whole situation, just so you guys are aware, with like the remote closers situation, we have never successfully made that work. Like, it creates an entirely different branch in our company that we are not set up for. And I just don't find that to be very likely. And I mean, granted, she could move here, but again, like, I'm not asking people to go through all of that to work for us and making promises that I can't keep. You know, we've got a few people that want to come work for us, but realistically, until I have certain things in place, I don't have time to be training people. So, you know, like, we would have to set like very clear timelines, dates, intentions, etc. And, you know, I am really, really happy with our team as they sit right now. So it would have to be a certain level of something. I don't know what that is. It doesn't mean like I could, sorry, I'm not actually trying to show y'all all my life over here. Now, that doesn't mean I couldn't hire for a different role, but it's like people always want to join the sales team and learn how to do what we do. And I'm like, that's not a light undertaking. I know a lot of people in our industry treat it like it is, but you know, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. And my team here is just like chef's kiss. Hiring somebody, if you aren't realistic about that, like, hiring somebody actually throws in a big adjustment. Hiring multiple people throws in a big adjustment. Anybody who says otherwise, all right, Randy and Lisa, you with me? Are these from Lead Zolo? Well, a lot of our leads are from Lead Zolo. Moby the Whale. A lot of our leads are from Lead Zolo. I'm just running comps, gonna run some numbers on this deal. So this property needs Floorings, bathrooms, and kitchen need remodeling. Interior paint estimated $60,000. Definitely gonna think it needs more than 60,000. Probably more like 70 plus. All right. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying not to cross over to like this like wooded area into this like more congested neighborhood, because these are like potentially a different type of neighborhood. I'm trying to keep, see how it's like geographically divided, even though it might not be a road. I think that that's important. So I'm just looking at that. So trust but verify. So I'm kind of liking, all right, you put it at probably completely remodeled, just a quick version of that. 230 to 240 is pretty not good. If it needs new flooring, bathrooms, kitchen, interior remodeling, interior paint, estimated 60 grand. Yeah, I don't really like, that's a cosmetic flip, you know? So I don't think that 60 is gonna cut it, basically, is what I'm saying. If they went 230 to 240, say a buyer bought this for 240, they're only going to make $27,000 to redo a $70,000 remodel. That's like not going to work, in my opinion. Like, as a buyer, I'm not going to purchase that. And that's why I told you the other day in the live that this profit percentage isn't always that relevant. The return on your investment, like with your all-in number or the rehab budget, like risk versus reward type of thing. If I bought this at 200,000 as a buyer, I would do that. So it kind of tells you where you need to be. My hard money lender will do a loan like this. You could put in that there, and that's kind of where you would need to be with your MAO. So you maybe could do this for 215 and wholesale it. No, your buyer would need to be at 205. No, that's right, 215, sorry. Yeah, they could probably get a hard money loan and do it like this. And you could probably sell it, but yeah, that's pretty far off for it's pretty far off for a fix and flip there for me at 240. Alrighty, so bring my handy little phone over here. Got back to where I could see the notes. It's a no for Cassie. Yeah, that's a no for me at 230, 240. It's a yes for me around the 200 mark, 205. Follower, shower. Forward shower. Alrighty. That's what I came up with as well, about 200,000 offer. Well, there you go, boss man. I mean, you could get away with 205. I don't 100% know where this is. I can look that up. Wetumpka. Let me look up and see how many peeps we got there. No need to tiptoe, Joshy boy. Okay, so filter. Might take a minute. For whatever reason, it always is slow, like whenever we're live or 116, so it must not be far from something. Wetumpka. Ooh, what a cute little bridge. Oh yeah, it's not far outside of Montgomery, it looks like. I've actually liked Montgomery as a market, if I'm being real. In the past, I've actually liked Montgomery. So, with that being said, my loves, we are still working on. I'm gonna let RJ know, like, I'm about to be approving enough JV deals this today that we're gonna potentially just hit our mark based on just that alone. I don't think that he realizes that a couple of those got moved over, and I think our KPIs were off. Y'all have to bear with me. Like he said, we've had a rough day. I was playing a lot of catch up and in a lot of pain yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do we understand? This has got to be Zach. I knew it. Move. Leads Boa Wood. Move.
I just heard it about you. Huh? I can't hear it. I didn't hear that.
Just going through some of these, see what I can call. I'm going to call this one in Detroit. Wow.
And Detroit town, that's good, but nation, I don't know if we've ever been to some.
She said she hasn't been there in. This is like a $2,000 poop box. Oh, it's fire damaged as all get out. And was listed in 2020. She has the asking price is $20,000. Condition basically needs work. Am I on the wrong? Oh, I kind of want to call this lady just to call her out. What do y'all say? Let me know if y'all can hear it, okay?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Does anybody know why Cassie's muted?
I must have accidentally clicked it because I wasn't muted on my mic. I just totally answered Moby the Whale's question, though. I don't know how long I was muted.
You have not had sound for quite a while there.
Well, balls.
Indeed.
Y'all heard the last call I made, though, right?
No.
Y'all heard the call that I just made to Francis or whatever her name was, right? Y'all did not hear me call Francis? What in the world? Y'all didn't say anything sooner?
That was riveting. All right, I'm gonna take over because I got to go at 1:15, so I got about an hour and 15 minutes.
Cool, man.
I'll see you in a little bit. All right, let me call some people. Let's buy a house, not get an employee. Hi, is Karina there?
Yes, and then?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Via Santana Road.
Okay.
You entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Is that correct?
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
You want to get wet? Give me 1 second. I'm going to check my web registrator. Give me 1 second. Please go out.
Okay.
Okay, so do you already have a code for it?
No, I don't know much about the property. Is it a mobile home?
Yes, it's in a permanent condition.
Okay. Does it come with land or are you renting the land?
No, it's to the line included.
Okay. How much land comes with it?
I believe it's around 10,000 feet.
Okay. And how much were you looking to get for it?
I need like around 10 for 20.
Okay. What year is the mobile home?
1985.
Okay. And what kind of condition is the mobile home in?
It's very good condition.
Okay. How long have you owned it?
7 months. Like, I got it in October, November, December, January, March, April, Mayo. Yeah, 8 months.
Okay. Give me just a few minutes here. I'm just trying to pull up some information on it. What's got you looking to sell?
What happened? Sorry?
I said, what's got you looking to sell?
What's the reason I'm selling it?
Yes.
Oh, because I want to buy another house. I want to get like something with a bigger land. Because we already have we wanted to have like chickens, things like that. So, and we're also trying to look for the area that we need. Most of them are like mobile homes, same thing, but hopefully we can get like the single family house. But we're looking for something bigger. Bigger land. I think we wanted to get like a 1 acre area. That's the reason we're selling it, because I want to buy something bigger.
I see. Well, taking a look at it, I mean, like there's a house that's 2,000 square feet built in 2004 on your street that sold for $475 back in March. There's a house built in 2004, 2,000 square feet, sold for $455. I don't think that first and foremost, we won't really buy mobile homes. And then also just, I think that price of $410 is a little bit high in comparison to like some of the other properties that have sold around there. You know, I mean, if I can buy an actual house, for $455, I don't think that we would be able to get to $410 for a mobile home.
So you won't give us for that?
Well, like I said, we don't really buy mobile homes, especially ones built in the 80s. That's just not really like what we do. Realistically, maybe your best option is to call somebody that's local that buys mobile homes or hire a realtor or something like that.
I have a realtor, I have brokers, so I just want to know
you guys were able to do a better than them, but now you say no? Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
$400,000 mobile home? No, thank you.
Hello,
Hello, is Osvaldo there?
is this him?
Hey, Osvaldo, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Wilder Road. How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. So you entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Are you still looking to sell that property?
My wife, I wanted to check on it.
Gotcha. How much are you guys looking to get for that?
Right now I'm at work, so is there a way I can call you back tomorrow in the morning?
Sure. Yeah. This is my office line, so feel free to call me anytime.
Okay, I'll call you in the morning tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Please leave your message for 40777.
Hi, Caesar. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Temple Circle. You entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, is James there?
Yeah.
Hey, James, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on West 5th that you entered on my website. Are you still looking to sell that property?
Well, I would like to.
All right. How much would you like to sell it for?
What's that?
How much would you like to sell it for?
Well, what I want and what I get are always two different things. I wouldn't mind paying 120 out of it.
All right. Tell me a little bit about the property and what's going on with it.
Well, it's got a brand new roof. Well, it's 2 years old now. New siding. I've done a bunch of replacement of wood. When we did the siding, we replaced all the rotten wood. Even with damage done. Got new electrical. Well, within the last 5 years. New plumbing within the last 5 years. I've got everything that's needed to put an egress window in the basement. I got a bunch of drywall bought that I've got for refinishing the mudroom, stuff like that. It's an old house, built in 52. It needs some work, obviously.
Right.
I mean, it is livable. It's got hardwood floors throughout that are actually in pretty decent shape. They could use a refinish. been repainted. The living room, hallway, dining room. One bedroom has been redone. Second and third bedrooms, I just got faced with all new light fixtures, shit like that. It's hey, most of the hard work. It just needs somebody to go in and do some cosmetic stuff.
Gotcha. And you currently live there, right?
Yeah, we live in a house.
And how quickly are you looking to move?
Well, depends on how quickly you can buy the house. I drive a truck over the road. I do have a mortgage.
What's that about the mortgage?
I do have a mortgage.
Gotcha.
And basically what it boils down to is I need to get enough out of the house to take the mortgage off and have enough money to get relocated down to Florida and take it out.
All right. Well, let me see what I can do here. It's got about the exact same square footage size basement, right?
No, the basement is 1,100 square feet. If you count the unfinished mudroom upstairs, it's the upstairs is close to 1,200. It's got a 46 by 22 shop on it, two-section shop. One's a carport I had added onto the front of my existing garage with a 5-inch thick slab underneath it and a brand new driveway. So any pictures that you pull up online are probably out of date.
Okay.
I do have some older pictures of the house. Just with the cell phone, I could probably send them to you here in a few minutes.
No, this is my desk phone, so you can't text to it, but I've got a pretty good idea of what we're looking at here.
Oh, you're going to do the exploding biscuit? Okay.
Exploding biscuit. What is that?
It's a biscuit that the cheese is melted almost completely off of it. Or pancake. It's a sausage, egg, and pancake with cheese on it.
Oh, dude, that sounds good.
Yeah, except the cheese is all melted out into the package. No longer on the biscuit. I think I'm going to have a glizzy.
All right.
Steve right here. I'm in Loveland, Colorado.
What's your thoughts about that car wash right next to you? Does that ever give you any problems?
No, only when somebody pulls up there and parks and walks over to my house, the guy gets a little aggravated about it. But other than that, I really haven't had any issues with it. He actually was going to buy the house one time, and he ended up buying out his partner's car wash, so he was unable to buy the house, and his offer was actually $120,000.
Was it?
Yeah, he wanted the property to expand the car wash. So, with that being said, the guy bought the house and sat on it for a little while. The guy next door may buy it. I just don't have time to wait on it. I've got places to go, things to do, beaches to conquer.
I feel you there. I think I'm going to be a little bit less than 120, though. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to get there.
Tell me where you're at, and I'll tell you whether I'm insulted or not.
Well, I don't want to insult you. That's not what I intend to do. You know, it's just about what I'm seeing in the area, and then what I could do with it as far as either fixing it up to resell it or to keep it as a rental property.
2 resales, this thing and glazing.
Cash offer, no realtors. I cover the closing. Probably gonna be about 85,000.
Yeah, go ahead. 85,000. Can you meet me at 91? And I'll throw in all the materials I already own. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
No, this is a no nonsense. We make a deal, you bring me a check for cash or dollar amount, and then, will you give me about 30 days to move out of it?
Yeah, because we go, we'll close through a title company. And so, that the title company would pay off the mortgage and then cut you a difference for the proceeds. And we could close in 30 days. We can do that. Here's what I'll say about 91,000. I am about 80% sure I can make that work. But obviously we're going to come out, we're going to walk the property and just verify, that we can make it work at that number. So what I can do is I'll send over a contract for the 91,000, closing date 30 days. And then probably sometime early next week, if you're there, we'll come out and we'll walk the property to verify the condition. Does that work for you?
I won't be home again until after the end of the month.
Until June 1st, you won't be back?
Yeah, anywhere between June 1st and 5th.
I got you.
I'll be home.
Is there anybody there or any way that we could see the property?
My wife is there, but she's from Kentucky.
I mean, we're talking about like a 15-minute walk through. That's all we need.
Yeah. Let me call and talk to her. I know I had an offer from another company at, I think it was 94,000, but they were guessing.
Right. Well, like I said, I can send you over the contract for the 91,000. I got your email as you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I guess I lost signal.
Okay, what's a good email for you? I got you. Okay, well, like I said, I'll send over the contract. You talk to your wife, see what you guys want to do there. Regardless, if we need to wait until early June when you get back, we can make that work too. I mean, that's not that big of a deal, but I mean, it's really not a intrusive thing. It's just come through and just walk through the house and just verify what's going on, snap a couple of pictures just so we can have record of what it is that we're buying, you know, and then we make our plans on what we're going to do after you guys move out.
Okay. Now that's the only walkthrough you'll need to do. I know because the last guy I was talking to wanted to do like 5 or 6 walkthroughs and then wanted me to sign a power of attorney over, and I'm like, yeah, red flag. No, we're not doing that.
No, we ain't doing none of that mess. No, this is. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's the only one we're gonna want to do. I mean, we're probably gonna want to do another one right before we close, just to make sure you didn't, burn the sucker down. Just making sure whatever we're buying is still there. But
that's always an option because the damn thing's insured for like $250,000 or $300,000.
that give you a hell of a time on some beaches.
No, I know, right? No, I'm just kidding. Now I know. Here's what I've been told from the point of view of an investor, that once you put the egress window in, it becomes the only house on the block with a certifiable living space in the basement. And the house next door to me sold about a year ago for $183,000. It has a finished basement, but it doesn't have any certified living space. So any of the living space in the basement is all bonus space. Okay, so I do have the wheel well, the window, the 2x12s, etc. To put the window in. I actually had the hole dug once upon a time and could not get together with anybody to come over and cut the hole in the foundation so I could put the window in.
Oh, jeez.
That's good. And then when I did the carport, which was about the time that this wonderful virus kicked off, we're not going to mention any names. We all know what it is. Anyhow, so at that point in time, I was in the process of putting in the patio or the slab for the carport, which is 22 by 22 enclosed with an 8x7 door I think it's a 10 by 7 door and an 8x8 door. And then I widened the driveway out to a 2 full car driveway that goes down to a 1 car approach, because my property does not have a city easement across the front of it or right of way. So, except for the curb. And if I wanted to cut the curb, then I could pull a permit. If I didn't want to cut the curb, then I could do the driveway without pulling a permit. Does that make sense?
It does.
And then also at the same time, I replaced the main water line from the meter to the hot water heater. And then it's got all new with the manifold system, hot and cold water plumbing throughout the house. And then I actually just redid the bathroom 4 months ago.
Gotcha. Well, like I said, James, I think it's a good fit for us. Like I said, I'm pretty confident that we can do the 91 and work around your time frame. Like you said, give you about the 30 days and make this a pretty seamless transition for you. Get you off to your beaches.
Basically, all I'm going to do is take the extra money and buy a travel trailer, look it behind my 40-foot Bluebird bus, and we're going to bounce.
What part of the country are you going to go to?
Well, I've been exploring Texas. We really like Florida. Down south, trying to get out of cold weather. And me driving a truck, my job goes anywhere I go.
Right.
I'm buying the truck, so I'm pretty much owner operator.
Have you been to the Texas beaches before?
No, not yet.
Well,
I I will be visiting.
They're not as great as the Florida beaches. I'll leave it at that. We have some beautiful things here in Texas. Beaches is not one of the top things that, I mean, people love Galveston. I mean, and I'm not going to say I haven't had a good time down there, but the Florida beaches are a lot prettier.
I'll tell you one thing I am trying to do is stay away from major coastal cities.
All right.
Just simply because the price of living there is just stupid.
Well, we got some of those here in Texas, and you got some in Florida too. So you can either one of the places you're thinking about, you can find them there.
I've got a company where the reason why we're thinking about Florida is I've got a company there that the company I'm leased to has a dedicated contract with.
Mm-hmm.
That would get me home more often. Right now, I don't have any freight going through where I live.
That makes sense. Well, all right, man. Well, you got any other questions for me?
That contract that you're sending over, will both the wife and I both have to sign it?
Are you both owners of it?
Yes.
Then yes. Do you have a good email for her?
Are you doing like the
Like DocuSign.
DocuSign?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
All righty. Well, I'll send it to you first, and then she'll sign second, and then I'll sign last, and we'll go from there. All right?
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. He's got some pictures of it. I mean, it's a pretty nice little property. Be interesting. Be interesting to see how that goes.
Hello.
Hello, this is RJ Bates. How are you?
Yes, Tippy, how are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. I was just giving you a call to let you know that we sent over the name change addendum to your email.
Okay. When are you gonna send the money?
Well, we're gonna close through the title company.
Okay.
So
Okay.
let's see what
I was searching, I said, I signed this day, and I don't know what is this guy doing. Then I searched, I can all the CEO, the executives, the chairman. I said, it's a big company.
Yeah, so we're gonna close at Detroit Title.
Okay, Detroit Title, that's very good. Look, I have another suggestion for you. I'm a real estate. I buy a lot of properties here. I've been in this since 81 and half. Okay. So if you need an agent here, I could be your agent.
Absolutely. Right.
Then I could buy a lot of property for you. And from the county, Wayne County, Michigan, is going to jump up in a minute. A lot of people left the city in the early 60s and 70s and 80s. So now they're coming back. So it's a big opportunity to buy a land and a property here.
You own other properties, right?
Yes.
I was gonna ask you. I have a property that I'm looking to sell, and I can actually I can owner finance it if you want on Nottingham. Are you familiar with Nottingham?
It's in Michigan?
Yeah, it's in Detroit.
Good. Yeah, good.
In
Following county, I have a real estate, and then I have a notary. I could notarize and certified.
Gotcha.
Or use me as an agent. I went to a portfolio. I put all the names together. I said, this is not technical. I said, I signed a blank paper. I don't know behind this. And you don't receive money. The news is going to call me fool. So I said, but let me check this. So, very authentic when I saw that. And they closed my phone again. Okay, DTE. All right. I can't even go to the mosque this way. Okay, now I'm gonna send you sign that paper again. But change the title that they need money for that, so send me some down payment.
We're gonna open it up with Detroit Title, and then they're gonna pull the title report on it, and then we'll be ready to close.
Very good. That's good. That's very good.
Okay, on this Nottingham property that I have, would you be interested in taking a look at it?
Yes, send me the address.
Yes, I'll send you the address on it. And like I said, I'm willing to either sell it for cash or sell it owner finance. It does need work though. Are you okay with it needing work?
Yes.
Okay.
They are able to fix it. They will buy and fix it. They come from New York.
Yes.
All of our community are a big Muslim community. So they are living from New York.
Gotcha.
We have to kind of hotspot in Minnesota.
I'm gonna have someone on my team send it over to you so that you can see the pictures and the address and all the terms and everything. Okay.
Yes, I want to.
Okay. All right. I'll get that sent over to you here shortly. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Justin, Josh. Tell Keaton to come too. Okay. So our seller on Lawrence that signed yesterday in Detroit for 40. He's interested in buying Nottingham.
Can you not buy and sell deals? Okay.
So what he does, he's Muslim, and so he says he's got a huge part of his community from New York that loves to buy properties in Detroit. So he really liked the fact that we were willing to do seller finance. So he's like, yep, totally get it. Send it over to me. I said, it needs a lot of work. He goes, no, it's good.
Okay. Yep. We're going to call.
So
I'll call him.
So hold on. We need to send him the information for him to look at. He is elderly, and there is a heavy accent. Okay. If he tries to talk to you about Lawrence, he just tried to do the whole, okay, well, I signed, so go ahead and give me my deposit. And I said, okay, well, we're going to send it off to Detroit Title, and we're going to open up title and get the title report. And he goes, oh, okay, Detroit Title, they're good. Okay, sounds good. But, you know, so he's going to try to negotiate things in his favor. Because his first question to me was, yeah, I signed it. Where's the money? And if you go look at his prop stream history, he's done a lot of deals through quick claim deeds. So I think that he has this mindset of like, okay, well, we signed document. Now you give me $40,000 and we're done.
Yeah. No worries. I can work around that.
Yes. So I'm done with him. That's enough for camera and everything. Whoever, take over, sell Nottingham, make sure we don't lose Lawrence in the process.
Oh, no, I've read the Quran. Don't let me.
Oh, Joshy boy, this is why we don't put you in front of the camera.
What? Historical religious text?
Yes, get out of here before you say something that gets us in trouble. All right, where did Junction City come from? So that's a Kansas deal. We actually got a deal in the state on what we're working in. We got Kansas today. That was lead Zolo. So 21 lead Zolos now sent. Hey, Keaton Sherman. Did you send a contract for this property in Junction City, Kansas, and just moved it to the top of the RJQ?
All right.
Send it. Designate the order of signatures to let me sign first, actually. Husband, which is going to be the JD Paints email, and then the wife.
All right.
Okay. Do not send to the email that is from Lead Zolo.
All right.
I'm putting it in the comments. What's up, Keith? We might need to recruit you to help us on this one. No, it said Keith.
Oh.
There's a guy on the live. All right. Looks like we had a casualty today. Looks like we had to terminate Socorro, New Mexico. We kind of saw that one coming. Man, really kind of a sad situation. I guess the gentleman, the actual owner, got diagnosed with cancer, and he made some kind of novation agreement or joint venture agreement with someone from Kansas City, had her move down to New Mexico to live in the property and then do the remodel. And I honestly, I want to show you guys the pictures. There's legitimately things on this that I've never seen before. And so we tried to talk to him about it to get a price, because this is the one where she told me $5,000 worth of work and it's ready. And let me see if I can get these pictures pulled up. Everything that she basically did on the property has to be redone. And so it was kind of really sad that we had to explain to him, like, I know that you spent a lot of money on this, but legitimately there's nothing that we can use here. So let me share my screen so you guys can see the pictures. So this is of the countertops. This is of the floors. I don't quite know what she was doing here with like small pieces of tile and then the long pieces. This is the bathroom. Again, remember, she said $5,000 in work. Just wait for it, because we're getting to the epicness. So she took the flooring here and made cabinets. That is luxury. Oh, and this is the bathroom again. Okay. $5,000 total. Okay. Now, still, I mean, none of this is good, but this isn't the part that blew my mind. So if you can see here, this is the start of what the problems are. This is a piece of plywood. This is the cabinets that she covered with the vinyl plank flooring. The cabinet doors are vinyl plank flooring. I don't know what was happening. I don't know what this is. More vinyl plank on a post. Okay, we're gonna get there. Look at the cabinets, guys. Here it comes. This is the other bathroom. Again, remember, $5,000 total. Where are the damn... Oh, here we go. She took backsplash and made that the cabinets. And then, yes, that is pieces of plywood that she covered with vinyl plank flooring for the cabinetry. And then put backsplash on top of a piece of plywood and said that's a countertop. When we asked her what happened, because she told us that there was only $5,000 worth of work, she said, "Do you want me to write up a bid so I can finish it for you?" And we're like, "No. I mean, we've seen what you have done." I mean, we're not trying to be offensive, but you have literally, like, it would have been better for you to not have done anything on this house. So then we had to call the gentleman that actually owns the house and send him the pictures and like explain what's been done and explain like we can't move forward at the price. And he's just in a spot where it's like he can't afford to sell at the price that we would need it at, because we had buyers that wanted to buy it. So we just a real unfortunate circumstance that we had to terminate that. So we just terminated that. So that would be the third termination that we've had out of the 31. One of the terminations was a JV deal that realistically we only took it on because it was a sub-2 deal in Phoenix. And so because we know so many people in Phoenix, let's just try to put it out in front of them. None of them were willing to put the amount of money out of pocket. So we had to terminate that JV deal. And then we had Chandler, Texas, rehab too much. This one in Socorro, New Mexico, rehab too much. And both sellers just couldn't work with us. So, update for you. So far, I think we've spent like $14,000, $15,000, Eric. It was 13 going into this week, so I don't know how much we spent.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 816527 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Jacqueline, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Standiford. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Can't come to the phone. If you would leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Hey, Alton, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Voyager. You entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. So give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 9176 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Portland, Oregon. You entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hi, is LaToya there?
This is she.
Hey, LaToya, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Riley River Road. How are you?
No, I'm good. How are you?
Good. You had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Are you still looking to sell that property?
I'm an agent. Yeah, I am an agent, so I was listening, for sale by owner type thing, but I just wanted to know what your deal was, what your, how you guys work, because I'm relocating, so.
I got you.
Like, well,
Well, I mean, we're investors, so we're cash or just depending on your situation,
What did you guys think, or like number wise, or what did you need to do to give me a number?
So is it currently listed?
Well, I just put it on the market, but it's for sale by owner. It's
Right.
our agent, so it's like I'm the one who can, so I didn't have to do a commission double.
Right.
So
Well, it's
I can easily work with whoever because I'm the owner.
right.
So,
Well, it's absolutely gorgeous. I'll let you know that.
yeah, it's nice and it's in good condition. It's only 2 years old, but I've accepted a job in Austin.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Fort Worth.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it there. I've got some really good friends there. So yeah.
Dude, is this natural grass? This picture that you took that is like, golly, man.
We get it fertilized a lot. We get it fertilized and cut. That's what I'm like. It's in good. Yeah, everything's in good condition.
Yeah, that picture that you took of the backyard, man.
Yeah, the grass is green.
All right. I mean, so you're an agent. So let's just the reality of it is the only way that I'm gonna buy a $700,000 house is if there's some way that I can make money on it. Which realistically, the only way that I can make money on it is just to resell it, right? So realistically, I mean, if you were to sell to someone like me, it's because you're gonna want to take a pretty steep discount from what you could get by listing.
I want to know what it would be.
So
I know how much I would be losing if I did it.
Yeah, I mean, so you feel pretty confident at the 719 that's like what it's worth, right?
I'm pretty confident that it'll go for 740.
740.
Yeah, the comps are like.
Yeah, I see 748. I see 765. I mean.
Yeah, it would go for 740. I just lowered it to because I'm in a hurry. I'm just like I'm ready.
Right.
I'll see and just see if because I've gotten offers, but they're contingent, upon them selling their house. And me being an agent, they want me to sell their house and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, let me just explore some other things, for about a week and before I start taking these contingencies. So
right. I mean, Are you open to anything creative? Like, I mean, I'm assuming you've got a mortgage on it, right?
Yeah, I do.
So, I mean, there's an opportunity for like sub 2 with some cash, and then you can get more cash when we sell. There's an opportunity for a novation, and then there's the opportunity for just straight cash. I mean, to be honest with you, just not trying to poke you in the eyeballs, but like just straight cash is probably going to be like in the 575 range. I mean, that's a significant amount to just, lose,
No.
Exactly.
My neighbors would kill me on that one.
Well, not really, because it's just going to be turned around and relisted for 740. So, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's just on like a percentage basis. You know what I'm saying? Like 78% of 740.
And then cash later.
So, like, how much do you owe on the mortgage?
Just like 504.
So 504. So like if we took over if we did like sub 2 or we take over the mortgage of 504, it could be like we could decide. You there?
I'm here.
Okay. So like on the sub 2, you're in a hurry just because you need cash to move down to Austin, right?
Basically. I'm needing to, set up where my new job is.
Right.
I was gonna purchase something, but I was going to sell this one because I didn't qualify for both.
Right.
And but then I'm at the point now where I may just have to rent something and pay it up for a year, do something like that.
Is it? Hold on, I got a really cool scenario right now. Oh my God, please work out. Is it Austin? Like Austin?
Yes, Austin.
So I've got a house in.
But
Okay, so I've got a house in Round Rock. That literally is in perfect condition. That I'm going to be selling like next month.
Okay.
Do you want to look it up and see what you think about this property as potentially being a good fit for you to buy?
Yeah. How much are you thinking?
575. So what we could do is we could work around your schedule on like you selling this property, so then you could get approved to buy the new one, and then that way you don't have to you could temporarily rent this from me until you could buy it.
Okay.
All right. Are you by a computer?
I'm in the car now, but you give me the address. I've got my phone. I'll look it up.
Okay. It's 8209 Reggio, Reggio Street in Round Rock.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, LaToya, I want this to be a really cool story. Say that again.
78665?
Yes.
78665?
Yes.
It is. Yes, Round Rock. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let me look it up. And, all right. And let's see what can happen.
So this property was built in 2013. So it's kind of similar to what you have. It's not as elegant. It's not as luxurious,
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a lower price point, $575, which honestly, for what your house is worth in Tennessee, the Austin market, like if you're in Austin proper, that would be like a much lower class house. I'm sure you've noticed that.
Yeah.
But out in Pflugerville, Round Rock area, I mean, you could get a little bit of something like this, So what we could do is, going back to your house there in Tennessee, is we could do a sub 2 where we take over the mortgage. We give you cash for you to get moved, to get down, sell the property, and then we could work out a percent of the deal that we get, and then you get the remaining proceeds. So it's not like we're whacking all of the equity that you have there. We're just kind of putting in a piece of the pie for us for kind of helping you speed up the process. And even more so if this is like a house that you would be interested in buying.
Okay. Let me get your name again.
My name is RJ Bates.
RJ Bates. Okay, and I got your number where you called me from. Let me look this up. and figure out if we could cut a deal. Okay?
Yes.
I'll call you back in about an hour.
Okay, do me a favor. Can I call you back in like 2 hours? Because I've got a meeting that I'm going to be doing. So can I call you back about 3 o'clock?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be waiting on you.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you then.
Thank you.
Bye. Holy shit! That would be so fucking cool. Oh my God. That got my blood pumping. Oh my God. Bro. Bro, that I don't even know what else to say. I'm calling Christy. Should I not? I should not.
The number you.
It's good content.
Hi, this is Christy speaking.
Christy, it's RJ.
Hi, how's it going?
I don't want you to get too excited,
What's up?
but I had to call you because I just got off the phone and I literally cannot believe what came about from this phone conversation. But
Oh my gosh, what happened? What happened? You're getting me all like excited about this.
this beautiful young lady who has an absolutely gorgeous house in Tennessee came to my website just like you, says I want to sell. And so I'm looking at it. She's a realtor. And so she's like, well, I listed it for sale by owner myself. I've entertained some offers, but I've got a new job that I'm taking in Austin, Texas.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm from Fort Worth. And she's like, oh, I love Fort Worth. And so I'm like, so why are you reaching out to me? You're a realtor, you could just sell your house yourself. And she's like, because I got to get to Texas. So I might be willing to sell for a little bit less so I could get down to Austin. And I was going to buy something, but I need the proceeds from this house to buy something. So I might just rent. And I said, are you really working in Austin? And she goes, yeah, I mean, it's Pflugerville. And I was like, so would you be open to living in Round Rock? And she was like, yeah, I mean, maybe. And I was like, so I have a house in Round Rock that I'm going to be selling next month. And she goes, well, send it over to me. So I sent it over and she's like, how much are you going to want for it? And I was like, $575. And she's like, all right, well, let's see if we can work something out here. I'm going to go look at it. Why don't you call me back? So I'm going to call her back here in a couple of hours and see if she wants to buy the property without us having to list, no holding costs, no realtor commissions. This means more money for you, quicker. It's just done.
This is awesome, RJ. Great job, by the way. She might also want to know that I actually just read an article by KXAN, and Round Rock was rated the number 2 place to live in the entire country. Austin went down to number 40. And then I read an article about a month ago, and Round Rock was rated number 1 place to live in the city in the country. So, yeah. Well, hopefully she'll love this house. Do you know what her style is?
Well, I'm looking at, well, I had her property pulled up. I mean, she owns a $700,000+ house in Tennessee, and it was absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Like your house could not get to that level gorgeous, but I think she understands that, because I talked to her about it. I was filling her out because she's a realtor. You know, I'm like, $700,000 in Austin is not going to get you what you got in Tennessee, right? And she's like, yeah.
Exactly. It's probably about $3 million.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looked like. I mean, it was like my first impression. I was like, oh my God, this is a gorgeous house. Like, I want this house. Can I please have your house? You know, so I mean, there could be a really cool deal here that goes down. And I mean, this could be, I mean, what an absolute, I mean, all of your concerns as far as like the holding costs and stuff like that. I mean, that could be just immediately. So I don't know if you're a believer or not, whatever you do, say a prayer or.
I'm Christian, yeah.
There you go. So there you go. So say a prayer that this could be, first and foremost, I really love a cool story. I'm just letting you know, if this goes down this way, I'm driving down to Round Rock, and me, you, and her name's LaToya. We're going to have a little sit-down video about the coolest deal. This would be the coolest deal I've ever done. I mean, I'm just saying that because you were so cool on the sell side, and then she could also be amazing, because what I told her is she can't get approved to buy your house until she sells hers, but she's got to get down there. So what I told her is I could buy her house sub 2, give her cash so she can move down. She could temporarily rent out your property until her house sells, and then she buys it. And so it could eliminate all of the holding costs, because she would essentially be paying the holding costs until her house sells, and then boom, she buys Reggio, and it's over.
Well, that'd be really, really awesome. Great work. I feel like I'm getting really good karma. I spoke with this guy. His name was Israel yesterday, and he was calling me to try to buy my home, and I told him about, you know, our deal and everything, and he was like so happy for me and everything. I was telling him, I think they're probably going to be able to sell it pretty fast and everything, and then you called me today about this. That's really cool.
So here's what you need to do in the future, okay? When those people call you, you say, I've already done a deal with RJ Bates III. I don't know.
You are.
Well, of course.
I already signed a contract with Titanium Investment, and I think he looked at it, oh, I know RJ Bates.
And then you say, yeah, he's the king closer. Of course I signed a contract with him. So
Exactly.
I don't know if you know this or not, but we actually have a competition that someone created, and it's called the Closers Olympics, okay?
Uh-huh.
And it's where they have like 12 of us. We compete. They give us 30 minutes, and we have to call homeowners, and whoever does the best job wins. And we do it live, and it's like a paid competition. And so I won the last one, and so I literally have a cheesy wrestling belt sitting right behind me.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And it's called it says King Closer, RJ Bates III. So that literally people call me the King Closer. It's a little bit pretentious, but I embrace it. I literally, every time I go to a real estate event or anything like that, I wear my fake wrestling belt. So
Good for you. That's definitely something to be proud of. That's awesome.
Right.
I'm not sure if you have a LinkedIn or not, but I mean, that'd be a pretty cool accomplishment to list. Like, not many people can say that. No one else is the king closer, right?
Right. So I'm more of Instagram, TikTok, Facebook kind of guy. I'm not big on the LinkedIn thing, but I'm all over the other stuff. So.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, this is really great news.
It is.
I'm really glad that you called and let me know about it. So thank you. What do you need from from me in terms of if I need to get the
Well,
house considered and like,
when she calls me back, I mean, obviously we had built in 5% for realtor commissions. I'm curious if when she calls back, she's going to say, hey, well, can you cut me a deal on the price? Because there's no realtor commissions, which realistically we should.
yeah.
So if I have your blessing there to kind of lower the price down because we're not going to have those realtor commissions, that's just really one of the things I want to touch base with you. Just kind of have the, I mean, listen, if it's an instantaneous close, I mean, I feel like that's something that we should heavily entertain, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely want to like find out her feedback whenever she calls back. She might want to know or might not know, but I'm leaving the washer and dryer that I have here, as well as like the fridge and everything. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I gotta let you go because I gotta go do a podcast that I do every Thursday. So I'm gonna go win that competition real quick.
What's the podcast?
It's called Pardon the Disruption. You can find it on Real Estate Disruptors channel. So it's a debate podcast where four of us, we have 45 seconds to answer the hottest topics, and then we get points and stuff. So we go live here in about 20 minutes. So I gotta go get ready for it. But hop on there. I'll see you over there.
All right. Thanks, RJ.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Bro, did you hear? Holy shit! It's gonna be the best deal of all time. I just talked to this lady in Tennessee. She's a realtor. She's got this gorgeous house in Tennessee, and I'm talking to her, and she's like, yeah, I've got to sell right now because I've just took a job in Austin. And I'm like, Austin? And she's like,
she's doing Round Rock?
and she's like, no, Pflugerville. And I'm like,
Round Rock?
would you mind living in Round Rock? And she's like, maybe. And I'm like, I've got a house. So I sent over Reggio to her, and she's like, okay. And I was like, so what we could do is buy your house sub 2, give you some cash so you can move down. And then you can list your house, but I just want a piece of that for giving you the time freedom to get out of there and get down to Austin. You could temporarily rent Reggio from us until your house sells. So then you could get approved for Reggio, and then boom, you buy it from us. And she's like, okay, let me look at this and see if we can do a deal here.
Heck yeah.
So we might get a deal in Tennessee. It's a freaking gorgeous house for like $700,000, and she's a realtor, so we don't even need a whole lot from that perspective. It's more about just giving her the cash to get down to Austin to buy our house. Bro, what? Okay, I gotta go do Pardon the Disruption. You guys, Cassie. Maybe. I'm trying to play video and it ain't playing. Maybe it is playing.
I don't think it is.
No, it is. It's so weird when it does that. Dang it. Or maybe not. Shit, I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know. They did mute me. They can hear me.
We'll figure it out.
I don't think it's playing. I think you're good. Yeah, they saw us moving. You're good. No video's playing.
Okay. Video is playing, no audio. Hey. What am I gonna do with this? With this guy? Or can y'all see my face? Let me just pull up my YouTubes. How about we do that? Y'all are also going to see me eat lunch again this week because, well, the things that we do. The things that we do. All right, my friends. Welcome. I am logging into my Google, letting it sync. Ba-bam! Good stuff, Anna. Good. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Son of a biscuit. That is what I meant to do. Okay, so as you guys know, Thursday's Pardon the Disruption. RJ goes, we swap desks. It's kind of a crazy day. We had to order I don't know what to do for him. I do my best, but he got a mayo, so maybe he'll be happy. I am going to eat this sandwich right here on this live, and y'all are not going to hate me for it. And we're going to call some people, and we're going to do some work. It's going to be glorious. What do y'all say? Now, that being said, I'm absolutely willing, and it's a lot easier for me on Thursdays. My fire shirt is on, Fort Worth Fire Department. I'm not on the Fort Worth Fire Department, but my stepbrother is. And I support him. You know, a lot of good firefighters locally, and I'm a big supporter. It's really interesting. It's like a well, you know if you know kind of situation, right? RJ didn't even eat his breakfast. He's going to go out there and end up not eating his lunch too. So, I really wanted a salad for my lunch, but didn't have time to get it here so he could try to eat during a quick break. But he ain't even going to eat it, I bet.
Lakeland, Tennessee, moved that over to top of RJ. That's the one that I just worked.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you going to eat since you're making it a habit of not eating?
I'm going to eat as soon as I'm done. I'll eat this right before.
Question number 2. I approved you.
We approved the Dustin Bagwell because that's the only one that we have assigned JB on.
So you're trying to tell me we have more contracts as of this morning than you were aware of?
Do we have them signed?
We have a Jordan Holt one that I approved, and Patrick's supposed to be getting a JV agreement, but I mean, it's Jordan. Hey.
All right, well then go ahead and.
There's another one too, and I think that JV agreement needs sent out. I'm about to go and approve some more. So we're
The KPI sheet, so I can be surprised when I come out.
the Round Rock deal. Sorry. I don't know why it's not showing the comment. I'm trying to show your comment, buddy, but I'll just read it. Can't post comments to some destinations. I'm eating a sandwich too, based in Corpus Christi. There we go. Just finished listening to the Round Rock phone call and now fast forwarding to here. RJ, I hope that works out for you, bro. The universe will truly align itself in that deal. So what's interesting about that is she did sign. We do have the deal under contract, so it's going to work out. So yeah. Hopefully this most recent deal that he just called on in Tennessee, I'm putting this at the very top of RJ's list. So just so you guys are a little bit aware, I have not fully, I honestly have barely gotten to pay attention to RJ today on live. It feels kind of like he hasn't placed a lot of seller phone calls today. Is that right? I feel like he actually got a contract sent out before this morning. I don't even 100% know. So it's become challenging. I'm just wheeling and dealing today. Sounds great. Jordan, you're still here, buddy? Patrick should be sending that JV deal or JV whatever. They should be posting that and getting it rocking and rolling. So I can do many, many things. I can place phone calls. I can analyze some of these JV deals. I'm going to update a couple of KPIs, I think. I think we're doing... So... I think from the information I got back from Renee yesterday, the JV is heading over to Jordan. There's another one in there. I have to look. Let me pull up on my contracts board. I'm just letting y'all know the KPIs are a little skewed if you count our JV deals. Because we only have 4 JV deals on there, right? So we have Dustin's, and he said he counted that one.
Yeah, so you're getting a call transfer to you right now.
Okay. We've got one in Decatur, Georgia. Hello, Cassie.
Kathy, this is Obi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Somebody called me earlier, but I was in the middle of work.
Okay.
I couldn't read for questions. Calling back, reference to the address is 611 Wilder Road. My wife would like to see how much it. Wilder Road in Western Georgia.
All right, I'm getting that pulled up. All right, so all I have on here is that you're looking to sell the property in 1 to 2 months without an agent involved. So tell me a little bit about what you have going on in the property. Is it tenant or owner occupied?
Yeah, we're leaving it.
Okay. So owner occupied. And what has you guys looking to move?
It all depends on what we sell. Right now, we have an apartment that we can move there as soon as we sell it. Because I get a promotion in like an hour and a half from where the property is.
Uh-huh.
It was too far away for me to be driving back and forth, so I rented up here. When we sell, I can move out.
Perfect. Okay, let me just pull up some information on the property to verify with you. Bear with me as I'm getting everything pulled up. It's so funny. I was actually just looking at a property not too far from here when you called. Let's see. So you guys bought this in 2021?
No, we bought it in, yes.
Okay.
In year of, 2021, September.
I'm going to look and see if I can find some of the photos from that listing, if you'll bear with me. And pull up some comps. Right now, I'm not seeing it. Is this a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1456 square feet?
It's 2 bedroom, 2 bath and a half, and the square footage is what you said.
Okay. You said it's 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom?
2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms.
There's an area like a bonus room that you can convert into a 3rd bedroom.
Okay. I'm not able. Okay, it says 2 or 3 bedrooms. You must have a closet in there. 4.87 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. I wish I could pull up those photos, but I don't see them so far from when it was listed. I'll try a couple more things. So, do you guys know what you're looking to get for the property?
We'd like to get from 260, negotiable.
Okay. I'm just going to be honest with you. I want to explain this as delicately as I can. I don't think that your property is going to be worth that much if it was listed on the MLS. And we're, investors, so I have to look at how I'm going to make money. And just for me, I would make negative money if I bought it for that. So what is your reason you don't want to list it with an agent?
Yes, sir.
Yes, how are you?
This is my wife.
Hello.
We want to sell it and we don't want to pay the fee for the realtor. And we had sold before, sold 2 properties before with investors, and we did it right. So
unless you've added square footage that I can't see here. Closing want to pay realtors, but as an investor, how am I supposed to make money on this? If I rent it out, I can only get $1,200, $1,300 a month in rent, you know, and my mortgage payment will be more than that.
What do you mean?
Market value price when I'm paying for class, like you don't want to pay realtors. Like an investor is not going to invest in something if it doesn't make them money, right?
So what are you thinking about giving you offer?
I'm sorry?
What are you thinking that you can offer them?
Sure, because you don't. Sorry, guys. I think that this should be working, and I didn't screw anything up. The Patrick didn't help. He came in here and said your camera's down. My camera was down. So I hope you guys can see me. Huh?
You did? He said just refresh.
I did. I mean, I'm on here as far as I can see.
Let me go try. Yes, you're doing that. Let me make sure I can do it.
Yeah, I'm back. Thanks, Zach. I don't know what happened. I think it was probably just another one of those things. I need to doing it again.
You're good on mine.
Maybe I need to close some of those crap out. Maybe we're pulling too much on Wi-Fi back here. So, just so y'all know, I'm kind of choppy. I'm breaking up again. That's not exciting. Let me know. We should update it from dial-up. Listen, we have fiber installed and we paid like 30 grand to get it installed. We're just still on Wi-Fi and we're trying to schedule a new network upgrade to a new router so that we can put Ethernet through our desk phones. So right now, I'm waiting for that to be scheduled. I'm waiting for equipment to get in. I mean, we have an excellent, we have like the best money can buy. It's just, we can't connect it. So we have to be on Wi-Fi temporarily. I'm waiting for that to get, in fact, I need to check in on them. Like, yo, when are y'all going to install this stuff, huh? Anyway, I don't know if y'all heard the rest of that call. However, they want full market value. They're asking for an investor to buy it because they don't want to pay a realtor. I could have offered them subject to, but sometimes I'm just going to be real with y'all. I try not to go in and waste time on that. Like, some people might have done that, and maybe you could have convinced them to do subject to. But for me, it had just a lot to do with I didn't think that they would do it, first of all. They literally said, and this is where people don't make sense. We've sold properties to investors before. Well, this property might have like a 240, 250 value. Okay. $1,300 a month rent. They have a lower payment for sure, but when multiple times when they entered on the ad, I want to sell because we don't want to pay a realtor. We want $260,000 for this house. What? You know, I'm like, how are these people going to react when it's like, no, I'm going to make money on this house if I'm going to work on this house or purchase this house. Like, I am an investor. I'm going to have to pay realtors. I'm going to have to pay closing costs. If that's really your only motivation. Now, granted, he said he moved an hour and a half away. Yeah, fiber wasn't here either. We had to have it installed and it was super expensive. And then we haven't even been able to use it correctly. Super annoying, right? Anyhow. I hope I moved that correctly. Okay. Oh, man. I need to do that again. I don't think I did move it correctly. Let's see, Griffin. Yeah, Wilder. Owner occupied. He moved an hour and a half away. They have an apartment. I also feel like, you know, there's like, well, what do you mean? Like, they bought the house for $150,000 like 2 years ago. Not even 2 years ago. Looking up comps, I don't even think it's going to be anywhere close to worth that. They're like, well, what are you willing to offer? Well, way less than you want. And I didn't like the deal. If they had said, we can't keep making 2 payments. If they had said that they didn't want to wait on a realtor to sell it, but honestly, it doesn't feel like that. When somebody's sitting there like, I don't want to pay a realtor. I just want full market value. No, bro. But I'm probably going to move this to dead lead. Even though I kind of should leave it and follow up. I just don't want it. I don't like it. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Getting some open in here. Getting ready to call. That guy had a just low voicemail.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 87087. Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, I'm calling for Thomas. I'm calling about the property there on. I believe you spoke to Angie recently about that, and I was just calling to get some more information. Give me a call back. My phone number is 817-489-5680, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Hello?
Hello, is this Sheila?
Yes.
Hi, Sheila. This is Cassie.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you spoke to Angie recently about this property here, and she put it in my system to follow up and give you a call about it and see if we're a good fit for you.
was telling her that I was still here on the property.
Yes, ma'am.
And for order me to sell the property, I would have to relocate my own self. And she was telling me something about $50,000, but I was telling her it would cost me more than that to relocate. That's what I was telling her.
I don't know why she, maybe she mistaken.
Go ahead.
Maybe that was you speaking to somebody else. I don't. Angie never gives people our numbers. She doesn't work the numbers on the property on our team.
Oh, that could have been, well, 2 or 3 people didn't call here. So
Gotcha.
It might be something else. Okay, so what do you mean with the property? Are you the person that buys property as is? Is that the same?
Well, we are investors and we do buy properties as is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that's what she said, though. So I don't know. But like what I was saying, in order for me to sell you this property, and I don't know how much. I mean, you probably could look it up and see what the price is or whatever. But I would have to have enough to relocate my own self.
Sure, I totally understand that. I actually.
It's not rental property. It's just where I live, and so the price you give me probably would be the price that I want to relocate. That's why I was trying to tell. There's several different people call here, so I don't.
Yeah, sure. I gotcha. So let me ask you just a few questions, and I'll see if I can't help you. I'm very experienced in real estate. We buy and flip properties. We buy and hold as landlords and all kinds of stuff. I own a brokerage. It's not there in Arkansas, but I've got years and years and years of doing this kind of stuff. So I do pride myself on our company's ability to help you kind of put together a scenario that puts you in the best position that you need to see if you're a good fit. So let me see. Do you owe a... Let me make sure that I have this correct. We have the address as... Okay, and then I've got... you on the deed, correct?
Well, yes, but he's no longer with us now.
My condolences, my dear.
He was my husband, so yeah.
I gotcha. I'm sorry to hear about that. Are you owing anything on the property?
Yeah, I have a mortgage. I owe about $20,000.
Okay. I'm gonna make some notes here. So can I ask you, and you don't have to answer some of this if you don't want to, because it's kind of personal information. This first time we've talked. What has you motivated to potentially sell the house and move? Are you looking to, downsize, upsize, relocate? What's going? What has you considering it?
Okay, I hadn't considered anything. It was just the people, you all and the other people started calling me.
Yeah, I feel you.
Trying to tell them, my situation. That's
Sure.
all. I hadn't even thought about selling the property, to tell you the truth. But,
Yeah.
You kept calling me, so I just decided to tell you, what my situation was.
I gotcha. Well, sometimes people will get in our system, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because we had a property very, very close to you that we did. Maybe that's how you ended up getting in our system, Although I will say this, from my records, it only shows that we've reached out to you only the one time. So it might be just other people, maybe because you have a high amount of equity or something to that effect. Long-term ownership. Sometimes, people that do what I do, they'll reach out to people just because, well, let's be honest, they don't teach even traditional retail real estate in school, and most people only deal with a couple of houses in their whole life. And so a lot of times people don't know that there's other solutions out there that might put them in a better position. So
Now, let me ask you this. When you're selling the house, what do you go by the person who's selling it? Do you negotiate a price? Or what do you have certain things you have to go by to make a price? Or
yeah. So what we're typically going after and what we're looking for, and I will kind of tell you what it looks like in multiple scenarios. So I'm going to be looking as a buyer who's an investor at what condition is the property in. So we call that an as-is market value, right? So what is the property worth as-is condition? Then I look at what it would look like if I fixed it all up to the best possible condition, and what would it be worth if I did that, right?
yeah, but okay, let me tell you this. I already know what's going to be the problem with that. It does need work on it.
Okay.
And now, you being a real estate person, I know I can't tell you anything, but you already know what the outcome of it's going to be.
Yeah, I look at comps in both ways, and then I look at how much I could rent for it, because that's another, if I don't fix it up and list it to sell to an owner occupant, I may be able to fix it up and rent it, and it has like a different cost associated with that. So it just depends for me.
You could fix it up. It's going to need some fixing. Definitely going to need that.
Yeah. So sometimes that has people motivated to sell and put themselves in a different position too, because they don't have the means or understanding or, the right people to fix the house up for them,
But I've been doing a little time, but that's me. I'm just a woman, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I tried to get a loan, and I know I was qualified for the loan because the president had it during the COVID issues. So I wasn't able to get the loan. So I just left it alone.
Uh-huh.
I was supposed to get the loan. I was qualified for it, but the two people that I did two companies, and they both turned me down. So I left it alone. But they could tell me anything because, like you say, I never taken a real estate class before. I don't even know the first thing about it.
Right? I mean, most people don't. And that's why I wanted, this is what I do all day, every day, and I help people in all kinds of different situations. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. If they could tell me anything,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
I know they did, but I know it does need fixing. But the way they were saying, like, my goodness,
Yeah.
So I just left it alone. I didn't do it anymore. I just stayed here, because I hadn't even thought about selling. I was just trying to get a second. I got the first one, but that's when I first bought it, though.
Yeah.
And so I tried to get a second one, but they wouldn't let me do it. I guess maybe because I'm just with my income too. That might have been a factor in it,
Gotcha.
I didn't think to do that when my husband was alive. I didn't even think about a second mortgage, which I should have done. But I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what you got to be looking at is like what, doing like a construction type of loan. I don't know what needs to be fixed on it. What I will tell you is, I've got, if I'm just running numbers general for me, I don't know. Let me double check. 1224, let's just say 30. So were you asking for like $50,000 in your pocket in order to move after your mortgage?
Well, 50,000 still would let me move because, see, I'm not sure I could qualify for a loan. By me being my age, I'm retired.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not my age, but by me being retired and my income.
Yeah.
But that's why I was trying to fix it up. I wasn't even thinking about moving, but the lady did give me a little reason to think about that, you know. But in order for me to relocate to another house would be $100,000. I would take less than that. That's the only way I could move. But if I could qualify maybe for a down payment and get the down payment for another property where I could afford, which probably would be as much as I pay now, because I don't even pay that much now.
Right.
Because, see, that's what I'm saying. It would just be really ridiculous for me to move, which I do want to move now since you're talking about it. But what I'm saying, I would have to get enough money to pay the mortgage off and for me to, you know, relocate.
Right, and have a down payment, and yeah.
Well, down payment, either I probably could buy a cash house or anything, you know, but like I said, it's going to be a lot of money. But then, again, it's going to take a lot to fix this up, too. So that's just a mess to me.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is, you know, it's going to take at least $30,000 to remodel the house for me to get it into a condition that I can have like a updated, and I can sell it on the market and everything passes code and inspection and everything like that, right? You know, so
it might be to change, because I moved in this house in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a first mortgage, but it wasn't a home improvement mortgage. It was another type of mortgage. So it wasn't even a home improvement mortgage. I don't know what kind it was, but anyway, right now, whoever moves in here, if you sell it as is, they're gonna have to qualify for some kind, unless you, like you say, you fix it up.
Right. I would have to fix it up in order for me to make money on and invest in the house, right? So I would have to purchase it, completely remodel it, and list it on the market for an owner occupant to move into, you know?
Yeah. That's the only thing, like, it's got a new roof and new appliances and stuff like that. And I had some work done on the pipes, but I don't know what they saw down there when they went in the praise to page 2. They probably telling a story, because I know good and well all that they talking about. You know, people know stuff that I don't know. The real estate people came on here and praised, and I just told them that was okay.
Yeah.
But all of that, the way they were saying and looking sad and stuff, I said, no. I said, just forget it. It's livable now. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's in that storage, I think. The storage is hooked on, you know, closed in garage. I think that's what they was talking about.
Right.
Some other stuff, you know. But it's livable, though, you know.
Well.
So, like you say, I don't know. You say you'd probably take 30,000 or whatever.
No.
But how much? I mean, what do you go by if you're gonna try to buy it? As is, if it is, then that means what?
Well, I mean, here's what I would have to do. I'd have to verify what my repair budget would need to be. I mean, off the cuff numbers, I'm probably looking at offers without, you know, doing my detailed due diligence, right? If I was to fix this house up and then go list it, I would probably be looking at offers ranging from, let me just check one or two more things. I think a best position would be to hold it as a rental, potentially, but let's just say I fix it up and ran that like that. I would think the offers would probably be around 40 to 45,000. And then if the repairs became less and less, I mean, because it's like you said, you have a new roof, so that gives me a little bit of comfortability. There's new appliances. and it's livable, right? So I would just have to go assess, how much my budget would actually be with materials and labor to either go up on that number, if that makes sense. So at the end of the day, if $25,000 in your pocket, you can get a loan on that, or if you might be in a position to do something, I think, a little bit more creative and like get, it's not that you necessarily have to qualify for a mortgage. Now I can talk to a lender. I can refer you to a lender, but I'd have to just kind of talk through him with that. But if it's going to cost you basically the same amount to fix the property up while you live in it, or put money down on a new house, but your payment may go up, you know what I mean, for your monthly payment on your house.
Mm-hmm. But see, that's what I'm talking about. So
yeah,
that's why I just say, well, I'll just stay here until, unless God bless me with enough money to relocate. Because it wouldn't make no sense to me to sell this house and go somewhere and rent. That wouldn't make no sense at all. Because I definitely, when they look at the condition of the house, like if they go by the appraisal, that won't be very much, and then I have to pay the mortgage off too, so that wouldn't be enough for me to relocate. So that's why I never did think about it anymore. I should have thought about that a long time ago, but I never thought about it.
Right. So you're saying $25,000 is not enough for you to relocate?
No, ma'am. $25,000 is not even a lot of money.
No. But
no.
you don't think that you can get a no down payment assistance loan?
If I could, it wouldn't be enough money for this house. And that's probably the appraisal did say $27,000 it'd be worth, but they lying because somebody else said $60,000. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's.
You see what I'm saying? The appraisal people, they'll find anything wrong. They don't. But they said that the house. Somebody else told me when I was trying to apply, said that the house was worth $59,000. You see what I'm saying? But you would have to check it out your own self.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like, if I feel like I could come in there and rent it and pay a little bit more and do a little bit less than work, yeah, I could see that happening. But you're kind of saying like you need $100,000. And look, I don't know your life and your situation.
That was just me. I know that's probably impossible, but in order for me to move, I might would have to pay cash for a house.
Your house would have to be in near perfect condition, but I don't know why you feel like you need $100,000 to relocate, though.
Another house. You see what I'm saying? Because if you give me $25,000, there's no guarantee that I can get a down payment, that I get approved for a down payment on another house. That's no guarantee.
You would talk to somebody about it beforehand.
Yeah. I know that. That's not a lot of money for me. I don't know if it is to you, but $25,000 is not a lot of money.
Well, it depends on the way you look at it. Is $25,000 a lot of money for you to have to pay to get your house all fixed up?
Well, I've been doing it a little time since, the loans. I just been getting like mini loans, and I've just been doing it on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing it on my own.
Yeah.
Whatever needs fixing, I've just been doing, like I say, on my own in the roof. Well, after my husband died, but I had some money, but I fixed some things then, but the way they said, they scared me. I just told them, look, I'm not messing with that then.
Yeah. So you're confident, like you can fix it all up yourself?
Well, keep on doing what I have to do to fix the house.
No.
Like I said, I put a roof on, and I had to get some plumbing done. I did that, and that was major to me, you know.
Yeah.
And I got a new heater system and stuff like that. But you know, that's just stuff you have to do, you know.
Right.
But I might could get a government loan, but they told me to apply for that. But so I don't know. And I might could get a senior citizen loan or something like that. I might could get one of them.
Right. Yeah. There's loan options out there for you. And that's why I'm like, well, I mean, you don't necessarily have to get into a position where you're going to need like an extreme amount of money to put down on a house. You know, but you know, you can put cash in your pocket and you know, the only thing difference is your monthly payment for your house might go up a little, but you're in a house that you don't got to fix up, you know?
Yeah, that's most important.
Yeah.
You know, that's just kind of nerve-wracking now.
Yeah.
Every time you look up, you know, you think some stuff. Like I say, I've been living here since 2021.
Right.
I mean, since 2001. That's a long time.
Yeah. Oh, I knew you said 2001 because I already calculated the number of years it's been.
But like I say, the government got a lot of programs, but it's just for me to qualify, I don't know if they got senior programs for seniors or not.
Yeah. So instead of going to the government, what you need to do is you need to go to talk to the lender. So I have like a mortgage loan officer I can refer you to, and like you can speak to him about this. But in essence, you know, you would need to figure that out. And I totally and completely understand, because my goal as a real estate professional that does many different types of real estate, you know, everything across everything you can think of, you know, my goal is always to just try to use what I've become an expert in, not to just have business and make money, but if I can put you in a position where you're in a better position in life, then that's my goal. You know, if you sit here and tell me, Miss Cassie, here's the deal. I don't want to get into a new house. I just want to stay in this one and I want to fix it up little by little. I'm going to tell you, well, Miss Sheila, you absolutely live your best life, and God bless you, and I'll wish you the best, you know. But if you're telling me that, you know, if you can potentially put, you know, $25,000 roughly dollars in your pocket, not have to fix the house up and move into a house that you don't have to fix up, and you want to see what that is, well, then I'll say, well, here's my suggestion. I think that you should talk to Jeremy. I'll give you his phone number. Give him a call. Tell him, hey, or I can ask him, you know, if he has somebody specifically who he would refer you to for a no down payment type of loan. Because here's my deal. Yeah, you might be paying a little bit more every month, but you're already doing that by having to continue to take small loans out to fix the house up. It's just not your mortgage payment. You know what I mean? So I can't say what's better for you, because I don't know how many more of those loans are going to start stacking up on you, and you're having to do the work, and you're having to live there while the work is getting done. I can only tell you there's options out there that I can help you explore if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's okay too. You know, you should be in the best position. You've been in this house for a long time. This is your home. This is your asset, and you should do the most that you can do with it and live your best life, right?
Yeah, but since you talk about it, you're making sense. I really would move if I could.
Yeah.
I really would do that. And like I say, my mortgage is like $20,000, and then you said $25,000 in my pocket. If I could get a home loan for no down payment and don't go over at least in $400 a month, I could do that.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm going to do is I am going to, I want you to keep my phone number, okay? Because in case you need to, if you think of anything before I call you back, I want you to be able to call into me. So do you have a phone number, or do you have something you can write that down on, or you put it in your cell phone?
Wait.
Okay, my phone number is 8. Oh, sorry.
Wait a minute, I'm charging the cell phone up.
Okay, so my phone number is 817 489
817-489.
Yes, ma'am. 56. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
5680.
Now that's 817-489-5680.
Yes, ma'am.
And your name?
My name is Cassie. That's short for Cassandra. That's Cassi.
Oh, Cassie.
Yes, ma'am. And here's what I'm going to do. I am going to give Jeremy a call. I am going to tell him, you know, kind of what's going on with your house. And I am going to ask him if he is the best lender for you to speak to, or if he can give me the best lender for you to speak to, because I know there's somebody out there that can kind of tell you exactly what your options are. And then it'll kind of help you from having to go through and try and hunt down somebody that knows how to do this. I already know that he'll put you in with the best person. And so I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to try to see what your loan options might be to purchase a new house. And then if that puts you in a good spot, and then we can work out the details and get a walkthrough done there on Edgewood once you kind of have that lined up, right? So you're not like in a huge rush, but as you say, if something else breaks down on you, then you got to get another, you know. So I just want to see, hey, let's explore what some of your options are. If you can get in, you know, a good spot in a good house, and then we'll just kind of go from there so that you can actually know what the numbers look like for you. Because that's what I think is important, is to know your options and know your numbers. And I don't expect most people to know that there's a ton of options out there for them. You know, they, like I said, most people only deal with this once or twice in their life, and I deal with this all day, every day. And so I just look to put the best solution possible in place no matter what, because every house and homeowner situation, and everybody's at a different journey in their life. They're all different, you know? So I will get with Jeremy, and I will see who he thinks you should make a connection with, and I will make sure you get their phone number, and I'll call you back, and then we'll see if there's something we can't do for you there, and then we can do something on Edgewood. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that sounds nice. Because like I say, I wasn't even thinking about moving, but the way you're saying it, it would be a good idea, and I'd come out better if I did do it. And like you say, if the house is either how it's going to do it, I would come out better doing that.
Yeah, what's actually super funny about that is most people, you know, I'm the kind of person, like, I love to fix and work on my house. I love that kind of stuff. I grew up in that environment. Like, my dad taught me how to do a lot. I love doing stuff like that, right? But recently, because I have degenerative disc disorder, I find myself more and more limited on the more intensive projects that I'm able to do, right? And then my father, I just had to convince him to stop trying to do stuff on his house and just let us hire people to do it. You know, so it's just kind of one of those things.
My daddy was a home remodeling too.
Mm-hmm.
A long time ago. I know I'm older than you, but he knew how to do all the work on the house.
Right. And then I get to the thing where I'm like, Dad, you're costing yourself money. Now the house that I'm talking about, we just sold it last month. I said, you're costing yourself more money in stinking taxes by not fixing just having somebody else fix the house. And I finally, it took him a while to get there and understand that perspective, because he wanted to do it himself for so long. But it's also, my stepsister, I ended up moving in and paying for some of the taxes and insurance. So he wasn't making any money on it necessarily, but he wanted to cash out his equity to, have some things that he wanted. He and his wife they really wanted to buy a travel trailer. And I'm like, go do that. Go live your life, be comfortable. Go travel in your travel trailer. Take your grandkids, camping. And he just retired, and then he had to have major heart surgery. And I'm like, I said, you are not fixing this house up. I said, just get it sold. His wife's about to retire next month, I think. I believe that's correct. It's June or July. I thought it was June, but they're both about to be retired and then just toting their grandkids around in their RV. And I'm like, just pay somebody to fix up the things that need to be fixed and sell the stinking house, So you go buy the things you want and go enjoy your life, So
I retired a long time ago.
Yeah.
But well, not that long. Yeah, a long time ago. But what I'm saying, I wasn't even thinking about that. But since you mentioned it, it does sound like a good idea if I could do that. Because, like I say, the only thing I'd be concerned about is a big house payment. I don't want a big house payment because I don't pay that much now.
Yeah, so I'll probably also look and see, kind of what's on the market for you. Not that I can help you as an agent, but I also I have now. I don't think they cover Pine Bluff. I think where they're at is like, now maybe I know she works in Bryant and Benton and down the other way down 30. I just don't know.
That's a few hours away from here.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm looking to see how far away, because I know she'll go up into Little Rock. I just don't know if that's the same. Because
about 40 minutes from Pine Bluff.
Right, and then it's like about another 12 minutes to Bryant. So it's an hour away.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure.
I have to live here in Pine Bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to be here in Pine Bluff because I've been to I've been to Little Rock a lot because that's the capital city,
Yeah.
So just take care of business and stuff, but I never really wanted to move there.
Yeah.
Not really.
So
I like country living.
Yeah. Well, I love Arkansas for that reason. You got so many options. I kind of have to stay in the city because of my businesses, but I kind of like to get away to the country as much as I possibly can,
It's quiet.
I like the quiet, and I like the nature, I want to be able to see the stars when I walk outside at night.
It's very quiet in the country. It's country living. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask them to, just so I can see. I bet you this is on the same MLS, and if they're not willing to go, I mean, it's 38 minutes from where they're at when I'm looking it up. If they're not willing to go out there, I know they will refer me to someone who will. So I'm going to check on those couple things. And I'm going to get back to you. And you can call me at that number if you have any questions in the meantime. I'm just going to make a couple of little notes here. Call Jeremy. Then I'm going to look for potential property, and I'm gonna run some. I'm just gonna run some mock-up numbers for you to see kind of where it would put you at, and see where you kind of need to be at in order to be in a good spot, and then we'll just go from there.
Okay.
All righty. Well, I really appreciate it. It was very good talking to you, Miss Sheila, and I look forward to seeing if we can't help you out, and have a wonderful afternoon. And you just give me a call if you need anything, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call Jeremy for a lender for elderly 0-down loan. Look for potential new properties. Run a mock up. Okay, so I just want y'all to understand where I was on that particular seller and why. So golly, where do I need to put this one? This isn't such like a weird status. Such a weird status. I need to look at the top of this. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. I need to label these. Maybe. Create a new label. I'm going to go with this hot pink thing. Hot pink. Cassie. Great. Hey. I just want to make sure that I don't just end up screwing that up, and then I will go and add some tasks for myself later. So does everybody understand? Well, if there's anybody on here, I have the real truth on this property is, I feel real bad for this lady. I mean, a fixed up property here could very easily turn out to be, worth a good amount, maybe potentially. I can hear RJ and they're just yelling. I don't know if our team gets to work while he's doing part of the disruption. Like, he's so loud. I can hear him through all the way across the office. Oh, he put the standing desk up. His hands on his hips. He is hooting and hollering over there. He is hooting and hollering, y'all. But he's so stinking loud. I don't know how anybody could possibly be on the phone with how loud he is. Just it's not possible. We are going to have to do something about that. What do you guys think? Do we need to build a wall? I was trying to think of a way to build like a temporary wall, accordion style, or maybe I just need to come up with a way that Maybe I put I don't know. Maybe I just frame it out, put some soundproofing in one side and build a shelves or something into it, and then like a sliding barn type of door there so I can have it open and closed. My kind of thoughts were to I just want it soundproof over there. And it's really not soundproof. I don't need to be building anything lately. My back is all messed up, you know. Can y'all hear him? He is the loudest person I have ever met in my life. So yeah, like I'm looking at properties over here by her that have a value that is upwards of 100,000 in like these little neighborhoods, but then there's still like these properties that are $100,000 or $10,000, you know, and that's pretty rundown. You know what I'm saying? There's one that's at $80,000. And it looks outdated, but very kept, if that makes sense. So, you know, her property could be worth more. It just depends. And so for me, I think that getting her into a position where she can see if she can even move. First and foremost, it's just kind of what you got to do sometimes. Sometimes it's just not the best. Again, I could have offered her to be in a subject to situation there. There's just some people, like, she was not catching on to how she could potentially afford to move without getting $100,000 for hers. Like, so in her head, she needed $80,000 in her pocket to be able to move. It's just, you know, I'm not going to be able to explain the subject to her. Y'all see what I'm saying there? I don't think that that's going to end up being a solution she ended at. So I think it's super important not to end up So I'm going to call another person in the same town. Totally different situation. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this Anthony?
Yeah.
Hi, Anthony. So I was just calling and following up. I just I read through everything that she had noted when she talked to you last week. So I was just calling to see what's going on. I see here that, you know, she's saying you're looking to sell within the next 30 to 60 days, correct?
It depends on the offer, and it just depends on you know, the ramifications of everything. If it's beneficial, I may consider selling it. I'm in the process of getting married, but and possibly rent my house out, but I would would consider. What do you normally offer paper houses in that area?
Well, I just got off the phone with somebody whose house was probably only going to be worth $45,000 as it is, but I usually pay people what their house is worth and the condition it's in. You know what I mean?
Right. So is that an area of interest in that area, or you just searching around, shopping?
So I'm a real estate investor, and I own a brokerage, not there in Pine Bluff, but I buy houses to fix them up and list them. I'm a landlord, and in some other locations, I have short-term rentals and things like that. So, I just kind of the best way to put it is I'm across the board. I eat, sleep, and breathe real estate. So I just, I have it here that you might be looking to sell the houses is all that came across my desk. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, when I bought the house, and it was appraised, I did the appraisal, but since then I just recently put on a new roof, and changed the kitchen, appliances, the floors, backsplash, and I poured up some carpet, and I did the modification to the floors. So the county, what the county is saying is the value, estimated value is probably not even close to what the property will be now.
Right. Yeah. The last time the county put an assessed value on there was 2021 anyways. So the way that I look at it is I pull actual real-time market comps on the property. The property. So we're looking at properties that are in like the same like and kind condition, what they're selling for, and what they would appraise for by a certified appraiser that would be from a lender. The county tax assessed appraisal is a different thing there, right? So, I've got properties that are everywhere that are very similar to this in this neighborhood selling, from 115,000 all the way up to almost 200,000, so it's just going to really depend on what the actual value is of your property, just like it is right now,
Okay. Well, I definitely would, in the near future, I've been working a lot lately, but I wouldn't mind let you take a look at it.
Yeah.
What is it saying the market value is at the present time right now?
Well,
What you look at?
I have to verify a couple things because this is kind of odd. It says in here it's only a 2-bedroom.
Oh no! I tell you what, it's 2150
Yeah.
square feet, and when I got the house, it could have been a 4 or 5 bedroom, but we got 2 great rooms. What I've done so far, I made it a 3-bedroom.
That's nice.
So I narrowed it down to 3 bedrooms.
Gotcha.
And if you want me to see a few photos on the inside, I can.
Yeah.
Just something to look at for now. You want me to send them a text, or you want me to email them to you?
So this is actually my desk line, so you cannot text this number. So let me go ahead and get your email.
Oh, no.
That's not correct. And I'm going to email you from that right now. And then you can email those over to me and then have my information. That way, let me see.
I can, I'm at work, but it's pretty soon here, I'll gather up some photos. And,
yeah, no rush. I'll ask you real fast before we hang up, and I'll let you get back to work. What is there a reason you haven't considered selling this on the market?
Well, actually, because right now I live in it.
Yeah.
So I'm getting married in September, and I may move into her property. So renting or selling would be the option that's on the table. So it depends on if it's beneficial for me to do that. I'm flexible. I'm not totally against selling.
I mean, I think that you could cash out a lot of equity in the property. So it's just going to be whatever. I think, I always tell people just to consider what the best use of their money is. You know what I mean? Is it for them to have like a slower option, a smaller monthly payment? I think you can only probably get about, the rent rate around there is not the best necessarily. Do you have a mortgage on it?
Well, actually, just recently I took out a little with my credit union. I took out a mortgage on it to do some modifications on the home. So yes, I am probably like $48,000 in the red on it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's again my point. You could probably cash out a good amount of equity, is what I say. For no matter what, from the sounds of it to me, you've done enough to the house to make it to where even if it's not at the maximum, there's potential in there for you to capture a good amount of equity, even if I were to purchase it and then just completely go ham on it, make it in the top of the market condition and sell it, you'd still be able to cash out a lot of equity, and I would still be able to make money by rehabbing the house, right? But, there's also the option that you could probably, with that loan, rent it out and make a small amount of money every month, So for me, it probably wouldn't be an option to keep it as a rental because it makes more sense for me to pay you, a higher dollar amount than it doesn't. You can make a cash flow as a rental, but I can't purchase it at a higher dollar amount, like by a ton, and make it cash flow as a rental. So my only option would be to go in there and put the top of the line kind of stuff in for the market and sell it to an owner occupant. Or potentially offer you something like a creative deal, but I don't even know that makes sense for you either. So I think probably that's the best option. So I sent you that email. You can send me those photos over, and then we can just touch base again and see, what kind of you think your best options are. Okay. Well, the
first thing for me would be to have it appraised, to know the true value of it as it stands right now. So I have no knowledge as far as what it would be appraised for at this point.
Well, I'm telling you right now that you're not. What is the best way for me to say this? Like I said, I own a brokerage, okay? An appraiser is not going to tell you what your house is going to get on the market. An appraiser is going to tell you the maximum amount your house can get on the market, and it doesn't adjust for things like 1985 countertops versus granite. Okay, so The only time that you really would be looking on that appraisal is they barely make adjustments for certain things like that. If your house can get no better for that market, then yeah, you need to get an appraisal. But why get an appraisal? Just list it with an agent and don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's going to be the cheapest route for you to go.
Okay, well.
And then you don't have to pay for an appraisal. Like your buyer's going to pay for an appraisal. For me, I pull comps, but it's like there's two ways to look at it. I can look at your actual property and say, hey, this is similar to the houses in this neighborhood that are going for $115,000 to $125,000 or $130,000 to $145,000. I can purchase it from you at that price, and then I can go in there and remodel the kitchens and the bathroom or the floors or paint the outside or whatever that looks like. And then I can make my money and you don't have to do it, and you get to walk away and cash in all your equity. And then if that's not what you want to do, then that's not what you want to do. But there's no point for you to pay $500 to go get an appraisal.
Right. Okay, I understand.
So I can send you comp reports, but it's going to be all about, what kind of condition, because there's comps all over the place in that neighborhood for a reason. Some of them are outdated and some of them are completely updated,
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be really what it depends on.
Okay, I understand.
So yeah, I mean, if you shoot me those photos, I'll let you get back to work, and then I can take a look at it, and I can very easily email you some comps, and we can see what you think will work for you. Okay.
And what's your name?
It's Cassie.
Okay. Well, I'll save this contact. It's Cassie.
Yeah, and I just emailed you. It's CASSI.
Okay.
At titanium.investments was that email that came over. So check on that and you can respond to me.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Well, it was real good meeting you. I hope you have a great rest of your day at work, and I'm going to get back to mine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Talk soon. All right, bye-bye. These Pine Bluff sellers. Poor baby, he's like, I'm going to go get an appraisal. No, that appraisal isn't going to be good in 6 months by the time you actually understand what you're doing. Deadly follow up. Move. I am telling y'all, he is so loud. It is a hot mess. Nevin. Sometimes people will act like they're not motivated, but they really have more motivation. Like, I mean, that particular seller, I mean, he wasn't going to sign anything when he was in the middle of work and without understanding the comps and things like that. Can I comp your rental property and guess how much you can rent it? I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's a property that you own and you want to know what you think the rent rate should be? Up. Hello, is this Nevin?
No, moment. No speaking English, Bosnia. Moment.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Nevin.
No.
I was calling. I had somebody that had spoke to Anna about a property on Linwood Avenue. I don't.
Yeah. That would have been my wife.
Okay. So, I was just following up on that. You know, are you guys looking to sell the property?
It's a possibility. It depends on how much we can get for it.
Okay. So, you guys are occupying the property, correct?
My father-in-law is, yes.
Okay. So I mean, I've just looked over it. You know, I typically look at properties in Waterloo as potential rentals for us. So, I mean, if you guys don't actually want to sell it, or I don't know what you're looking for it, but I have like maybe some mixed messages going on here, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So.
Well, can you call back tomorrow morning? My wife will be here. I don't know what was said.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you can give her my number, like this is the phone number to call back at. I haven't noted that she is looking. Anna says she talked to a man, so in her notes that is asking $150,000 for the house, but that you guys are looking to sell, and I'm not finding that that's anywhere close to the value. So if you guys really are looking to sell the property and you know, aren't going to ask double what the market value is for it, you can give me a call back and I can kind of dig in and assess the property, or I can just kind of move you out of our system. I was just following up because that's what was the notes that were left for me.
Yeah, we plan on probably listing it for 150 if we decide to sell.
Where did you get that number?
Just by the retail value of other homes in the area that have been selling.
Okay, is there added square footage to this that's not on the tax records or something?
No.
Okay, maybe I need to look a little bit further into it, but I'm not pulling anything up, and that's 1,076 square feet. That's selling for 150,000. Anywhere near this.
It's got a bunch of updates done to it. I can't.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I can just let your realtor show you the market comps, but there's nothing at all in this anywhere near this neighborhood that's sold anywhere near that price point in the past year. So I just, you know, I own a brokerage, so I don't just buy and landlord and fix and flip and do all that kind of stuff. So I just thought there must have been a typo. So yeah, maybe we're just not a right fit there, and you guys should probably just get that listed if you really believe in that number. I wish you the best.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
On the moon. Moving on. There's a property that's sold like within half a mile for 110, and one that sold for 133. I didn't even look into them. 150,000 is just absolutely bananas. Mr. Bacon, I didn't get an answer. Not understanding what you want. You know, I'm gonna try. I'm going to try this one again just because it's sticking out to me. Hopefully RJ is going to be able to help me get on a break soon because my back is killing me sitting here like this.
Nine 3 7 2 0
La, la, la.
7. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages.
Oh, crispy bacon. You're doing the things that are going to make me give you the tough loves before I get off of the call. Okay. All of the tough love. All of the tough love. You're asking for it. And we appreciate you being here every day. We appreciate all that you do. But I don't do anything for free. I don't even sit on my couch for free. Okay? So you're going to have to make me an offer if you want me to comp your property. Not only are you going to have to make me an offer to spend my time comping your property instead. Okay? Go. Or you're going to hope, you're going to pray that you email that JV email and you make it make sense. But you damn sure take 2 seconds of a look at it, right? And here's why. I don't do this kind of stuff so I can become somebody's crutch. Comp the dang property. Tell me what you think. I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. But you're going to have to make me an offer. I be doing so many things. Not only that, my love, you talking about running the number now for when interest rates go down? Well, ain't going to be the same number. But I will help you assess your property. I absolutely will. But Randy and Lisa, look, Randy and Lisa sent her $5 towards the coffee fund. Oh, my loves. Yeah, you got to send me some coffee money. No, but listen. Here's a real deal. I did comp Randy and Lisa's deal there. Sometimes you'll find me comping stuff on here, but I know these people are trying to JV with me. So yeah, I want their numbers to be lined up. And yeah, I will do it for you out of the kindness and goodness of my heart. But unfortunately, you know, sometimes people don't get very patient when they want to do that or whatever. But if I'm going to do it, 1, you're going to get the patience. Email it to me. 2, if I'm going to do it to be good, by God, I'm going to get something out of it, which is impact, right? Impact that I know that I'm going to have is if I see your number, if you see something different, well, good. Something different, well, good. Then I confirmed it for you. But that makes me feel good because that means I helped you in a way. But I'm not going to just do it for you, ever. I don't do that for my own team. I'll never do that. I don't do it for you. I will do it with you or come into their, you know, but they're students. It's real good. Yeah, he can do it for you for free. That's his prerogative. Bye.
All right. Oh boy, that is fixed our issue there with the internet. All right. Let's get back up and running here.
Are you back up?
Yep. I need to call Latoya back.
Tell Crispy Bacon to email me. Put my email in there. You didn't want to ask what I did while you were gone? Yes, you were the loudest person alive.
I'm loud. I'm proud.
Hello?
Hi, is Latoya there?
Yeah, this is she.
Hey, it's RJ calling you back.
All right, I looked at the house, and to be honest with you, it's like I'm coming to Texas. I've got a job, which is another real estate job. I'm going to be working for D.R. Horton. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but
Yeah.
I opened up their market here in Memphis. So I'm opening up like 3 subdivisions for them in Austin, and I don't know exactly where they are because I'm not there. But
Right.
that's the relocation for when I was there to look at the project. It was only dirt, so it's kind of like that. So, and another reason for me moving is my son lives there, and I just didn't want to be in a neighborhood anymore. Like I wanted like a house where I didn't care if it was a little ranch style, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths that just had, but I wanted it on at least an acre or 2 or 3, you know, something where I just didn't have in a neighborhood with neighbors right next to me where I could go outside and look at the stars when I want to and,
Right.
you know, grow me a garden. And, you know, I'm really trying to, like, I'm going to retire in Austin. So, and I'm almost 50. So it's like, I'm just trying to not go back into the same stuff I've been in my whole life, which are neighborhoods, where my lifestyle is just different. I'm just trying to have some peace. So if that was the house, all I could do is maybe rent it for a year until I found, you know, what I was looking for. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not, you know, to rent it. But, and then on my numbers, like there's about $200,000 worth of equity in the house. The house, it's actually one of the largest plans by that builder. Well, it is the largest plan by the builder in the neighborhood. So it's like it holds value pretty good. And I've only had it on the market for 14 days.
Right.
And I've received 2 offers at full price at $740, but they were contingent upon them selling their existing home. So I was just like, you know, and then they had an agent, which took it really down to $719. So I'm just like, let me just not do the contingency. And I told him, you know, I'll hold your offer at $740. You know what I mean? But I told them I was going to lower it based on, you know, the net that they were getting was $719 anyway after I paid their agent and blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff, what my numbers were really looking like. So I said I would, you know, just get back with, you know, maybe give me another 2 weeks to just, because in that price range, it takes about a month. But I'm also ready to go. So I'm like, if the house is worth maybe, you know, between $740 and $750, I can do $650. You know, $650 and leave $100,000 in it. I'm like, I don't know how much investors be trying to make, but $100,000 in equity. I'm like, okay, you know, for me to leave on the table, $100,000. So,
right.
If and the only 2-part thing that I could do, if I was to do $100,000, you know, cash, and then after you sell, you know, we could work out something for taking off for rent, you know, for a year and give me the difference, you know.
So
you know,
that,
like
yeah, so that's what I was talking about with the
50 on the back end.
Yeah, that's
Take amount off for rent for a year, however much that may be, and then just give me the difference. You know what I'm saying? After you sell, if
right.
That's a possibility, but that's what I've sat here and come up with and thought about back and forth. You know, with the numbers to make it work for me to leave 100 in it. You know.
Right. So the problem with the rent is that house is a similar deal to yours, where the current homeowner needs cash now to move. And so it's almost an identical deal to what I'm trying to do with you, which is like, okay, I'm going to give her cash and then immediately sell the house, and then she's going to get the vast majority of it, and then I'll get a piece of it. So we've already come to an agreement on that and signed the agreement. So that's why I thought it would be really cool, because I was like, damn, if you buy this, this is like making me look like a freaking superhero over here, you know? Yeah. I mean, like, we literally just signed the agreement on Tuesday. And so I was like, holy cow, like I'm buying the house in like the first week in June. So on that one, I'm actually buying it cash. And then she's going to get her money that she needs. So she's getting like $130,000 at closing. And then we're going to sell it. And then I'm just taking a % on the backside. So she can have her money right now that she needs. Right.
Gotcha.
And then I'm just taking because my partner is licensed here in the state of Texas. So she's going to list it as the realtor. And then, you know, we're just taking our piece of the pie on the backside. And so that's what I was thinking. We could do something similar with you. So how much are you needing like immediately from your house to move to Austin?
I would like 100 so that I can, you know, do what I need to do and be at peace. You know what I mean?
Right. So you said on your mortgage you owe like 5 something, right?
Yeah, 504.
504. So essentially we would be buying for like 604 and then selling it for like 740. And then, because realistically, like if you sold it for cash for 650 and you're getting offers for 740, let's see here, 740. I'm going to have, like, for me, because it's in Tennessee, I don't have a realtor there. So just call it 7% for closing and realtor commissions. That's like $51,000. So it leaves me like $590. So roughly.
I can get a realtor.
Well, technically it could be you. I mean, you could keep it listed, you know?
And I can leave it listed or do something open, you know, and have it vacant. And because what I was gonna do is clear it out and like have it freshly painted so it looks brand new, you know, and just leave it open for people to come see back and forth. And I know it'll sell quicker, you know, if it's vacant. Then people just can come all day and anytime, you know, that type of thing.
Right.
And then not charge anything if I was to list it. I would charge anything.
Right. So
And then I could get one of my people in my company if I needed to list it, you know, and not charge anything.
right.
Yeah, so that's the beauty of an agent. So that's good.
Right. So let me see here. So the issue that I'm running into would be how to get you, because you're being more than fair on the numbers. It's about trying to figure out, like, realistically on my side, how would I fund that? Because I can get 100% financing up to 75%, which is $555 if it appraised for $740, right? And you're needing like $605, so that puts $50 there to come out of pocket to then potentially make $50. So it's not bad. And you've got a gorgeous house. I mean, just looking at the pictures again here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
No lie.
Let me see here.
Yeah, and I don't have a doubt that it will sell, but then I don't have no doubt like that. It's just timing.
Right.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, my package came in, and I need to be there in July when they told me August, and so I wasn't even prepared. So I did it really a month before I was planning on it. Our selling season is just now cranking up. It's real busy in June and July.
Right.
I mean, super busy. That's when you get like all your multiple offers and blah, blah, blah and all that. So I was just like, if I cut it and not get all my money, do it now. But if I wait, then I get it all because it'll come. I've been doing this for 23 years.
So you're saying.
Walked up. Hold on. I got a client that just walked up. I'm showing property.
All right.
And they just made it. Can you call me and like do some numbers and call me in like 20?
Yep.
Hey. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, let's make this deal go down. Hey, bro, I've got a unique lead on a pretty cool deal that I've worked out here with a seller right outside of Memphis. I want to run it by you. Is there any chance that we could hop on a quick phone call? Okay. Hopefully I can get a call back from a guy that I know there in Memphis that I think does quite a bit of volume, and potentially I can work something out here. So if she's saying 650 and she'll list for free as 26,000 in closing costs, so 26,714, and she wants 650. That's $64,000 in potential profit. That could be a pretty good deal for them. I mean, she's leaving meat on the bone. I don't know if it's going to be enough to entice a buyer, because it's a similar situation to me where I'm kind of like, I mean, yeah, I like it. but it's just tight enough that it makes it hard to understand how you're going to finance it. All right. Well, let's see if I can get a call back there. Okay. He has not read my message yet. All right. What about... I haven't heard from... Steven said you had me at Brown's, but I said, what's your phone number? And he hasn't sent me his phone number. So I can't do that deal yet. Let's... Bear with me.
Please leave your message for 27031.
Damn, we got a great cold call lead in Louisville. He's got listed on the MLS. Robert, it's RJ. What's going on, man?
Hey, RJ, how you doing?
Good, man. Just wanted to follow up with you, see if you had a chance to look at that contract I sent you.
Yes, I did. Is it possible that you can extend it for a couple more days? I'm trying to get this realtor off my back.
What's she saying?
She's willing to do it, but she's just procrastinating with voiding the contract.
Well, I mean, that doesn't stop you from being able to sign the contract with me.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure that she gets up off of it first.
All right. I mean, because that contract is just between me and you, you know? I mean, she don't have anything to do with it. I mean, are you worried that she's not going to go away?
No, not even. But I'm worried about it. Not worried. And I took it to Casey.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm teaching this kid.
I got you. All right. Well, yeah. How long do you want me to extend it for?
Could you give me another 4 to 5 days?
Yeah. All right. I'll void that one out. I'll change the dates on it and then send you over a new one. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
All right, bro. Bye.
I appreciate you a lot.
All right, man. Hey, Keaton, can you come here, please? Syracuse contract.
Yeah.
He needs us to extend the dates out like 4 to 5 days for him to be able to sign, because he's trying to get the listing agreement with the realtor canceled. He said she already agreed to it, but she hasn't done it, and he doesn't want to sign the contract until she releases the listing agreement.
All right.
So void out the one and then resend a new one. Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Ah, damn it. I answered the phone yesterday. I knew I should have pushed to get that thing signed.
leave your message for the one. Nine 402.
Randy, on this package deal that you sent over, where it says total value, where did that come from? Because, like, there's a duplex that says total value 192, sell price $450,000. So is that what she's asking? Is 450? And then where did we get total value? Total value is from the property assessor's office, not what I have in the property or what I bought it for. Total value is what she had in it at the time. Okay. So yeah, like one of these property addresses, like the duplex on Reed Avenue, says 450. Like that's what she bought it for. Hmm. Okay. Hi, Brenda. This is RJ Bates. How are you?
Hey, RJ, I'm doing really well.
Oh, good. So I've been talking to Randy here about your portfolio a little bit, and I just wanted to touch base with you and see if I could get a little bit of clarification on some of my questions about what you sent over here. So on the little snippet that I got here of the numbers, the sell price is, what is that number indicating? Is that what you bought it for? Is that what you want to sell it for? What is that number indicating?
The question. Can you repeat that? The first part, what you said? Which part?
The sell price on the spreadsheet.
That's what you want to call one out to me. I can tell you if it's accurate or not. I don't have it in front of me, and sometimes that actually came from public data.
Gotcha. So like 1622 Reed Avenue, it says 450. I think that's what you bought it for.
Right.
Right.
Yep, that's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you have a number in mind for the entire portfolio?
I could come up with one. Absolutely. I don't have it right now. I'd like to look at mine. I've got a personal financial statement that's got everything on it.
Right.
Debt schedule that's got everything on it internally.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great for me to just get like that number for each individual. I can kind of understand. I'm looking at some vacant lots and some properties, and then some of them it's like that Reed Avenue, right? Like I know you bought it for 450, but like I don't know the rent rate. I don't know if you did work or anything like that to it. So just a little bit of like a background on that as to like understand, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I can do that. Monday, Tuesday, I've got a workshop all day tomorrow, and then I'm actually headed to a bank meeting right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's no problem. Take your time. I know it's going to be, well, some like the vacant lots might be easier, but some of these, you know, you got to figure out what you got to get out of it, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm interested, you know, if you can just kind of put something together for me there, build a bridge on what we're, you know, looking at. The vacant lots is pretty simple, but like you said, the houses, if you can just tell me if you've done any work to it or if they're rented, what the rent rates are, and then just an asking price, and then I can kind of go from there. Okay.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Brenda. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
So there you go, Randy. that kind of gives you an idea. Like that would have been what I would have pushed for on like the first call. That would have been pretty much my first conversation with her after she kind of says, hey, now she might have said she already had something put together and then sent that over to you. And then obviously we're missing a ton of information. Who else do I know in Memphis? There we go. What's up, dude?
Yo.
All right. You ready for an opportunity to make some money?
Always.
Lakeland, Tennessee. Is that a good area?
That's a area that is growing.
Okay.
It's a good area.
So
The suburban area.
yeah. So I've got a property that was built in 2021. Gorgeous. And the seller is a realtor who is taking a job in Austin, Texas to work with DR Horton to open up a new market for them down here. And so she has it listed herself right now. And she's already received multiple offers at 740, but she's not accepted them because they're contingent. And so she needs to move like now. And she needs the money from this to move now. So she reached out to us like, what would you offer to, just get me out of here so I can have money? She owes about $504,000 on the mortgage. So what I tried to do is work out a creative solution where it's like, let us buy sub 2 and just give you cash so you can move. And then we can work out a percentage basis on what we make on the sale of the property. Pretty much like more of a blend of a sub 2 and a novation.
How much do they need to move to
exactly
to move?
So then she came back and said, I want $100,000 to move. And it was like, oh, okay, well but then she came back and said, well, if you just bought it from me for $650 and I could continue to list it for free. So if she's got offers at $740 and you buy it for $650 and she lists it for free, you're looking at like a $64,000 spread. I don't know if that's good enough. So I kind of wanted to talk to you because I know you're a legit buyer there and see how would you want me to navigate? Are you interested in this? And if so, what would make it enticing for me to navigate the negotiations here?
She wants $100,000.
If you buy it sub 2. And then more on the backside.
How much does she need to move?
She said $100,000 is what would make her feel comfortable.
But why does she need the money today?
Because I guess she's moving her whole life and that's what she's saying she needs. I could dig more to see why it's $100,000. I think it's more of just like a comfortability factor. That's why she's coming back and saying, well, you could just buy it for $650 and I'll be done with it and I could just list it for you guys for free. So she's literally willing to walk away from, $70,000. But then
what I would do is do a $10,000 second mortgage and do a novation for the rest above $650. Is what I would try to pitch to her.
Okay.
should be open to that.
So how is she getting her money today, though? That's her need. Is you're saying just the $10,000?
Yeah, it'd be a loan. It'd be a second mortgage, like with a deed of trust and everything. It'd be no different than like if you went in on Novation and did like $10,000 paint job. You know.
I don't think that's give her $100,000. Right. I think I could get her down on the $100,000, but I don't know that that's like, because you're running into the same issue I was running into, which is like the cash to close is not making sense, right? Like to actually come in and buy it.
50, and you got, I mean, any lender is going to be like, well, this is a hairy deal. I mean,
Right.
3 points and 12% interest, and you need to put 10% down.
Right.
And now you're looking at $90,000 out of pocket.
Exactly.
Plus, you're only making, let's call it $40,000 after everything on the dust settles, because you got buyer, realtor fees, you got prepays, you got holding costs.
That's why I was thinking the sub 2 with, if you could use private money for a lower amount to her, and then the novation on the backside, where you're basically building in a percentage of what you take. See, like I just did this one. I actually tried to sell her this house because it's in the same city she's moving to, but she didn't. She wants more land. I was thinking just build in a percentage for you that you take out of the backside so she can still walk away. And like you're saying, just give her like 10, 15 grand up front to walk away. And then you could say like, well, I need 10% of the gross proceeds as my profit. But I just don't know. It feels like there's some other reason why she needs a larger chunk up front.
That's what it seems like to me. And usually it means that they owe somebody something, or there's something they got to pay off.
Right.
And that means that title would be sticky.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, she sounds pretty sophisticated. It's a $700,000 house. Realtor essentially getting promoted within DR Horton. And I don't think there's like too much financial issues. I think the issue is she can't get approved for another house in Austin because she essentially has to get another $600,000-$700,000 house because that's what houses cost for. What do you mean?
What if her house is leased? Short-term lease.
That might work. So that would.
My house I've got it leased up, so the debt to income works for her.
Right. So then she can get approved for another house.
Yeah. And then she could just do she could do a simultaneous close, right?
Yep.
With her new house and this house.
But she hasn't found a new house either, so that's going to be another issue. So we don't want to get too tied up into like doing simultaneous closings and her needing to find a new house because, dude, Austin's freaking insane. And it sounds like she's going to be picky because I just flat out handed her a beautiful house on a platter in the city that she wanted to be in. She's like, I was really wanting like a couple of acres. So
in Austin?
Yeah.
Next to Elon Musk?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Elon and I like to play pickleball, so I think.
So I think she's going to be, I mean, she's a realtor, so I think she probably has, the ability to go find what she needs to and through her connections and stuff like that. This just sounds like she's wanting some kind of creative solution here.
The only way I can see it is we can try to figure out a creative solution for her, but she's not going to be getting a whole ton of money. She's going to be getting money to move and or money to tide over, but she's going to have to give up a significant equity to do that, and that's the dilemma. So
what would be a comfortable amount for you to give her cash up front And then how much profit would you want on the backside? Do you want to look up the address real quick?
Yeah. I think the question for me though is does she even? I mean, would she even entertain that? You know what I mean? What's the address?
It's 105.
$4,400 square feet. She should take one of these offers. Start heading towards closing.
The problem was they wanted it to be contingent upon them selling their house, and so she didn't want to wait.
You mean the buyer?
Yes. So that's why she lowered it to 719, because she was like, well, maybe if I lower it down, I don't know. She was telling me her goofy logic. I was like, so you got two offers at 740 and you lowered it to 719?
Maybe she didn't think the buyers were actually going to be real buyers, you know?
I mean, I guess. I mean, it's like they're pre-approved and, you know, represented, and they have a house on the market. Like, I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to be like, aren't you in the exact same position? You need to sell your $700,000 house so you can get approved to buy another $700,000 house. Just sounds like she's kind of making a decision here based off of her job and needing to move, because she's like, we're coming into the hot season for D.R. Horton down in Austin, so we need to make this quick.
She's going to have to get up a lot to make it quick, that's for sure.
Well, I straight up offered her like 500 something thousand if she really was crazy, and she's like, well, could you make it 650? So she's already come down 90 grand off of the offers that she's received. That was her own doing. She's like, I don't know how much investors want to make, but I feel like I'm carving out 90 grand for you just so I can be done. I'm like, well, it doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, we're gonna have closing costs and holding costs and the realtor commissions. And she's like, well, I'll just keep it listed. I'll list it for you for free.
It ain't free.
I know.
Because she's going to turn around and be in D.R. Horton land. We're trying to sell a house and do showings. And
I mean, if she's willing to give up $60,000-$70,000, well, actually, she's willing to give up 90. That's what she's willing to give up. So
that's crazy to me.
So my thoughts are, that's fine, but you need to also, like, how about we take less money and you get less money up front, and let's leverage the loan that you already have in place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the move here.
Either take a massive haircut or we both take a profit haircut and they're happy.
Like you're saying, like, here's $15,000 to move, and then we'll take it over. And like, do you have the ability to list it yourself so you wouldn't need her?
Yeah.
Would you feel more comfortable doing that?
It doesn't matter either way.
So regardless,
1%, he works for me.
So there you go. I mean, you can either have your guy do it for 1%, or she could do it for free. And realistically, I mean, so if you did that, how much profit would you want to make if you did like a sub 2 where you take over and you give her a small amount up front?
I mean, assuming that you know, it'll sell for $750, whatever she's saying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a big assumption.
I mean, you could ask her to send over the contracts that she's received.
Yeah.
Hell, you could even accept one of those, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, she kind of hasn't done herself any favors by dropping the price to $719.
Right.
I would just do a sub 2 at six and a quarter concierge, like do a novation or sub 2 at 6 and a quarter, give her 15 grand as a loan. It'll come out. We can do a promissory deed, deed of trust. Or just be like, we can give you cash at $575 and close in a week.
Okay.
See what she says. I mean, because I think I could twist an arm of a lender up here to give me a loan for $575.
Right.
Or come up with 15 grand for 60 days. You know what I mean?
Yep. So on the,
we're talking about, right?
Yep.
60 days.
Yep. And on the 6 and a quarter, that's all she's getting, right? You're taking the rest?
If you, I would do a novation or a sub 2, however you want to pitch it. So really, she would get 610
Because you're giving her the 15 up front.
Yeah, as a loan, a second mortgage.
Yep. Okay. Let me
We would pull it off the market, have her moved, put it back on the market, sell it ourselves.
okay. And then the last thing is, how do I get paid out of this?
I think the better question is she can accept it.
Well, of course.
You know?
I'm gonna make her accept it. No, I'm just playing. I don't know. The low amount up front is the problem there.
I
I get it, bro. I'm the same as you. I don't want to give somebody $100 grand up front, unless they're going to give you a bigger piece of the pie on the backside.
Because my thing is like, okay, if we go back and what if we do sell it for the 720 that she has it listed right now for?
Right.
Then you still have the 1% plus the 3% plus another 1% just in whatever fees. So that's 5% off 720. You know, so you're looking at what, 32 grand right there.
Yep.
So 32 off 720 is 690, 685. So if you buy for 650, and you're getting 685, and you give her 100 grand. I mean, you're
right.
You actually do buy that 685 minus your buying costs and your holding costs and all that. I mean, you're making 10 grand, maybe 5 grand.
Right.
So there's something else that has to be going on for her to want to sell it short that quick.
Well,
because you can move to Austin and move into a hotel for a week.
Agreed.
Or a month, right?
That's what I'm saying. And
or go on Airbnb.com and get book a room for, unless she's got 2 dogs and 2 babies. You know what I mean? Well, she can't do that.
So here's my thing is we're gonna find out real quick when I get her back on the phone how motivated she is, because when we start hitting her with these types of offers, if she starts seriously entertaining it, I think then we're gonna find out what the true motivation is, right? Because she's gonna open up about it and be like, well, this would solve my problem, and then insert whatever the problem is.
The better question is, why would you just give away all this equity? That's the confusing part.
Especially when you're the realtor and you've received offers.
Yes, that's confusing to me.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got a husband that she's trying to exit from or something.
There have been conversations there about a husband, I believe. And then let me see if she wrote.
Is this one of your people, or is this a conversation you had?
No, this is me. I'm doing this. Yeah, sell without a real estate agent, sell ASAP. Listed, no and yes. Love that. Owner occupied. So
I speak to leaders. Is some other stuff you're doing?
It's Lead Zolo. So it came from YouTube.
Look at you, man, worldwide.
All right, so let me call her and see.
You love this stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Preferably, I would like to get paid just up front as a wholesale fee, and then let you run wild with it on the backside. But again, that's running into an issue because you're trying to minimize how much cash you're trying to bring out of pocket.
I mean, I wouldn't want to run title. That would take 7 days.
Right.
Something smells funny to me, honestly.
For sure. Well, we're not. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to do anything without running title, anyways. So, all right, let me call her and see what she says, and I'll call you back. Okay. All right. I'm back.
Hello?
Hey, it's RJ.
Oh, okay, I'm done. Yeah, I'm actually just getting in the car leaving.
Okay.
And that's a good thing. They want the house, so I'm like, okay, let me get home and write this contract up.
Right? Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so what you come up with?
All right. So, are you willing to take less cash up front? That's the biggest issue. Is the $100,000 up front is like.
How much up front?
I mean, when I'm thinking of like how much cash do you need to just make a move, and then you get the rest of your money in like 60 days. I mean, I'm hoping you could come down to like 15,000.
How much?
15.
I make 15 off of selling houses.
I'm not saying that that's all you're going to make. I'm saying that's just how much up front. You make the rest on the backside.
Which would be how much then?
Well, that's.
To move out of my house and to move to Austin, it's going to cost me more than $15,000.
You think so?
I mean, wow. Yeah.
Because here's the reason why. Like when we start, like part of the problem I have is even though you have those offers at 740, you drop the price down to 719. So now.
Yeah, but I can withdraw it and put it back at 740 in a week if I needed to.
Yeah, but people are still going to ask the question as to, well, why did it go down to 719 and back up to 740? What would you advise if you were a realtor and you went and saw that house? You would say, hey, let's offer at 719, right?
I've seen prices go up and I've seen them go down. It's a way you do it. Like if I was to withdraw it and put it back in with a new realtor with a new price, then it'll seem like it's a new house. I mean, it's not like, yeah. And I can easily do that with like with my daughter-in-law or something,
I feel you. I'm just saying when we're talking about that's $21,000, and when we're talking about if that ends up being the number that we end up selling at, that's where things get real tight when we're talking about, well, what are we giving you on the backside? Because if we bought it for $650 and then it did sell at $719, I mean, you're talking about you could get real close to like $15,000, $20,000 potentially walking away with. That's an astronomical amount of an investment to only walk away with that much potential profits. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what would be my number on the back end?
So there's a couple different ways that we can do it. One of the ways that we could do it would be a novation, where we could give you, quote unquote, a loan up front for the $15,000, put that in a second lien position, and then you could get whatever that bolt number is. Ideally, what I was thinking is 625. So you walk away with 625, and then we sell it. And because my fear is that the number no longer is 740, it's now 720. And so that's where we close, and it's still the same spread that you were thinking of. So you get the 50.
Can you text it to me so that I can write that down and try to wrap my mind around it? How much down? How much? And then am I still paying the mortgage every month with $15,000? Like it's new.
Right. So I'll simplify it. You get 15,000. You're getting 625 total. You're getting 15,000 up front and the rest on the backside. You're not paying any of the commissions or anything like that. That's just a flat number to you.
And what is that contingent upon?
Well, it's contingent upon us selling the house. You get it when we sell the house.
What I'm saying is, what price is that contingent? So it doesn't matter what you sell the house for.
Correct. We're pretty confident in, as are you, that it's going to go in that 720 range at least.
No. Yeah, at least, right? At least. Okay. Let me. And on the thing, how would that happen?
Probably within the next week. The only thing we would want to do is just open up title and make sure there's not any crazy liens or anything like that outside the mortgage.
Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. Let me think on it. Yeah, but who I would still have to pay the mortgage?
No.
The mortgage is $3,200 a month.
$3,200 a month. Okay. Okay, so that we would take care of the mortgage.
Okay. All right. Well, give me about an hour, and I'll call you back. Let me think it through and see how much money I'm actually leaving on the table with this. This is a lot. So let me just see.
It's more if you're it's more if you're considering the 740 number. It's about the same if you're thinking from the 720 number. It's pretty much the same offer that you made from the 650 to the 740, but you're not getting the 100K up front.
Okay, let me see, and I'll call you back in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Hello.
All right. Pretty sure she's going to do the 6 1/4 novation.
Okay.
The only question that she asked, which I didn't know how you handle it, so I just took a swing at it. Who takes care of the mortgage?
That's a great question. Typically, the owner continues to pay the mortgage on an ovation.
Okay. So I told her we would take care of it. Damn.
I would try to backtrack that and say, well, we will take care of it for an X amount of period of time.
Which okay, we can do that. The reason why I said it is because she was like 15 grand, 200.
Okay.
She's like 15 grand. She's like, I make that on one damn. Like, it's gonna cost me more than 15 grand to move to Austin, Texas. I'm just trying to get some money so I can move.
Yeah.
So
Like, go sell a house. What?
she did. Actually, funny enough, she did. She got off the phone with me. She said, okay, I'm meeting some buyers right now. We're making an offer. She's like, woohoo. And then she's like, okay, what you got for me? And so I made the offer, and she's like, damn, 15 grand. She's like, shit, I'm packing up all my stuff, moving all the way across the country, so.
I mean, I'm showing that there's a couple of sales. One recent sale was a $699. So I mean, it could go for $699 to $720. So it's like how long do you want to, like,
Right.
You want to make a quick 40 and call it a day, or do you want to try to make 70 and handle this for longer? So that's where you got to flip the coin. You know what I mean?
So she said she wants to think about it for an hour, and then she'll call me back. If she says, all right, I take it, I'll do it. What do you want to do there? Do you want to go have someone on your team or yourself go lock it down, or how do you want to do that?
Typically, we'll call the owner, get the novation signed at 6.25 and all the details, have her take it off the market, get an agreement for the 15 as a loan, run title, get the home inspection to make sure that the house wasn't falling over.
Right.
That's the reason why she's trying to sell it. And then close it.
Okay. So do you do the documents virtually, or do you meet in person?
We do them virtual.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just tell her I'm passing it over to the transaction coordination team or something like that, and I'll just pass it over to whoever you want on your team so you guys can finish it.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, based off of the conversation I just had with her, though, I think she's basically what she said is I just need to do some math and see how much money I'm leaving on the table. And I told her, I was like, it's no different than you thinking that the house is going to sell for $740 and saying you'll take $650 cash. Problem is, you have your property listed at $719 right now, so it's not crazy that we're saying $625.
Yeah.
You kind of did that to yourself.
And $699 is really probably the number that's probably going to close that.
Gotcha.
Based on what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Okay. Well, at 6.25, let's say it sells $99. I mean, realistically, you probably don't have too many people asking for buyer prepays at 700. So really, you're just talking about
right.
the 657 minus 625. It's 32 grand. Then you got to pay mortgage minus 3,200. That's 28 grand. So you got to spend 15 to make 28. If it sells at 699, if it sells for more than 699, then
I mean, the other thing is I would have her send over those offers that she had at 740. I mean, that would be like my first move is call those 2 offers and be like, hey, we're ready to move forward with you at, 730.
Yeah. My guy Matt could do that pretty easily.
Right.
I mean, you think it's worth it to do that? Or is it too thin? Or too much work for?
I mean, $699 scares me. I mean, that I would no, I don't like the numbers at $699, but I'm basing it off of. I mean, I trust but verify. So this is like, all right, well, we're ready to move forward at 6.25 with the 15K. What I need is before I send over these documents, or as I'm sending over the documents, I need you to send me over those offers that you had at 740. If we see legitimate offers that are written up that she has in her email with pre-approval letters and just a contingency, I'm looking up those addresses that they're trying to sell and seeing what are the days on market and everything else. And I'm seeing if that's a good fit for us to get it done. And then from there, now you're wiping away, instead of looking at making, 30 grand, you're looking at making 60 grand. Well, then, yeah, it's a good deal at that point.
Right.
Because you're pulling the trigger. I mean, if you're like me, you're not pulling 15 grand out of your own bank account. You're just calling up a buddy of yours and saying, hey, give me 15 grand for this deal and I'll shoot you back 17, in 60 days.
Right.
So now you're in scot-free and you're making 60 grand. That's how I would want to do it if it were me. I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, this is a freaking fantastic potential negotiation. I still don't understand how I'm going to make money on it, though, because I understand your position. I understand the seller's position, and I kind of fucked myself in the meantime.
I'm just telling you the numbers of what, what we normally do in this situation is if we got to take it down, then we just do a split on the profit.
I wouldn't want that much. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, realistically on this, I've dedicated about 25 minutes of my life to it. So it's more about just volume and being able to say, hey, I've done a deal with you and turn it over to you and let you run with it from here. And then I can have on something like this, it's like, bro, if you can go make 60 grand, can you kick me 5 up front and then I'm good to rock on. Like, I don't need to make 30 grand on something like this. That I'd rather you say, bro, when RJ messages me, I want to answer the phone. So then that way, anytime I get something in Memphis, I can just reach out and get it sold to you instantaneously,
I think it's worth it if it all lines up.
Right.
If the 740s are straight and they have houses they need to sell that are straight, and the title's clear and the home inspection's clear, then I think it's worth it because we're not going to lose money.
Right.
I mean, we say that, but I've lost money on a house last year.
Right.
But, and then I would say, hey, we'll pay your mortgage for 1 month. And we'll bank it into the down payment.
Gotcha. Well, let's see what she says when she calls back. And like I said, at that point in time, I think if she says, yeah, let's do it, who do you want me to put her in contact with, you or someone else?
I'll have James do a 3-way and pick it up if that works.
Okay.
Tomorrow. If that works tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
And he's done tons of novations.
Okay.
And then if there's an addendum in regards to the note and the mortgage payment, I just don't want to get into paying it for 3 months or something,
Agreed.
or whatever. It's like, no, we want to do you a favor, but
what would you think about you paying it, but deducting it out of her fees or her cut?
Like it comes out of her, like
her proceeds.
I mean, is she saying she can't afford it? Is that what she's saying?
Well, her point.
Sounds like she can't afford to.
Well, no, she said it. Her point is you're gonna give me 15 grand, and then I'm at your mercy to get the property sold, and I'm paying 3,200 a month. Like, if I have to pay it for 3 months, that's 9 grand out of my 15 grand. Like, what the hell am I even doing this for?
Right.
That was kind of her point, which I feel it on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, I actually respect the fact that she kind of said that.
Right.
She's like, the only reason why I'm doing this is so I can get money to move. But if I have to spend the money to pay for the mortgage, then there ain't no point in doing it. I just keep it listed and just sell it, you know?
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to be like, well, that's probably your smarter solution.
Yeah, you should be doing. That's what you should do.
Right. I mean,
why are you talking to us?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm literally trying to manufacture a way where we can make money that I don't think we should be making, but okay, whatever.
Right. I mean, it sounds like we're giving her, I mean, it's giving her some breathing room, it sounds like, you know?
Exactly.
Basically. So that's really all we can offer is some breathing room if she's willing to give us some equity. That's what we're offering. If she can provide proof that she has those offers in hand and we can do a home inspection. Because my guy can come out there and do a home inspection really quick. Because that's my other fear is like she's trying to get rid of it. Like she's dropped the price because the house is built improperly or something.
Right. Well, I told her, she said, well, when would I get my 15 grand? And I said, you're going to get it after we open title and make sure everything's clear except for the mortgage, and that we come out, we take a look at the property and everything's good. And she was like, okay, she didn't have a problem with any of that. So, yeah. I mean, she sounds pretty like upfront about things. I really don't think that she's coming across as like shady or that there's some like crazy unknown going on here. It just kind of sounds like, no, I just want my money so I can move.
Right. Well, us, we try to poke holes in everything. Like, we had a condo that we bought in Memphis downtown, and we're like, the dude just like handed us the keys and like took his toothbrush. And it's like, you just gave us $125,000. Like, why did you do this?
Right.
And we made 110 on it.
Jeez.
It's retarded. I'm like, okay. People were walking through the property to do the inspections, and the inspector's like, I want to buy these 2 couches, and the designer's like, I want to buy these window, these mirrors from you, and I'm like getting Venmos from like the buyers' people as they're like walking through the property.
Right. It's funny you say that. I was on the phone with a seller earlier this morning, and she said, the person I talked to right before you said, with our cash offer, that's as is, like, all you have to do is grab your toothbrush and you're good. You can leave everything else. And she's like, why the hell would I do that? Like, I have nice stuff in my house. She's like, that was one of the weirdest closing lines of all time. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. That's definitely not anything I've ever told a seller before. So it's funny.
Sounds like the wrong clothes.
Exactly. So, all right, bro. Well, I'll let you know what she says, and if she says she wants to move forward, I'll just tell her that we'll hook up in the morning. And what did you say the gentleman's name was? James. Okay, I'll let her know that we'll hop on a call with James and we'll get everything squared away. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, man. Bye.
All right.
That one took too long. No, that went from cool to Coolest deal of all time to Hey, is Brad there?
Yeah, this is Brad.
Hey, Brad, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on South Highland Street. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. So you entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. Are you still looking to sell?
Yeah, actually, I bought it after divorce, thinking that it could help me, kind of focus some of the stuff onto, redoing a century home, and it's just gotten too big for me. So I was thinking about letting it go.
Okay. How much are you looking to get for it?
I'm thinking, I don't know, 175, 180, somewhere around there.
Okay. Tell me what's going on with the property.
Well, I mean, it's huge. It's like 3,500 square feet. I put in a new furnace. I had to take out all of the old plumbing, and I'm rerunning new PEX right now. I've switched out a few just very odd rooms that didn't make sense in the back of the house in the addition. Put a new roof on. Put a new metal roof on that thing.
When you say you took out the rooms, what do you mean by that?
Well, in the back, there was when it was built, it was a porch, and then what they did was they closed that porch in and made it a gigantic room. Well, then the next iteration was they split that room in half and made 2 rooms out of it with a door in between, and then they added a bathroom off of one of the rooms, and it just didn't make sense that the only bathroom downstairs you would have to get to by walking through a bedroom to go to a bathroom with a
right
washing machine and a dryer in there. So I basically flipped them, and then in the additional room, I framed it out to be a pantry because it's right off the kitchen, which I've gutted, and that's ready to be rebuilt right now. So
Gotcha. So we like to refer to that as Frankenstein houses, where
yeah. Well, 120 years old.
Right. It's like we don't know what owner number 7 was thinking, but they thought this was a great place for a bathroom, and this makes no sense.
Right.
I had a house one time where in order to get to the 3rd bedroom, you had to walk through bedroom number 1 and walk through bedroom number 2 to get to bedroom number 3. So it was like, so the order in which every person is going to fall asleep is always bedroom number 3 goes to sleep first, then 2, and then 1. 1 always has to stay up the latest.
Right. That's awesome.
And then they also have to wake up the earliest because, they don't want 3 walking through to wake them up. It's like, this is crazy.
Right.
So, all right, let's see here. So not saying that I don't agree with it, but how did you come up with 175?
Because I think that once because actually in the addition, I added a full bedroom on the downstairs, a full master bath on the downstairs, and then an additional half bath, which it didn't have. So, so you have a house that is big enough for 2 families, and the last house that just sold was a couple houses down. That's a multifamily house, and I think it was 170, and it's about half the size as mine. And then 5 or 168, something like that. So I'm just ballparking it, just trying to get, just trying to recoup some of the money that I put into it.
How much do you think, in order for us to make it like, hey, this is a completely remodeled new home, like what you wanted to do with it, how much remaining funds do we need to do to get to that level?
I would think probably 60.
Okay.
That's really doing the kitchen, like really nice. I had designed it with an island, because it's big enough. It's like probably a 15 by 13 kitchen. So it's got about a 7-foot by 4-foot island in the center of it. Because there's a pantry that's right off of the kitchen, minimal cabinets. So, when I was pricing out the cabinets, I think the cabinets themselves were going to be about $8,000 just for, just to have really nice cabinets and stuff in there. Just because there's not, there's only one wall for the cabinets to sit on. So,
gotcha.
But it just, it all depends. And the house is fantastic. It sits on a corner lot. It's deceptively big. Like the lot's actually really big. And the reason why I bought it is because Lexington is basically outpriced themselves. You can't really get a house in Lexington anymore. And so Winchester is like right, it's about 20 minutes away from downtown Lexington.
Right.
So that's the reason why I bought it was to keep it for a long time. And, while the central business district of Lexington kind of pushed everyone into these other areas, then I could pick up that, and sell it off to a family who needed it, with a elderly person, that may come and live with them down, that can just stay on the bottom floor. They have their own seat, in that place. So,
I'm looking at funny enough, Google drove by your house in April. So you have a new Google.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah, you got a new Google Street image there.
Go back and look at it when it was, I think 2012.
Yes.
That's basically, kind of the starting point of that place.
Right. Are the windows new or are they older?
The windows downstairs, I've pulled out all of those windows and rebuilt them. They're based on, or they're still the wooden windows that were originally with it. But like I said, I pulled everything out, stripped everything down to the wood, including the interior pockets, and foamed the pockets and redid, restrung all the weights and stuff like that. So they were, even the top window moved, snap.
Gotcha.
And let me tell you, they were all painted shut.
Right.
And most of them were rotted out, so I had to, rebuild them and touch them in a lot of it. I try to keep as much of the old glass as I could because it was really cool, like it had the wavy kind of look to it, but there was some that were broken, so I had to replace those.
When you painted the exterior, right?
Yes.
So I see that the paint is kind of chipping off of the side on one side. What happened there?
That's okay. So that is and I think this is correct. And my roofer looked at it. It's because of where the flat roof kind of meets the Okay, hang on, let me see. Let me go to Google Maps for you.
Where the flat roof meets the red roof?
Yeah, there's a part of it that probably should have a gutter there. And so what you're doing is you're getting all of that, 3,000 square foot or 1,500 square foot worth of roof rushing down right in, right by where that window is. And so it's just kind of eating that side up.
Gotcha.
Plus it's the south side, so it's,
Gotcha. And then on the
south side of the, yeah.
And then on the back, what's going on with these windows by the stairs?
One of them, okay, so the first one blew out. I think it was from the sleeping porch above it. All those windows up on the top is part of the sleeping porch that runs from that whole back end, basically where the flat roof is. That's the sleeping porch above it. Below it, that's basically where the pantry is, and that window blew out maybe a couple weeks ago, like right,
as they were taking this picture, pretty much.
Yeah, basically. It was weird because I've run water to the opposite side of the house because they didn't have a water outlet, and that's how I realized that it was so new. So, and then the window that is that's the octagon.
Yep.
That's basically right over the porch rails. That's where the bathroom is, the new bathroom portion.
Okay.
Of the master suite, and I've got the same guy that does the roofing does siding too. So he's taking a look at that, and it's going to either pull some of the old siding from the bottom section and put it up there, and then put new siding down at the lower section, or he's thinking about maybe going to the other side and seeing if there's anything that he can pull from there. So
gotcha. And then on the other side of the house, there's a little portion on the bottom that kind of jets out that has a shingle roof on it.
Yeah, that's the probably second or third edition. That's what used to be the bathroom, and I've flipped it so that's the bedroom. That's the downstairs bedroom.
How come you put a shingle roof there instead of the red roof?
That's what it was.
Gotcha.
So I just completely, I just kept it the way it was.
Okay. Let's see here.
But you can see there's in that little bay window in the foundation portion, there's like a little wooden window. Yeah, that's where I ran the second water line because there was no outside water line over on that side.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I noticed. I was like, oh crap, that's cool.
Let's see here. Well, that's kind of cool though that was that most recent picture though, because it really gives me a good idea of what we got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you looked at that May of 2012, that's I mean it was worse than that. It was a wreck, and the fireplaces are still in there. They're still decorative, but I had to take the chimneys down because they were to a point where I thought that they were going to fail.
So you're living in the house right now, right? I mean, this is no.
No, I'm not.
Is it livable right now?
Is it livable? You gotta no, because it doesn't have a kitchen and the bathrooms aren't hooked up yet.
So I definitely kitchen, bathrooms, but is there anything else that would need to be done to make it livable?
No, because basically the whole front of that house is finished.
Okay.
You know, it's ready to move in. It's just, you know, I don't have the time, you know, and the resources, because a lot of the people that we're helping don't anymore. So, I mean, I love this house. It's gorgeous. You know, I'll send you pictures of the inside if you want to see them and stuff like that. But, you know, I'd love to keep it in the family, but, you know, it's just, it's gotten to a point where it's just too much on me because I'm the only one doing it. So.
Okay. Walk me through what the kitchen looks like right now. Is it gutted down to studs? Does it have drywall?
Gutted down the studs.
Gutted down to studs.
Subfloor, brand new subfloor, because I had to level everything in the kitchen. So it's got brand new joists underneath, brand new subfloor. Everything is gutted down to the studs.
Okay. This is a good one. Bear with me just a few seconds here.
Oh, you're all good. You're all good.
All right. I'm thinking I don't think I'm going to be able to get to 175. Okay. I think I'm going to be, but this is with no commissions. I cover the closing costs, so we're saving a little bit there if you were to sell in the open market, which is one of the benefits coming with this. I think I need to be at 150.
150.
Yeah.
Okay. I will see if that works for me. You know, I'll have to run the numbers and try to figure out where I am. But would you go in there and you know, make it right, make everything good on it? Like, I don't know. It's kind of like I lived with it and I try to raise her right.
Right.
Kind of.
I get that. I really do. So there's a couple of different things that we could do here, and there's the potential for us to make it right and make it beautiful, similar to like 14 Euclid Avenue. It's on the market for $315. It's contingent. They came in and they made it. It looks great, refinish the hardwood floors or put new hardwood floors, paint everywhere, new light fixtures, granite countertops with the new white cabinets. They came in and not necessarily the greatest of taste for the style of house it was, but they remodeled it, right? So that's one of our options. The other option is that if we decided we wanted to keep this in our portfolio, then we might just come in and make it livable without going over the top, and keep it as a rental property. Now, the problem with it there is that the square footage is astronomical.
It's gigantic.
And so I really don't like to keep properties that size as a rental property because it's just law of averages. That's more square footage that can potentially be damaged that you're going to have to fix, right?
Right. My mom had to deal with a lot of rentals in her day, and she was, dancing a jig when the last one was gone.
Right.
So definitely understand it.
So there's the two different options there. But I mean, regardless, the work would be done, just one way or another. It's just whether or not it's going to be, hey, we're going to spend 75,000, or are we going to come in and it's okay? Let's try to minimize our expenses here so we can still be able to cash flow rental wise.
Yeah, exactly. So are you in Texas? Is that what?
I am. I live in Fort Worth, Texas, but we do quite a bit of business in both Louisville and Lexington. So, we, just like you said, houses have gotten more expensive in both of those markets. And so we have broadened out our range to go into other markets.
Yeah, I was going to say rental houses, and I know, like you said, rental houses are they're a pain in the ass, and that one is really big. But rental houses are very scarce, and rentals are very scarce in Winchester.
Right.
Which is very odd. I guess people, the rental properties around here, like apartments and stuff, I think, like an average is about $1,600
right
a month. So it's just.
And one of the issues that we would run into with your particular property here would be, okay, is there another 3,500 square foot property that has been rented, and what's the going rate for that, right?
Exactly. Where are you going to find your comps for it?
And where are you going to find someone that needs a 3,500 square foot house that's a renter, and can they afford?
And can they afford it?
Right.
Right. Yep. I'm totally in agreement with that.
So that's where you kind of back yourself into a situation where it's like, all right, well, we might only have the option of fixing this up completely.
Right. Okay. Well, you've given me a lot to think about. I just kind of wanted to go to someone who would walk in and go, yeah, that's really cool. I love it. I'm so glad I bought it.
Right.
Whether you're going to do one way or another, I don't care. I just, because there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, literally blood, sweat, and tears that are in that house.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll give you some insight on who I am, regardless of what I do with the house. I'm a freak of nature when it comes to my memory, and so I don't ever forget a house. I feel like at some point in time, there's going to be a brain overload. Like at some point in time, doesn't my brain RAM have to clear the memory? Like, hey, we need to forget about that address from 2014. But I do remember each house, and I do remember a lot of people's stories that we buy houses from. Specifically when I do the calls, I have a team, so I don't always end up being the one on the phone. It just happened to be on this one. And we do care about this kind of stuff. As strange as it sounds, I've sold houses before where I had an emotional attachment to it. Where whether it was because we fixed it up and I dedicated a lot of time, there's a property, 7940 Ascot Street in Anchorage, Alaska. You can load that one up. We bought that house. We fixed it up. We listed it. It didn't sell. Called the realtor. What's going on? Every other house in this neighborhood is selling. Why are we not selling? We look better than they do. I don't know. I mean, it's gorgeous. No feedback. Don't understand. It got to the point where I was like, something is not right. I got on a plane and I flew from Dallas, Texas, all the way to Anchorage, Alaska to check on my properties, but specifically that one, because at the time we had 5 or 6 properties going on in Anchorage, Alaska. I go to the house, I walk in, and there was legitimately broken windows. There were walls that were never painted. And when the realtor went and took the pictures, he just stood with his back to the broken window. And so when he took the picture, it looked gorgeous from that angle, but he didn't show me the broken window. He didn't show me that there was a whole wall that was just not painted because he just put his back to it when he took the picture. And so it's like, I literally lived in that house for like the next 10 days and did the manual labor with my partners, and we finished it ourselves.
Right.
And you know what was crazy is that was my first time ever being to Alaska during that time of the year. And it was the time of the year where it was sun all day. Like the sun never set except briefly. And so there was times where we were working, and I will never forget the first time I did it. I was like, dude, I'm starving. Can we get something to eat? And they were like, we looked at our cell phone and we're like, oh my God, it's 2 a.m. Like, why is the sun still up? It looks like it's 3 p.m., you know? And it's like, how long have we been working? Like, nothing's open now. Like, we just blew through like dinner and bedtime and everything. Like, no wonder we're starving. So it's like, I still have memories of like things like that on certain houses, you know, where it's like, yeah, I mean, you never know. Sometimes the house turns into a story like that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And sometimes it's like, hey, it's quick and it's easy. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that was the house that I bought from the guy that wanted to fix it up. And it became too much for himself, you know, and he bought it because it's right there from Lexington. Like, there's already a story that's being developed just based off of our initial conversation. So
I know. So yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. So
very cool.
Well, yeah, man, that's what I think I can do for this house. 150. You know, why don't you think about it? And you know, how about this? Why don't I call you on Monday? And does that give you enough time to kind of think about it?
I think so. I'll talk. You know, my kids are kind of invested in it too. You know, they've already, you know, mentally put their bedrooms together. Like, oh, my bed's going to be over here, and you know, I mean, my daughter's not even here. You know, basically, she's in Nashville, go to school, but she's already got her room set up and how everything's going to be. So I'll have to talk with them and, you know, see what's right for all of us. But I have a good feeling about this. So
okay,
just I'll talk to you on Monday about the same time. About
Yep. Sounds good. I'll call you then.
Sounds great.
All right.
What was your name? What was your name again?
My name is RJ Bates.
RJ Bates. Okay. And I'm Brad.
Yes, sir. All right, Brad. Well, it was great talking to you. And like I said, I'll call you on Monday about 5 o'clock. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. I'll do then. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Boy, I'm having some humdinger conversations today. Holy cow. Humdingers, I say. Ooh-wee. All right. Back to it. Hey, John, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there. Oh, I'm gonna butcher the name, but I'm gonna try it. Benissimo.
You got it. Perfect.
Boom. Nailed it. All right.
Yes,
You
How's
look
it going today?
pretty good. How about you?
Good, not too bad.
So you're looking to sell this property, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. How much you looking to get for it?
So I have got it listed right now without a realtor for $419.9. And I don't know, you probably already did some research, so you probably saw it on realtor.com. So I have it, so there's about 5 or 6 in my neighborhood, and I'm in a HOA community, and all of the villas are about the same, which is what this is.
Mm-hmm.
I priced mine the lowest for the comparable ones. There's one that's $2,000 less, but it doesn't have an extended screened-in lanai, which mine does. So that's where I am.
Okay. 419.9. All right, let's see. So what's got you looking to sell?
I actually have purchased another house, and it's already done. I actually close next week.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah, and it's right here in the same area, so it's still close by.
You know what's funny is I got a friend that lives in Florida that I'm supposed to talk to tomorrow morning, and you sound like you could be his brother. But
he's not from Virginia, is he?
no, I think he's from California. He doesn't have the southern twang that I just heard there right at the end. Yeah.
I've been here about 2 years. We moved from Virginia in 2021.
Right. All right. Let's see here.
But definitely the market has shifted a little bit. And honestly, I put it for sale. It's about 2.5 weeks. I've had one call on it. One person came and looked at it, and they decided that they were going to go with a single family home.
So everything there on Benissimo and Tessero, all that is the same community, right?
Yeah, same community, pretty much the same, home or whatever, or villa, that's what we call it.
So we have one that sold in April. That's your property. It sold for $505, right down the road from you.
I know, man. That's what's blowing my mind.
We got another one, 500. We got.
If I would have sold 6 months ago or so, I would be in good shape.
But dude, I'm talking about like this is April, March.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, let me do this. Let me narrow down my range.
Hey, I've been watching them sell. I was looking at dollar signs, and now I'm like, what the hell?
Right. Well, how long did you say you had it listed? Well, you listed it yourself. That's one of the things,
Yeah, well, it's on realtor.com. I've got a real estate company, that flatfee.com, if you've ever seen it.
Mm-hmm.
They listed it for me. It's $125. And I did offer a 2.5% commission if a realtor brings me a buyer, of course.
Right.
So yeah, that's part of it. But the other ones that are for sale, they are with a realtor, and I know them, and they are not getting any action either.
So let's look at that. So you got some actives. Let's see. That's sold.
There's a lot of snowbirds that are in that community, and they pretty much, the season was over around April. So I think that's part of it as well. There's a lot of people that have left.
When you talked to flatfee.com, did anybody talk to you and say like, this is the price we think you should list at? Or
no.
So you could just list whatever you want.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, but again, I kind of looked at what my neighbors were doing, and I tried to underprice all of them. Made a couple mad, but still, it's not sold anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Right. So I will say this, just as a food for thought in the future. Flatfee.com is not, it does not have a good reputation in the real estate world.
I can see that.
Because essentially it screams a couple of things to real estate professionals. One, the homeowner is being cheap and doesn't want to negotiate.
That's me.
That's one. And then two, they are brutal to communicate with on when you're trying to offer. So like that, it's like almost impossible to get anybody. Now here in Texas, we have many flat fee brokers. So I'm speaking loosely, but amongst many companies, not just one individual company. But like, for example, the realtor sometimes needs to ask a question, and it's like you can't get anybody to return your call. So as a buyer's agent, when you go out and you show 4 houses, well, if you got one very, realtor that's communicating back to you, and you got flatfee.com over here not answering the phone or returning your emails, well, then that one just gets forgotten about,
Exactly. Yeah, that's understandable.
And I know some realtors, wrong or right, because they're supposed to do what's best for their client, that just won't even show, this type of house because of who it's listed with. So that's just food for thought for you in the future.
And I agree with what you said. However, I just sold another house through them, and I actually sold it in 2 hours.
Well, that means that means you had a good house. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who the realtor was. That means the house sold. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't give anybody else credit. Okay.
You're right.
I honestly, man, I mean, from an investor standpoint, like I think you're priced cheap. Like, I mean, I think you deserve what you're listed for. I mean, from my perspective, what am I going to do with it? I mean, I buy it, I turn around. What am I going to do? Sell it? I mean, that's what you're doing right now, right?
Yeah.
Keep it as a rental, $400 something thousand, and it's in a community. I'm sure it's got an HOA and all kinds of different things.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I mean, that's not a good fit. So I think you're very reasonably priced. I think maybe just relax a little bit on the time frame. That's just kind of due to the nature of how you listed it, probably. And I think you'll get your offer here shortly. I mean, but it's just not a good fit for us. I mean, it's a good property, but I mean, what I would offer you would be so much lower that it wouldn't make sense for you. I don't even want to make you an offer,
No, man, I appreciate you. Yeah, it's good to get another person's perspective too, because I'm kind of, doing this on my own. So
right.
I got time. I'm not really rushed, but I saw your ad. And I was like, you know what? Let me just see what they have to say.
I'll tell you the truth, John. I mean, I get these leads all day. I mean, I have 2 phone calls pretty much. It's either this, hey, I want to sell. I want to sell for what it's deserved. And I tell people, I'm not the right guy for you. You're going to get it, and it's going to be through a realtor. Or I get the person that's like, I need to sell ASAP and, right now, and that's the person that we help, so I don't have any problem with these types of phone calls. And that's why I don't mind taking a look and saying, yeah, man, I mean, you're priced appropriately. And just my suggestion would be is just be patient and it'll come your way.
Right on. Well, that's what I'll do, my man.
All right, John, good talking to you. Best of luck with everything.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, goodbye.
Seriously, it's like I'm alternating today. Just it's either that or freaking great lead. James is viewing my My Kansas contract. I need Cassie to get a contract signed, so we're gonna bring Cassie back up on here. Whoa, holy microphone. That came in like a wrecking ball.
What?
Your microphone. I don't know. It just had a lot of feedback right off the bat.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah. The rest of us did. Ma'am, I have a question for you. It's day 16 in Kansas. Is Saeed going to sign today?
Sir? Let me find out, because I've messaged him already.
You see this?
Thanks.
See, it wasn't just me.
Holy moly, my ear. I have the volume turned on like normal. I don't know. Just let me know if it sucks.
No,
Y'all
you're
don't
good
let me
now.
know.
It was just like, for whatever reason, when we brought you on, it was like running water was going over the microphone or something.
Y'all did not let me know earlier when I was totally muted. Hi.
Yeah, you got him back. All right. Why don't
The
I
mic
give
is
you...
going. The mic gain. Did you change my mic gain?
I did not. I'm going to give you like 10, 15 minutes, and then I'll hop back on and finish today. Okay.
When to schedule someone out. Saeed has not responded. Let me get my phone. Whoa. Ow. I went through a period of time today when I was like in pain again, and now I'm pretty good. So I was sitting it was whenever RJ was doing Pardon the Disruption. I was sitting for too long. It was brutality. Y'all want me to get a contract? Is that what you want to do? Tell me, if you will, Isaiah, if my mic is still messed up. Okay. And because I want y'all to be able to hear. So I'm kind of moving my stuff around. It's time to get a contract now? All right. All right, friend. Let's do the thing. Let's just do the thing. What do you say? What do you say? It's Kansas, right? Let's go. Oh, I don't like their answer. I mean, I'm going to call them. Sell without an agent. Sell without an agent. Sell without an agent. I'm trying to pick. Looking for a quick sale.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Cassie, and I'm just calling about your entered the information on our website or an ad.
Yeah.
Saying that you're looking to sell. Is this correct information? I got the right number.
Yes. I'm looking to sell.
Okay, cool. Tell me a little bit about what's going on with the property. It says you're looking to sell quick. Do you have a
I
time?
live in New York City and I don't have
time to go back and forth to Pennsylvania.
Ah,
I'm looking to sell the property.
gotcha. Is it tenant occupied?
Nothing wrong with the property. It's just my parents moved back to Europe, so
Okay, so is it vacant now?
yeah, it's empty.
Okay. And
I was gonna sign up with a realtor, but I was on I think Instagram and your ad came up or something.
yeah, probably like an Instagram or YouTube or something like that.
I think it was YouTube. Yeah, it was YouTube.
Yeah, those usually. I don't think we actually have ads running on Instagram right now, but sometimes we do. So sometimes I don't know where people found our stuff. I just
Definitely YouTube. Music earlier.
yeah. Okay. Well, let me just take a little peek into what we've got going on here. Seems like we've got a lot of different comps and stuff. Can you verify, just because I don't think they have it on the county website?
What county you want it?
No. I'm looking for the bedroom and bathroom count and the square footage amount.
It's almost 3,000 square feet, and it's 2.5 bath, 3-bedroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, family room, basement, 2-car garage.
Okay, bear with me. I'm just typing all that down.
Outside is I have a deck, pool, and I think the lot size is 0.
I have 0.387 acres is what it's showing me.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Okay, cool. Okay, let me just pull up some information. And so, do you know what you're looking to get for the price of the property?
I was just bullshitting around on your website. Figured you guys give me an offer. I just wanted to see what kind of offer you guys are giving, to be honest with you.
Okay, so typically how we operate, just giving you like a little insight, is we're looking to either purchase to fix up and list it. We're looking to purchase to hold it as a rental situation. And those are our main sources of investing in a property, right? So when we purchase, we pay for the closing costs, with the exception of any back taxes, liens and mortgages, things like that. That would be your responsibility if you have taxes that aren't quite paid or prorated until closing date. And then we pay for the rest of the title and closing costs, right? What we'd look to pay for a property is going to be like, the closest we can get to the current condition and market value of the property. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at what that property value is, so it depends on what your goal is, really. So if it's
my goal is to sell it.
Right, but are you willing to depart with some of the equity so I can make money and not do it for free, or would you rather just list it with an agent and pay them?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna sell my house for like $100,000. And I figured that's what this Fed is just a lowball thing, no.
It's not a lowball thing. I'm not gonna lowball you, but I'm gonna make money. $100,000 is
obviously everyone needs to make money.
Right.
My realtor is gonna put it up for $400,000. So like you give me 300 and you make 100, I can understand. But you give me 200 and make 200, that's not gonna happen.
Well, yeah, but
the house could just sit there for all I You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sell it for just pennies.
No, I got you.
I know, I'm not saying that's what you're going to give me. I'm just saying that's, you know, I was just, like I said, I was listening to music and your ad came up and I was bullshitting around.
Yeah, no problem.
I just get it full.
Yeah, I don't think the property is probably in the very best condition going to be worth 400. When I'm pulling up comps, I see comps everywhere up to 305 to 330 maybe. I'd have to dig into them. That's kind of, those are kind of the,
I was just throwing numbers. I'm not saying that's what it is.
yeah, no, I'm informing you of what I'm seeing just in a quick conversation. So
My father was here. He had a buyer and he didn't want to sell it for like 15 grand. And then the lady ended up buying another house and now I'm fucking stuck with it.
Yeah.
You know, she gave me 335 and he wanted 350. So whatever the difference that is. And, you know, she lost the sale for being greedy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that the value probably is somewhere around that. I would guess between 325 to 335, depending on, you know, if I've got a.
And I understand that. So if the value is let's say it's at 320. You know what I'm saying? I bought the house in 2006 for 280. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, I know everyone needs to make money. I just, like I said, if the offer is good, then you want to go take a look at it. You go take a look at it. If the offer is good, I don't mind selling.
Yeah, I just, you know, for me, I think that, I mean, it's all going to be based on what you really want to do there, right? So if it's worth 335, but I'm going to get in there, is there anything in the house, furniture, anything like that?
No, the house is empty. I have a couple tools in my garage, but all that stuff I donated already. I got rid of a lot of garbage. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So does it have any carpet?
No, everything's hollow floors.
Okay. So I can safely assume that for me,
you definitely need to do a little painting, a little touch-ups. You know, I was gonna do that, but the realtor told me not to because the people that will buy it, they want to fix it up to their own standards, their own colors and stuff. So I left it alone.
okay. So did they you know mess with anything like checking like the roof and the HVAC and getting it serviced?
Yeah, everything works. Everything works. The roof is in great condition. The AC is in great condition. We just had it serviced.
Okay.
My boiler is brand new. I have a combi boiler. You know, I have baseboard heat. So it's a tankless water heater. So my water heater and boiler is the same thing. It's a combination.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that was just all updated. So.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, we can do a couple of things here. You know, I can look at this in a sense of, you know, we might be able to turn it around. At the end of the day, your closing costs on this, if you list it with a realtor and you have no repairs on any of that stuff, you know, you're going to be looking at netting around 300 to 310 minus whatever your mortgage and taxes are.
I don't have no mortgage.
Okay.
I own outright since 2006.
So, you know, if you can net, you know, like 300,000 on it. What I don't know what you want. If you want me to facilitate all of that so you just don't have to deal with it, yeah, we're talking, we can do that. But it sounds like you really have talked to a realtor who could literally just list this and get you a little bit more money. So I want to understand what your motivation is.
You know what it is with me?
Yeah.
Like I said, I live in a city.
Yeah.
I work 7 days a week.
Gotcha.
You know, not got time to go back and forth to showings and, bull BS with realtors and I don't want to go over there.
Okay.
That's all I don't.
I got you.
That's why I left it.
Yeah.
If I had a job, my job was over there, then yeah, I would live in there. I would keep it, but I got time. It's 2-hour drive.
I feel you. I really do.
I just want to go see my kids.
I completely understand. You sound like whatever it is you do in life, it's very similar to me. I'm very protective of my time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to figure out what it will cost me, or really what it'll cost you, for me to handle that, and we can get it done. It won't be much because I'm just going to be paying for our time. I've got a buddy who I can trust to protect my costs and save me a little bit potentially on the listing if I don't got to do a lot of work. So it'll save me a little bit of money and allow me to offer you a little bit more. Kind of like you'll have a huge chunk of equity protected to some regard. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not counting the entire, $300,000 as your equity. You know what I'm saying? Because you paid for the house. So I'm gonna actually just talk to him to make sure that I get you the best price I can in this scenario. So you just don't have to mess with it, and we'll just roll from there. That way you can say no. I'd rather actually mess with the realtor and all that stuff or not. I don't see it being a problem. I do this all day, every day. And it's kind of one of those things where, just so you're aware, I own a brokerage, just not in Pennsylvania. I invest in real estate all over the country. So this isn't like a unique situation to me whatsoever. We deal with people who are in your position. Now, a lot of times we do deal with people who are financially distressed on something, or the house is distressed. And so, yeah, for me to sit there and be like, yeah, it's a far drive, and all it's going to do is, sit there or cost you money and taxes. What's the point of you not cashing in and putting that money towards making you more money and something else that you can actually operate? So that makes sense to me. Let me ask you, how do you pronounce?
You can just call me Leo.
Leo? Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't botch your name. My name is Cassandra and I go by Cassie. So people botch my name all of the time. So I'm like, I live in Fort Worth.
Oh, Texas.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we have people.
That's where us New Yorkers need to start moving.
That's where who?
That's where New Yorkers need to start moving in Texas.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love Texas.
I lived in Arlington for 1.5 years.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What did you live down here for?
I moved down there with a girlfriend. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna let you know. I love so many things. I mean, I love our country, but I love a lot of things about living here. And I'm actually originally from Ohio, but yeah, I mean, we do real estate everywhere. I'm looking at a deal in Anchorage right now. I'm also trying to shut down my stinking storage unit in Anchorage right now. So we do it everywhere. Yeah. It's good. It's good people down here. It's good people.
Yeah, man, it's nice. They don't like us that much, us New Yorkers, but it's okay.
Oh, some of my favorite people are from there. I think it's only.
You're not originally from there.
Yeah.
You're from this side.
No, listen. I got so many family down here. They're the same way. My business partner is originally from here. I've lived here since I was 11, even though I've gone up, all over back and forth. But I'm telling you, it's if people don't like people from any other place, most of the time, it's just because they haven't experienced it. It's like a trained thing, like you're supposed to do. because I'm telling you, the first time I went to New York, I was literally prepared, and I mean prepared, for everybody to treat me like I was some kind of weird alien and be mean to me because, you know, all this stuff. I went up there, I'm telling you, but I also went up there on the 15th anniversary of 9/11. That was the first time I was in New York. And I was there for 2 weeks, and I didn't experience a single person that was even remotely rude. But New Yorkers have that reputation and I think
I guess you haven't been in New York recently then.
Yeah, I have. I honestly, New Yorkers must love me, or it's just a false perception because people in New York are running 100 miles a minute, but I run 100 miles a minute. Anyways, so maybe I just fit in. But I'll tell you what, some of these people, you meet people in Hawaii, and they live on island time, and they're moving at a different pace, and so to them, yeah, I think some of those stereotypes live up to it, where it's like they're not as friendly to the mainlanders sometimes. But anyways, yeah, let me talk to my buddy, and I'm gonna get you the best number I can get you on this after I talk to him, just to make sure what he's gonna do to give me a little discount there on some of what I will accrue in closing costs. That way I can just kind of get you the best number and tell you how long it will be for us to facilitate it. We'll open title, assuming it gets free and clear, and we're just rocking and rolling. Title sometimes right now is taking, even when we're ready to close fast, sometimes they don't have their stuff together as fast as I want them to. So I just always tell people, expect a 30-day turnaround, and we'll close sooner if we can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll check that out.
Get some numbers. Get some numbers and give me a call back.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Do not answer because your numbers are weird. I get a lot of telemarketers.
Mine's always going to be 817. You should know that one. You live down here. 817.
Yeah. It didn't come up that.
It didn't?
Oh, yes, it did. 817, it did come up.
I was like, what in the world? Okay, yeah, it's always 817 with me. This is my desk line. I may end up calling you from my cell phone, but it's also 817. And if you call this number back, somebody on my team will answer no matter what.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Leo. Good talking to you, and we'll be in touch real soon.
Okay, see you soon. Bye.
All right, bye. Hey, bro. You there?
Yep.
Oh, that's an Eric Brewer deal all day.
Where's it at?
Archbold, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Everything sounds perfect on the stinking house. It's got a 335 ARV. Nothing's wrong with it. He just doesn't want to deal with.
Let me call him.
Yeah. He lives in New York, doesn't want to deal with it. His parents moved back out of the country.
Drax did not answer.
I always forget where he lives.
York, Pennsylvania.
I think it's kind of far away from this. Yeah. This is up north of Scranton.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to him and see what he says.
I mean, it's not even 3 hours away, so who knows? But thank you, Isaiah. I'm just gonna cut out a little profit, move on. Yeah, it's a novation all day, but You guys notice how I kind of went hard when I was just like, I mean, what are you doing here? And then he just came out with it. I really just don't want to deal with it. I want to work. I work 7 days a week. I want to spend time with my kids. I don't want to drive to Pennsylvania. I don't want to deal with realtors. I don't want to deal with showings. I just want to move the property. I'd rather you just give me a number. If you give me too stupid of a number, well, yeah, no, I'm not going to sell it for $100,000. But at the end of the day, it'll make sense to me if it's worth 400 and you give me 300 and I'm like, bro, it's worth 335. If I make a little pop on it and it gets facilitated, I'm going to do that all day.
All right, let me hit some of these other ones. I'll bring you back on if Eric calls me back. Okay.
Okay, bye.
The number you dialed is not in service. Please leave your message for
Chuck.
Hey, Chuck, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there. You left a message on my website there about your property on 2400 Road. If you could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Oh, no one wants that.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 717468169 available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on East Frederick. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 614-288-69.
And then I probably want to, I personally, if I stayed there, would want to remodel the bathroom again, like just refreshing it, maybe put one of those walk-in showers in instead of the tub.
So what's got you looking to sell?
Oh, I don't want to live in Phoenix anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
Just you got 200 Californians a day moving here, and I'm just sick of it. So I'm out.
So you want to come to Texas?
No, because I see too many of your license plates here too.
And not all of us. Where do you want to move to?
No, I'm just moving just 45 minutes north of town.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, not staying
out of. I'm in the historic Glendale, right by the courthouse, right downtown, and I just don't want to be in the inner city with this traffic anymore. So I'm moving to a small high desert, low mountain town, about 45 minutes north of here.
Gotcha.
Mayberry Hill, you know. So.
Out of curiosity, I believe you own it free and clear, right?
No, I have my wife was the one who had bought the house, and her name is on the loan at the bank. She has since passed away, and I still owe $27,000 on it.
I see. Are you, well, first, I hate to hear that about your wife. So, you know, my condolences on that.
I appreciate that. You know, life takes really strange turns and you don't expect them. Like this was like, it's not like she got COVID or got sick or anything. It was a very, you know, night before eating ice cream and pound cake, the next day she's gone. So.
Oh my God. That's,
yep.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I lost my dad in 2012. Similar thing. He was watching the Cowboys game on Monday Night Football. My mom goes to bed. He gets up and is walking to the bedroom and falls and hits his head and never wakes up. And it's just like, I got the call at 6 a.m. the next morning, like, your dad's being rushed in for brain surgery. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We were talking about the Cowboys game last night, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Life does come quick sometimes.
Well, and that's the other thing too, is that, you know, I don't really want to live in the last home she did. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I was asking about that is because a couple different things that we could do here. There's the cash offer, which I think is probably going to be your preferred offer. It will be lower. That's why I was potentially asking if you would be open to seller finance. But the next question was going to be, do you need the proceeds from this to buy the next property that you're going to move into?
I don't. I've already put an offer in. I already
Gotcha. So have you ever considered seller financing?
No, I haven't. I don't. This is not something that I just, you know, I don't want the headache of anything anymore. I could just be gone, you know?
Well, it can be pretty seamless, not to try to sell you on it, but I mean, you know, it's essentially you becoming the bank where you receive interest on your money and you receive monthly payments. So if it's not something that you needed to bulk sum, it could be something that you could consider where, you know, you kind of receive passive income moving forward. Like I said, I mean,
the downside to that is the legality of, you know, someone not paying and then me having to take them to court and then having to evict them. And I really don't want any more headaches.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, you just, at that point in time, it's literally you're the bank, so you foreclose on. But I totally get not wanting the headache because I've had to do that before because I do seller financing myself. Okay, so cash offer wise, let's see what I can do.
I've looked it up as far as market value on the house, and it is anywhere between, you know, $255 and $285. So that's why I just said, well, if that's the top of it, that's what I'm asking.
Right.
I knew, you know, and I'm realistic. You know, it's not like I'm going to get what I'm asking, but I'm also not going to shoot myself in the foot and give it away either. So.
Right. And I totally appreciate that. And I'm the same way, right? As an investor, when we're looking at buying properties, you know, that's why I asked you, what do you think needs to be done? All right, so we're talking about some exterior paint, some probably other miscellaneous touch-ups around the house, and then potentially like a bathroom remodel.
Yeah, I would say like it's not a big bathroom, you know, so I would think that you'd probably get away with salvaging the vanity, maybe put a different sink in, and then a new shower. The toilet is newer, only a couple of years old. So, you know, some paint on the exterior. Do maybe $4,000 or $5,000 worth of work to the bathroom, and you're pretty much done.
Gotcha.
Unless you wanted to change those big ass living room windows out, it's a block home.
Right.
So when we did the windows, the other 6 windows, it was really expensive. They had to cut the rebar out of the block to put those new windows in. So.
Yeah, I mean, just being honest with you, I don't know if this is something that you would even entertain, and I don't like making quote unquote low ball offers. I'm probably gonna be in the low 200s, just being honest with you.
How low?
210.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. I mean, because I think you can get more on the open market.
Neighborhood right now, the other houses in my historic neighborhood, the other ones that are just slightly bigger than mine, like the 3-bedroom 1-bath, mine's a 2-1. Those things are going for like $385 right now.
So I've got my comps at 0.35 miles radius. Let's see what I got here. Mainly what I've got is a range of 330. Oh, I do. All right. Say we get 340 a square foot. We're gonna make it the baddest house on the house, on the block. That puts us at like 295.
Right.
So if I say 295, and then I multiply that by 78%, which is that 22% that I'm building in right there is realtor commissions, the closing commissions, my holding costs, and my profit. That will leave me roughly 10 to 12% profit. So somewhere in the range of $25,000, $30,000. And then I'm giving myself $20,000 in repairs.
Okay.
So that's like my math of how I get to 210. It's not like me just trying to poke you in the eyeball. You know what I'm saying? I think if you were to list, let's say like 285, and you pay realtor about $20,000, then whatever repairs they want on a repair addendum, that's a couple grand. I mean, you're like 260, but that's if you can get the 280. Don't know if you can get the 285, but even if you're only getting 275, like you're still making more money that way.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like 275. If I lost 20 grand into 255, 255 is quite a difference from 210.
Exactly. I mean, essentially, what you're cutting out there is a lot of the repairs and obviously my money, and you're.
So, for example, down the street, my father-in-law had a brick home like 10 houses down on my same street on the same side. That home was a 3-bedroom 1-bathroom. Square footage was a little bit larger. It was more like 1,000 square feet than my 862. And it has not been remodeled. Nothing was done with it from like the 70s or something. And he got like $240 cash handed to him.
Right.
Right. And that kitchen doesn't look like mine. Like I put a lot into this. So I couldn't. There's just no way. That's crazy.
I mean, I agree with you. That's why I said I don't think this is going to be a good fit for you. I mean, if you had to ask me, it's like no, I think you can make a hell of a lot more money going on the open market.
Like honestly, just go put a for sale sign in the front yard and just let somebody else in the cash flow.
Exactly.
I don't want to haggle back and forth with who's getting what and what closing costs and what commissions and what profit and all that. It's just some private buyer wants to come and buy it, they can just hand me a check, at this point.
Exactly.
And I see it go within a week of doing that. Like I said, my father-in-law owns 5 houses on that road, and he's already sold 4 of them for retirement, and all of them sold in a week. Cash buyers, no real estate agents.
Right.
It's kind of a hot spot right now. They're trying to gentrify it. Downtown Glendale. It's all historic. They do the Glendale Glitters, Christmas light show down there, and it's a cool little area. It's just not for me anymore. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, it's just sometimes we're a really good fit for people, and sometimes we're not. And more often, that's why I said I just don't think it's going to be. I didn't even want to make the offer, to be quite frank. I mean, it was just like, I just have to protect, myself. And what I'm seeing there is I mean, we've got 35 days on the market, 66 days on the market, 138 days, 117 days. Like the most recent sold properties, 138 days on market, 117 days on market. And so it's like, so I have to take into consideration the holding costs that I would have, as well as it's just realistically probably the best option for you is just to sell it yourself or hire a realtor,
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at right now. It's like you're not in the business to not make money,
right?
And I'm not in the business at all, but I'm not about to take a loss,
right? Well, you don't need to. Like, there's no need. You have a nice house. A lot of times, what happens here is like your situation plus the house hasn't been fixed up. So that would be like, okay, instead of 210. I'm offering someone like 180, and they're like, but I haven't put in tens of thousands of dollars of work, so it's a good fit for them. That's more of when it's a good fit.
Right. Or if I just need it out, like I just had no alternatives and need
Right.
it out, that would be different too. But that's not the case. Like
Right.
It doesn't matter.
The only other thing would be like the seller finance option, but you don't like that, and I don't blame you. So that's where it's like, all right, I mean, my company is just not a good fit, so.
Sure.
All right, man. Well, good talking to you, and best of luck with everything. Okay.
Right on, man. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Who do I need to follow up with? I haven't heard back from Brewer. Haven't heard back from LaToya. How many contracts did I say I want to be at by the end of the day? 33? Or did I say 35? I said 35. We're only at 32. Damn. All right. I updated one, Cassie. I did the Alabama that got signed. That got us up to 35. Or 32, I'm sorry. Just trying to see if there's a good one that I can end the day with. Some of them are kind of like in a holding pattern. Kind of makes things a little bit awkward on some of them when you're waiting on somebody else. And that's where I'm at with a couple of these leads. I don't even know. Oh no. What's going on with these people? Aw, bro. All right, I think we got to call that one dead. That was literally a offer that we sent a contract on, and they have just been, yeah, we're going to sign, and then ghosting us. And I think they blocked my office phone. So then I just called from my cell phone, and they answered and then hung up on me. And realistically, like on something like that, do we even want to go under contract with someone that treats us that way? I mean, we made them an offer for $375,000, and we can't even get like the courtesy of like a callback. I think Cassie's ready to be done for the week. She's calling me an OCD freak. Are you ready for me to bring you back?
Hi.
Are you saying you're ready to be done?
I am not done. Okay, first and foremost, let me correct your language. I like to do a lot of that around here. When am I ever done working for our business?
I was more saying done with the live.
I asked you a question.
Never.
When I'm sleeping, I'm working, okay? I literally had a dream about our business last night. It's ridiculous. Okay.
Did you have a dream about Saeed signing?
Saeed has still not responded to me. He's giving me the RJ treatment.
Okay.
I think I need you to talk smack about it.
So you keep talking about these JVs. This is where I have us. I have us at we gained one JV today.
Which one? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
We gained one with Daryl.
Okay, did you count you? Then you are not counting all the JVs we've had. We have one in Birmingham with Dustin.
Yes.
And it's Darrell, by the way.
I'm sorry.
I'm just letting you know so that you don't I'm just letting you know because it's the first time you're knowing. We're reading it. My cousin's name is Daryl. My cousin's name is Daryl. They're from Oklahoma.
Pretty sure I'm not the first person to call him Daryl.
No, I'm just letting you know so you can pronounce it correctly.
I got you. Darrell.
All right, we got the one in where were we at the beginning of the week? I'm just going to go back and look because I feel like you did not count, okay?
We were at 3. Now we're at 5. We gained Dustin and Darrell.
Okay, and what I am telling you, we did not put Jordan.
Okay, Jordan.
I'm approving Renee's.
What state is Jordan?
Georgia.
Okay. You're approving Renee's?
Yes.
That's New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, next.
Hold. I want to make sure I'm not wrong.
Renee's is definitely in New Mexico.
I know. I am approving another one. We just haven't sent her a JV agreement yet. I just got some information back, and on hand to God, I've been getting my butt kicked this week. Being out one day for me is a lot right now. Okay, so let me check these other ones. So this is going over to Recon, and I need to fix it. Y'all bear with me. Oops. Leads board, contracts and recon move. Okay, so then I had approved another one, and then we found out that somebody else contracted it a week after them. So I'm waiting. Did you see that?
Is this the one that's on Investor Lift?
Yeah.
With the main phone number? Yeah. That's a good deal.
It is a good deal, and I want it, and it's a Texas deal, and I'm like, I got this all day, baby. And so I think I'm waiting to hear back. I haven't checked the email yet. I don't think we should count the package deals from Juan and Randy necessarily.
No.
Then we've got Keithon's.
Keithan.
My bad, bro. Let me see if his was, because we're just waiting for photos on that, and we haven't counted it, right?
No. Well, if we're waiting on something and we're not ready, then I don't want to count it.
Well, I'm just making sure we haven't got it back, because I've been... Oh, this Maricopa one, that Greg Bartlett, are you on here still? This was not a JV, right? From this morning?
I don't know.
This was the one where I thought he was saying Airbnb. Rent it for an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Did we ever clarify if he's wanting us to JV or if we just know somebody that wants to rent it from him?
I don't know. I think he just wants someone to buy it from him. That's definitely not a JV.
Okay. Called him and got no answer. Left a message, but no idea who this is. All right, yeah, maybe we only got 34. My bad.
Well,
I can approve one really fast if you want me to. So you hit your number for the day.
What I really wanted I wanted the Syracuse contract. I wanted Saeed. I wanted those other ones. Yeah, Doug, we saw it. We showed it this morning. It's just we didn't have time because when you sent it, we were about to get started. So we haven't gone through and updated it, but I thought it was amazing, bro. We shared it this morning.
Showed it first thing this morning. We emailed you back through the JV thing. We're just in view only. So I can't really, we liked the view. We kind of tested it out, how it would look on the live. I like it a lot.
So we need the permissions changed to where we can be an editor.
Or make a copy and then put our
Right.
stuff on it and make it all iconic. Like RJ likes to make things iconic because he's our little branding obsessed genius. In fact, as a matter of fact, since we are ending week 4 of just epicness, 20 days. Wait, no, that's not right. 16 days. Don't look at me that way, bro. 16 days. 34 contracts.
I'm just, as we're
With
talking
many
about,
more that will come back in.
hold on. Since you're talking about this, can we just talk about Epic? That failed. That failed just so epically bad. Here we go. Let's talk about this.
I do love this logo.
Look at that logo. Oh my God. I don't think there's ever been a more perfect logo designed.
Bro, do you understand? Like this, I feel this way about so many of our logos. I say this all the time, but I
is
do.
on another level.
The only thing that this is
field,
missing.
The tornado with the wheat shocker coming out of its mouth. It just
needs a little Toto face in the sunflowers.
It's on a next level of epicness. I'm just saying.
We love it, Doug. We love it.
Yeah, I mean, to your
What a
point.
give.
What?
I said, what a give. Like, that's just such a sweet thing to do.
Oh,
and
dude.
it makes me feel so
Doug,
appreciative.
we sang all kinds of praises for you this morning. We were talking about how cool it is that, you know, we're sitting here, we're doing something, you're showing up on a daily basis, consuming some of the content and you know, supporting us, which is awesome. And then you're like, let me step up, let me dedicate. I don't know how long that took you. You said you worked on spreadsheets for a while. So for me, that would have taken hours. Maybe for you, it only took a couple minutes, but
Honestly, if he said he whips up spreadsheets real fast. I whip up spreadsheets really fast too, but probably not as fast as you. And it would take RJ a long time. He gets really cranky if he has to deal with the spreadsheets. He's like, Cassie.
I don't enjoy spreadsheets.
But you love the results of the spreadsheet. You don't love building them.
That's true.
We have a debate to settle in how you pronounce your last name, Doug. Don't let RJ influence you. But if you would type it out in like syllables.
No, I'll say it and you say it and he'll say who's right.
Okay, ready?
Levette.
Love it. Who's right? Cassie or RJ?
That's Doug Levette all day long.
That's love it. No, love it. Love it.
Levette.
Love it. Love it.
You're changing it. You're
I'm
doing
not.
what
I'm just mushing it together.
No, you're doing what I do with pergola.
No, you change a letter. I don't change a letter.
Suck.
Love it. Lovette.
You just said it the way I said it. Levette.
I'm just smushing it together. Lovette.
Doug says I suck. So I guess I'm the wrong.
I was right. Like
Look,
Lyle love it.
Hold on. He
because
might
you
be
don't
delayed.
know.
No, he said it took about 1.5 hours to make. Cassie knows
how to speak English. Lyle love it, bro.
Bro, did you just drop Lyle Lovett on?
That's how it's spelled, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Lyle Lovett. I should have. I'm just saying. I was going based off of the guy that my dad worked with forever. His name was Doug Levette. And so it's like, oh, Doug.
Is that like how my family pronounces DeHaas? DeHaas? Did they put the
I know all
Louisiana
about your family. When I did our little intro for the TV show, they all got mad. RJ doesn't even know how to pronounce her name. Yeah, I do know how to pronounce it. It's DeHaas.
It is DeHaas. Is that really your cousin?
No.
I'm gonna laugh either way. Like, oh, I need to meet
There's
Doug
no
now.
way. This is not Lyle Lovett's cousin.
It could be. You don't know. We're technically famous. There's lots of people that, you know.
No. See, I don't have a famous birthday like Garrett Littleton.
Garrett, you have a famous birthday? I don't understand the joke.
No, there's literally like I guess a website, famous birthdays, and someone put Garrett down as a famous birthday because he was famous on TikTok.
That's epic.
So seeing that somehow Lyle Lovett got brought up today. I don't know. I don't know what my favorite Lyle Lovett song is. What is yours, Cassie?
Solid question.
Are you going to go with You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story?
Yep.
Did you know he sang that?
Nope.
Mind blowing. I did not know this.
I'm honestly like, now that I think of it, I can't think of one without looking it up.
We got.
I just remember him from. Didn't
Roll
he
me
do
up
Julia
and smoke me
Roberts?
when I die.
Huh?
Roll me up and smoke me when I die.
No, that's Willie Nelson, bro.
He did a cover of it then.
Meh. Wouldn't it be crazy if Willie Nelson was the cover and that's the one I know?
That would be funny. You know, I don't really.
I bet you we know a lot of the songs.
I don't know much about him, to be honest with you. My parents were not big Lyle Lovett fans, and that's the only time that would have happened.
You want to know how I found out who Lyle Lovett was? Because when I was young and like, you know, my goodness, he's been active in music since before I was born. Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that. He was married to Julia Roberts in the 90s. That's how I found out who he was. And of course, I was
amazing that he pulled that off. Like, this man must be the smoothest talker of all time. He's smooth at something. That's what it is.
Let's not talk about what it might be in case your son's still watching.
Yeah, true. All right. Hey, if you're still watching at this point, can you like the damn video? I mean, this is like the lowest like count we've had, and I think it's because we just didn't ask. Ronald, super motivational. Thanks for letting us in your office. You guys have an awesome weekend. You have an awesome weekend too. Can't wait to see what happens over the weekend. Normally we get some contracts trickling in. Hopefully that's the case. Monday morning, 10 a.m. Central, day 17. In what state, Cassie? Do you know?
JK.
We're still
losing.
No, we're still in the case.
Oh, crap. Hold on. Kentucky.
Kentucky it is. We'll see you guys there, and enjoy this short message and commercial about us
drinking milkshakes.
Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. Drinking milkshakes.
Drinking milkshakes.
TV, so hard. Go on. We can do it. 1, 2, 3.
Drinking milkshakes. Come on.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment. It's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it.
It's the crucible!
Oh, this is what we do.